Hey, welcome. Today it's a big day. We have the reveal for free 29. And we continue with my progression for Siege Ballista. So yesterday I leveled another Templar and we finished the campaign and we progress into the end game. I'm doing showcase for the build. Yeah, give me a second. I need to do some clicks and we start. The reveal will happen in 6 hours. Plenty of time to play. Plenty of time. Yeah, I need to do some clicks. Give me a second. I have a lot of them. Especially Templars. So I have a lot of characters, especially Templars, yeah? Each league I start with Siege Ballista and it's a build that I always make. Now this is a Templar that I started yesterday from level 1 and we need to finish the campaign and we do the voice tones too. To make things interesting, I'm gonna play on solo self-found, yeah? Usually I do it in trade, but yeah, I got bored, so we play in solo self-found. Okay, let's continue. I was in Act 8. I was here, no? Yeah, I'm more excited about the reveal that we're gonna have in a couple of hours.
Be careful.
So it will be like this. Will be the reveal stream. Then we have an interview with Ziggy D. And then we have the patch notes, which are very important. Until we have the reveal stream, I'm gonna continue with practice run for my starter. So this is what I will play. The build was adapted for new players, so if you're new to the game, this will be incredible for you. I expect a lot of new players coming from Path of Exile 2. You see, I have a point here, what we can take. We go this way. So now I'm doing the campaign. Let's be clear, the campaign is easy. So for 80% of the builds, the campaign is very easy. Campaign is not hard. I will not do the party trick because nobody plays now. So in public parties, you see none up. On League Start you can do it because you have hundreds of parties. So if I want to find a party, you don't find anything because this is patch 328 late league, nobody plays in the campaign. But on League Start you have hundreds of parties. So that trick you can do on League Start when you have a lot of parties in public party. Now, because I'm playing solo self-found, I will also pick up the quest items for Breach, like these ones for the Genesis 3, I will pick them up. Probably I'll finish the campaign in 1 hour, and then we continue with the ending. Yeah, I'm more hyped about the ending.
Your loyalty has gone unrewarded. Go to God, if he shall have you.
For the content, I will go with Blight. From Blight, I will transition to Ultimate. So when I do white maps, yellow maps, I go with Blight. From Blight, I will make the transition to Ultimate Moment. What a shit layout here. Blight, it's easy. It's also very rewarding. It will give you your initial currency to get your initial upgrades. It also gives good experience. Blight after day 5 is no longer that great, but first 5 days it's great. Everyone needs oils. Yeah. Even the blighted maps you can sell, you make extra profit with the blighted maps. Yeah, welcome everyone. So until the reveal stream, we continue with the practice run. This is a Templar that I leveled up yesterday from level 1. I'm playing on solo self-found. And we will unlock the Atlas today. As much as we can. By the way, we have the Abyss rework pretty much confirmed. So the MTX that you get for free for watching the reveal stream today, it's called Abyssal Finisher Effect something. But because it has the word Abyssal in the name, it's another hint that they will do something with Abyss. So the thematic of page 329 will involve an Abyssal rework. Probably they will borrow features from Path of Exile 2, which I don't have anything against it, because the Abyss in Path of Exile 2 is better in my opinion. Yeah, welcome. Just started the stream now. Blank picture, welcome too. The Shrine Belt can be added even in patch 329. If it will not be added now, maybe they will add it in the future. So usually when they put a lot of effort into a unique item, they will add it to the core of the game at one point. So when they devote a lot of time into a unique item, many times they will get added to the core. So if they will not add it in patch 329, they will add it later, 330 or 331. But yeah, the Shrine Belt, I'm pretty sure it will go added to the core at one point. Yeah, welcome everyone. I just started like 5 minutes ago. So here I finished the campaign. This is a Templar that I leveled up from yesterday, from level 1. And after the campaign, we do the Atlas. Man, what's this? This is a secret area here, no? They added some extra secret areas in the latest patch, yeah? So to make the campaign more interesting, they added extra secret areas to the campaign. This is a recent addition to the game. Yeah, don't worry, I will show you my Atlas progression. So what I will do here in this stream, it's exactly what I will do in page 329 for making my currency. I'll finish the campaign pretty soon, probably 40 minutes or 50. If you have questions, put in the chat, because anyway, I'm reading YouTube and I'm reading Twitch. So anyone has questions, put in the chat. As I'm moving here, I'm also reading the chat, yeah? No, the build uses only cheap items. Even when you transition to Siege Ballista, you can do tier 16 maps for like 3-5 divines with no problems. Even lower, if you know what you're doing, you can even make it on 1 divine. So the build is not expensive. Gabriel, welcome. That's a key factor for a league starter. You need to make sure that the items that you're using are not expensive. Very important. When you pick your starter, make sure that you don't have expensive items. For the end game, I repeat, the campaign is irrelevant. So in the campaign, 80% of the builds will shred the campaign. What matters are red maps tier 16, that's what really matters. So you don't care about white maps, you don't care about the campaign, they are easy as fuck, a lot of builds can do it. Focus on the end game. When you pick your league starter, you don't give a fuck about the campaign, you don't give a fuck about white maps, you pay attention to red maps, in particular tier 16. That's a good league starter that can farm tier 16 on a budget. That's tanky, that you don't press 100 buttons, that's important for a league starter. And you want a build that's capable of farming as much content as possible. That's what you look in a league starter. Stop paying attention to the campaign. In my opinion, it's pretty much irrelevant. The campaign, it's not that important as the end game. You look for a league starter, you pay attention to the end game. The campaign, you do it once, and in the end game, you stay forever. So you need to pay more attention for the end game. New players don't understand this and they pay too much attention to the campaign. Too much attention. You want a good time in Path of Exile 1, focus on the end game. Pick a league starter based on how it performs in the end game to make your initial currency, to get your bonus objectives fast for the Atlas. That's what really matters. Yeah? Yeah, I know, the time is terrible for European players. If you're from Europe, when we have the league start, it's very late, it's close to midnight. That's a problem. So usually league starts happen on a Friday, most of the times on a Friday, and during the night, when it's for European players, it's night. So the time is terrible. Even now with the reveal stream, it's again in the evening for European players. Misses 6 hours, it's close to midnight. So when they will do the stream reveal for this patch, will be close to midnight in my country. I mean, close to midnight. Or very late, that's the idea. Already we can speculate. So we're gonna have an Abyssal rework. This is pretty much confirmed. Even the MTX that you get from free has Abyssal. It's Abyssal rare finisher effect. So it's another hint that they will do something with Abyss. Now, a lot of people don't want to hear me saying this, but I think because they have Path of Exile 2 releasing in December, this will impact a little Path of Exile 1. You know, it's a big day for GGG. The release of Path of Exile 2 fully, you know, out of early access is something big for them. I think that's their priority in 2026, Path of Exile 2. Some people get upset. Why you talk about Path of Exile 2? Man, we need to talk about these games together, in my view. Yeah? Either you like it or not, Path of Exile 2 does impact Path of Exile 1. They even said that the developers from Path of Exile 1, they moved some of them working on Path of Exile 2. They said it. They had an interview and they said we had to move some of the developers. Oh, I will die here. I was frozen. They had to move some of the developers from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. As long as the game will be good, it doesn't bother me too much. So if they deliver a good game, I don't care. I just want to play a good game, that's it. When do you switch to Ballista? As the build guide tells you in red maps, you should open the build guide and you read. You have a build guide, here is the build guide, you read it. So close to red maps, we will transition to Siege Ballista. Until then, you stay with Explosive Arrow. There are some requirements for the Siege Ballista transition, which is in the build guide. You should read it. Also, keep in mind, I will do multiple runs. So when I will reach, you will see the transition on stream. But the campaign, we're gonna do it with Explosive Arrow. Let's go here. So 99% of the questions that I get are already in the build guide. 99.
My mana is spent.
Yeah, welcome everyone, man. I see a lot of people today. It makes sense, it's a big day today. By the way, speaking of Abyss, Siege Ballista is great for farming Abyss. If you don't believe me, I can relog and I will show you. One of the best builds for clearing Abyss is Siege Ballista. And if you have an Abyss rework, it will be a thematic for maps, in maps content with and Siege Ballista will shred it. So what I can do, I can show you the build fully done and I can open some Abyss just to demonstrate how good it is. No, there are more requirements. It's not just the level. You need to have some items. You need to have a Siege Ballista gem with 20 quality at level 15. You should read the build guide. So it's not just level 78. It's more than that. Yeah. You also have a video guide on how to transition. Let me take this ring. No. So it's more than level 78. And 78 is the minimum. I will do it on stream, I will show it again. I don't like this place too much, it's like a big maze. They also freeze. We might get Harbingers, not now, in the future. So Harbingers, they removed it. I think they will make the mechanic more complex. And they will add it to Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1. So I think Harbingers will get re-added to the game, but they will make the mechanic more complex. So they will evolve the complexity of the mechanic and they will add it back to the game. Probably they will add it to Path of Exile 2. So I'm expecting Harbingers again. Not now, but in the future. Remember, we have a support channel. Here is my Discord. We have a support channel for Siege Ballista. You might want to check it out. So we have an active community of players that made my build for multiple years now. During League Start, it's very active, that channel. So when it's getting close to League Start, very active. Take this one. The reason I have the crafting recipes, I'm playing on solo self-found here, yeah? I want to emulate as best as I can League Start conditions.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Why are you still standing there?
Okay, let me clean my inventory. Let me use a divination tab. This one. Put it here. Let's name it Nation. I like to organize everything nicely. We put also affinities. Now I need to unlock the heist locker too. I will do it later. Okay. This I don't need it. We go here. Man, let me tell you, the bosses in Path of Exile 2 are much more easier than Path of Exile 1. The fights for pinnacle bosses in Path of Exile 1 are much more complex and hard than Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2 you can do those bosses, pinnacle bosses, with a lot of builds. I mean, put in balance Maven, for example, Shaper with Arbiter of Divinity or Raven Lord, or, you know, they feel harder in my opinion and in Path of Exile 1. So I've seen those pinnacle bosses in Path of Exile 2 being done with a lot of builds, man. A lot of builds can do them.
Choose what you wish.
And when I say done, I mean like really fast. They kill the pinnacle bosses extremely fast, even with cheap items. Me do the lab too. Yeah, what about Gauntlet bosses? No, Gauntlet, it's not for everyone. For example, when the Zizaran launched his Gauntlet, I made a build and I said very clearly it's not for new players, and we had some fresh players trying the Gauntlet. Gauntlet is not for new players. Not only that, it's hardcore, we have extra modifiers, it's very hard. Yeah, I said in the video that the Gauntlet is not for new players, it's hard, but they didn't listen. So in addition to the build, you need to be familiar with the game if you play the Gauntlet. In my opinion, it's better to go with Breach than Legion or League Start. I've seen a couple of guys, they want to League Start with Legion. In my opinion, it's shit. Breach is way superior than Legion. And now we're gonna see Abyss, what they will do with the rework. Maybe, who knows, maybe it would be viable for League Start. But I would prefer a Breach over a Legion for League Start. You have the Genesis tree, which prints a lot of resistance items, especially jewelry. You get good resistance rings, you make a lot of currency. So after they finish the campaign, a lot of people need the resistances on their items, and the best place to take it is on the belt, amulet and rings. And if you do with Breach, you print a lot of them. And they are also inclined to give you good modifiers. Legion on League Start, it's a terrible option. I would stay away from it. We will see, man, shut up. I've been playing this build for a long time. and I always tweaked it. So each time in the patch notes, I always tweaked it. We had some indirect nerfs, I always tweaked it, I always saved it. Yeah, so this build was actually quite different in terms of skill tree and 10 years ago. I mean 10 leagues ago, sorry. So I will tweak my build guide depending on what we see on the patch notes. I repeat, the build is not broken, we are not using unintended mechanics, so it's fine. Also, less than 1% of the players play this build. Yeah, it's not even meta, less than 1% of the players are interested in this build. Do you think they will add abyssal modifiers? No. No. So you're talking about abyssal modifiers like in Path of Exile 2? No. That I don't think. I think they will rework Abyss, make it more complex. Maybe if you have an Abyss and you kill an Essence Master, it will get respawned similar to Path of Exile 2. Maybe we'll have interaction with Rogue Exile, but I don't think they will add, you know, desecration like in Path of Exile 2. Here we have Unveils, we will not add desecrations. What they need to do is to nerf kinetic fuselage. The gem is too powerful. So here, in order to push damage with Siege Ballista, I'm doing a lot of tricks. I'm using different items, different skill tree, etc. Kinetic fuselage, the gem, it's unbalanced. So the gem, even without totems, pushes too much damage. So that's the problem with kinetic fuselage. The gem is the problem. The gem is the problem. So for my build, in order to do damage here, I need to use different items, different setups, so you work for it. It's not Siege Ballista, the gem alone. But with kinetic fuselage, the gem is too powerful. Even if you don't go with totems, it still pushes too much damage. The gem. Yeah, minion pack too, fuck that. That's actually more broken than kinetic fuselage minion pack, fuck that gem too. It's too powerful.
My mana is spent.
Remember to curse with flammability. If you have an arc boss or a hard unique, you want to curse with flammability. Let me close the global channel. So you move in circles and you drop the totem, just like the song. Yeah. Yeah. Almost died here. Yugul actually is quite deadly. If you don't move, it's quite deadly. Especially for hardcore players. Good morning, boss. How this build performs in Delve? 300 maximum. If you want 1000, you can transition to my other build, Shrapnel Ballista. You should read the build guide. It tells you at the top what we can farm, what we cannot farm. So it can do Delve up to def around 300. If you want to do 1000 def or higher, you transition from Siege Ballista to my other build, Shrapnel Ballista, which has a lot of defenses on top and more damage. It's in the build guide. Okay, let's return the quest. Here, when I get to stone rings, I'm looking at the implicit. I want as much resistances as possible.
You found them. Stay out.
And we check the explicit now. No. Let's finish that. Boss, how long till live reveal? Probably 5 hours and 40 minutes. You know, if you go on the... Let me check for you. So on the main website, there is a timer that tells you. Let me check it. Yeah, 5 hours and 50 minutes. I just checked. We have plenty of time to unlock the Atlas. So after the campaign, we focus on the Atlas, and I will show you how I will make my initial currency too. Let's take this. I need to do the second lab too. Let's do it now, why not? Second lab will give you more damage. Do it now. Somewhere in Act 8, it should be very safe to do the second lab. Yeah, usually the hours are not friendly for European players. If you're from Europe, usually it's very late for us. Especially the league starts. Because if you have a league start, we need to play until morning. So we're gonna stay awake from midnight till morning to play.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
No man, I said I played the league start not 9 years, I said more than 5 years, so 5-6 years.
Some things that slumber
I didn't say 9 years.
be awoken.
So my dream is to reach 20 leagues in a row with Siege Ballista. I have 3 more. So 3 more leagues and we can do something else. So I always wanted to make 20 leagues in a row with Siege Ballista. I have 3 more leagues and I'm done.
Such resilience.
So for me it's a record.
Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Man, I don't get burnout. You know, when they introduce the rework mechanics and the Atlas tree and all that good stuff, you cannot get bored. If I get burnout, it will be for these practice runs, that's it. Because I leveled multiple Templars. Be careful with the traps here. Man, you know I prefer the lab system from Path of Exile 1 over Trial of Sekema and Trial of Chaos. It's just me. So this system, I actually prefer it. Even the story behind it, it's better than Trial of Sekema and Trial of Chaos. We have even the story is better. Yeah. So that's how you get your ascendancy here. I prefer it in Path of Exile 1. Personal preference. You don't need POE lab. So what you do, you just check here the pillars at the start. So I never use POE lab, never. You have here with current location, you check it, and it shows you. For example, we have just one exit here, and I know. I will show you how I'm using the pillars, especially for the last labs. No, there is a website, POE lab, it shows you the layout each day, you really don't need it. Here is the exit, for example. I know for sure that here is the exit.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without
Yeah, most of the time it's top right, you're right. But this is not always the case. Sometimes it's to the left and you need to check the stone at the start.
sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round.
I want to do something special today. Let's watch the interview with Ziggy D. So usually I get bored, but this time I'll force myself to watch it. So after the reveal stream, we have an interview with Ziggy D. Many times I get bored, but this time we're gonna watch it.
Inexhaustible.
Yeah. So in the past I was getting bored with the interview, but now we're gonna watch it fully.
Emperors aside, make your empire anew.
After the interview with Ziggy D, we have the patch note. No. It's too long, man. It's like 1 hour, no? The interview with Ziggy D, it's like 1 hour. And they make a lot of pauses and becomes boring after a while. So they should make it shorter, in my opinion. Make it more 30 minutes. So I have nothing against Ziggy D. Ziggy D is a great guy. It's just too much 1 hour. Make it like 30 minutes interview. It will be more enjoyable for people. Don't make it too long. I think 30 minutes it's better. Here it is. Yeah, so after I finish the campaign, I will show you how I will progress my Atlas and how I will farm my currency today on stream. For those who don't know, making currency, it's what I enjoy in this game. So each player enjoys the game in a certain way. Some people like to speedrun the campaign, some people like the lore, I like to make currency. So that's what that's how I get my dopamine hit. I like farming currency, I like to craft, I like to flip items, which in my opinion crafting and flipping it's even more profitable than mapping, and all that good stuff I will show today on stream. Except crafting. I'm playing solo self-found, that's why.
Must keep the Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Okay, let's be careful here. In 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Command is to act.
So in 5 hours and 30 minutes.
The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Let me check this.
Beast of burden.
No, let me check this. No. Again, I'm playing solo self-found, that's why I'm checking so much. So this is solo self-found. And now, this is big. Now I do more damage with this one. Let's see what I have here. And I'll just put quality on explosive arrow. Let's put it here, quality. It gives you more fuses. No. And let's kill the Arcade bots, Lunaris and Solaris.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Man, if you ask me what I craft for profit on Lickstart, I will tell you cluster jewels. So if you want to make low investment crafts for a lot of profit, on Lickstart you should focus on crafting cluster jewels. You can craft really expensive cluster jewels for a few kills, very cheap. So this is my favorite crafting thing, cluster jewels on Lickstart. It's low investment, high return, low risk too. Tyranny, welcome back. And thank you for the sub. Yeah, we missed you. We actually talked about you yesterday. You know, people ask where the fuck it's Pirani. Yeah, he fixed his computer. Now he's back. He will play the league, no? Welcome back. Nice to see you again. So actually we asked about you yesterday. People were wondering where are you. Thank you for the sub too. So everyone is returning. We have a new league and today is the reveal. Okay, let's kill them. I repeat, the campaign, it's easy. A lot of builds can do the campaign. It's all about the endgame. So be smart, pick your league starter on how it performs in red maps in particular, not white maps because they are easy. You want a good league starter, focus on the endgame. Stop looking at the campaign. Campaign, you do it eventually and you will do it. And in the endgame, you stay forever with that build. You want to unlock your bonus objectives as fast as possible. You want to get your initial currency too. So stop looking at the campaign. Want a good league starter, focus on how it performs in the endgame. You don't want a squishy build either. You don't want a build where you press like 10 buttons, it's shit. So you want a low button build, tanky, cheap because it's league start, and you want a build that's capable of farming multiple content in red maps, not in white maps. That's a good league starter. So if you follow what I said here, you will never get baited in this game, never. So that's what really matters, that's what you should take. Now in the campaign, you can take this one directly, Lunaris. It makes you move faster and you give you physical damage reduction, it's great. So you can take Lunaris even here after you kill. So I talked many times. People think if they finish the campaign in 3-4 hours that they will get crazy rich. That's not true. So people that finish the campaign in 3-4 hours, they are first in the maps, yeah? They get some initial items on the market. They make some initial profit. After they get tired because they played non-stop, they go to sleep. When they wake up, all their progress is gone. They are no longer first. Others will catch up if they are no longer first, and that's it. And I have in my list multiple guys. By week 2, they have multiple mirrors of Calandra. Why? Because what really matters for currency, how many hours you can play per day, and what strategies you're using to get that currency. So the strategies and how much time you play per day, it's more important than how you speed rush on day 1. Yeah, that's what really matters. I also have 2 speedrunners in my friend list. They barely have 50 divines by week 2. Barely 50 divines. So that's only true in theory. So in theory, if you finish the campaign like 1 hour faster, you'll get rich faster. That's just pure theory. In practice, it's not true. Yeah. Plus, it's not fun to exaggerate, you know, with 2 movement skills, no breaks, you skip some quests. Who the fuck wants to play like that, no? Who the fuck wants to play like that? Nobody. Apotas 123, boss, thank you for the sub. I hope you have a good day on League Start. Thank you, man. So we're gonna finish the campaign. I will show you my Atlas progression. I'm playing on solo self-found to spice things up. So if you're new to the game, the only thing that you need to do is to learn the quest order, in what order you need to complete the quests, and there are some area secrets that you need to learn. That's it. That's it. You don't need to exaggerate. You don't need to memorize the layouts of the areas from the campaign. No need for that. You don't need to use 2 movement skills. No need for that. You do all the important quests for skill points. You don't skip anything. You don't skip any lab. You do the campaign like a normal human being. You don't play like a speedrunner. This is the tip from POEGuy. So listen what I said. Okay, Act 9. This is a very short act. Let's do it.
This is neither the time nor the
So that's
place.
it. If you're new to the game, you memorize the quest order. It's in what order you need to complete the quest. And there are some area secrets that can help you. That's it. You don't need to exaggerate more than that. And if you suck, you can join a public party here. So on League Start, there are hundreds of parties. Will be listed here, but on League Start. Give me a second. I need to focus a bit. This area is very deadly, by the way. So this area here, it's extremely deadly. Let me pass it first, then I will explain what I wanted to say. So the goatmen are the deadliest monsters from Path of Exile 1, and here you have a lot of them. Man, out of curiosity, let's see how many times I died. I forgot. No, look, 0. I'm cocky, huh? I literally forgot, because this I leveled yesterday from level 1, so I forgot if I died. To be careful. Path of Exile 2, it's easier, man. It's easier to learn, and the maps are easier. And another thing that you will notice in Path of Exile 2, if you open Waystone 11 and Waystone 15, there is no difference pretty much. Everything feels the same. In Path of Exile 1, if you open Waystone tier 16 map and tier 16 map, you really feel the difficulty. So each time you go up with a tier, you really feel the difficulty spike. This thing, we don't feel it in Path of Exile 2. So you can do Waystone 10, Waystone 15, the monsters will feel the same. In terms of tankiness and damage, you will feel the same. My boy, thank you for the subs, man. That's a lot of subs. I hope you have a good start. The problem is I don't see your name, sadly. You subbed Anonymous. So I don't know who you are, but whoever you are, thank you. So I appreciate the support. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. This will be a long stream today. I'm gonna stay even for the reveal. We watch the ZiggyD interview and the patch notes at the end. Again, thank you for the subs, my boy. Thank you. Yeah, today will be a long stream. So after midnight, I will still be online. Usually I don't stream when it's midnight. So yeah, when it's midnight, I usually close the stream. I don't stream. But today it's an exception because we have the reveal stream for the next patch. Jay, that's right. Yeah, I don't see your name, but thank you. Let's take the quest item, should be here at the top. You see, I'm playing pretty normal here, I don't exaggerate. What I mean by exaggeration, if you use 2 movement skills, it's stressful as fuck. So you can use Frostblink in combination with Shield Charge, but who the fuck wants to play like that? It's stressful. So 1 movement skill, it's more than enough. It will save you like 1 hour, that's the reality. If you use Shield Charge with Frostblink, for example, it will save you like 1 hour. You finish the campaign like 1 hour faster. That's the benefit of using it. But it's stressful, man. It's stressful. You need to... 2 movement skills is stressful. For me. Yeah, let's take this.
See you. But in the remember,
Here it's a tricky quest for new players. Many of them they missed it. If you play for the first time, this quest here will be tricky because you need to talk to this NPC, then you go to Sim, then you talk back. And I've seen that a lot of new players they missed it. Okay, let's take this one. I recommend 2 Quicksilver Flask, that's ideal. You don't need more than 2. You don't need 3. 2 it's more than enough. So after the campaign, I cannot wait to show you my Atlas progression. So this is how I will progress my Atlas in page 329. Not only that I will get my bonus objectives fast, but I will make a lot of currency fast, which is important. And because I'm playing on solo self-found, everything will be locked in this run. Everything will be locked. You know, strongboxes is not great on League Start. Strongboxes without scarabs are shit. Listen to what I say. So on League Start you don't take strongbox. You know, if you don't use particular scarabs, strongboxes are bad. You don't use strongboxes on scarabs unless you on League Start unless you have good scarabs. Without scarabs, it's terrible. Boss, thank you for the sub. Santic, thank you for the sub. I hope you have a good time today with POEGuy. On stream, I mean. My opinion is like this: the best content for League Start for new players will be Heist and Blight. So if you never played Path of Exile 1 before, you should League Start with the Heist or Blight. This is very easy for new players. Paliatma, thank you too for the sub. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. So when I see a new player to the game, I always tell them you should do Heist or Blight. Best content for new players. You know, actually new players like Heist. So from what I've seen, if someone is new to the game, they actually enjoy Heist. They will not complain. And it's quite rewarding too. So Heist, it's easy. All that you need is a tanky build and you focus a little on some movement speed and that's it. Blight, as long as you watch a guide, you can do it with any build. You don't need anything great for Blight. Just need to watch a guide, that's it. For advanced players, I personally like Ritual and Ultimatum. Yeah, Expedition is no longer that great, let's be clear. So in the past, one of the best content that you could do on League Start was Expedition. Now let's explain why Expedition is no longer that great. Because I need to explain. There are 2 components on League Start on Expedition, Tusion and Rogue. Yeah, Tusion here and Rogue. The biggest money maker in the past was Rogue. So people were crafting a lot of resistance gear for cheap really fast and they were making a lot of profit. Now we have a problem. We have the Genesis tree. So the Genesis tree from Breach gives you better items and easier and cheaper than Expedition with Rogue. And another problem that we have, it's those items with memory strands. So they added memory strand items. Those items are inclined to give you a lot of good modifiers like good resistances, lives. And because we have the Genesis tree from Breach and memory strand items, crafting with Rogue on League Start is no longer that profitable. So the only profit will come from Tusion pretty much. So stay away from Expedition. I'm telling you, Expedition is no longer great for League Start. Stop suggesting this content. Because of the Genesis T and the memory strand items. It was way better in the past. The #1 money maker on League Start was crafting with Rogue. Now crafting with Rogue it's way less profitable. Let me see what we can take. You should follow the skill tree that I provided. Yeah, here I'm doing from memory. We go here.
Must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, I will just say what I prefer to do. In my opinion, the most profitable content for League Start, I will call it Ultimatum and Ritual, but with Scarabs. If you farm ritual without scarabs, it's a total waste of time. So you need to use particular scarabs to make it rewarding. Yeah. So if you jump directly to ritual without using scarabs, it's a total waste of time. Ultimatum, you can do it without scarabs, and you still make some catalysts which are expensive on League Start. It's not bad. So Ultimatum, even without scarabs, you make some profit. And if you want, you can use one bribing scarab, which will give you slightly better rewards. Just one for budget. But ritual without scarabs, it's terrible. I mean, look at me. We have the Ancestors event. Yeah, we had it for 3 weeks. I made 3 mirrors. In 12 days, I made 3 mirrors of Calandra in the Ancestors event live on stream with Ultimatum. Now, the Ancestors event will migrate to Mirage, and I will do an expensive gamble with those mirrors. So while streaming, I made 3 mirrors of Calandra in the Ancestors event. So if you have a good strategy, you make a lot of currency. Use this. This is a very short act. Yeah, this is the hit based version. I only play hit, I don't put with damage over time. So if I'm ever making explosive arrow, will be the hit version. 99% of the people will go with damage over time. I don't care about that. Hit version is cheaper, it will save you also 20 skill points, around 20 skill points on the skill tree that you can invest into defenses, you can make it tankier. The hit version is particularly good for events. If you have special GGG events, short events, the hit version is superior. Because it's cheaper, you can even make it on solo self-found, it saves you a lot of points on the skill tree that you can invest instead into defenses, so you make it tanky. Hit version is superior, and you push the damage faster. Because we scale a lot of attack speed, you will clear the enemies faster later, especially with a Quill Rain. So you clear the enemies faster too. I'm talking about events. So you only have benefits if you go with hit version. Yeah, in the past they were giving more rewards, you're right. So what we had in Ancestors, they give us a free mystery box. In the past, the events would last like 1 week, and you have a guaranteed mystery box, and you had some tombolas at the end for extra prizes. It was, in my opinion, better in the past. You had like 3 special events. When the league was close to ending, they did 3 special events. Now they cannot do it anymore because we have Path of Exile 2. And they want people to stay with Path of Exile 2, not to go back to Path of Exile 1. It's marketing. So they cannot make the same format. No, we need to see the patch notes. So if you wonder why I didn't make any videos on my YouTube, usually I wait for the patch notes. So it's not fair to make a video about my League Starter if we don't have the patch notes out. So out of respect for the players, I will not make any video regarding my League Starter until we see the patch notes. So now we see the patch notes today, then I'll make the video. My boy, it's in the build guide. So I said around level 78 minimum, but there are more requirements. So in the Siege Ballista build guide, if you open it, there is a section for the Siege Ballista transition, and you have it there. So it's much more than the level. So this is a transitory phase with the explosive arrow, yeah, until we transition to Siege Ballista. Should happen in red maps, the transition. So when you reach red maps, somewhere in red maps, you will swap to Siege Ballista, which is the actual build. Man, you know, POEGuy, I don't bait people, and this is a build that I played myself for years. So there is no point of showcasing a weak build. This is a strong build. If I played it for so long time, this means it's a viable build, great build. I would never play a shit starter, never.
My mana is spent.
Yeah, you know, Act 9 and 10 are actually quite short. What I'm thinking here, maybe the developers got bored, you know. Maybe they wanted to make it more complex, and they decided to shorten it so they can release the expansion. Look, check the Twitch chat. I mean, most of the people that are watching now Twitch, they played my build before. Look at this guy. He played it for 3 leagues now, and he loved it. He will make it again this patch. So once you try it once, you cannot go back. And I repeat, this was adapted for new players. When the build is fully done, actually it becomes tanky. There is an Asian version of this build, which is squishy, you know, like a glass cannon. I fuck that. I don't like squishy builds. So if you go with the build guide, it will become tanky. And the number one problem for new players is that they die a lot. Of course, they need a tanky build. So this was fully adapted for new players. So it also has good defenses when it's done, the build. On League Start, of course, you need to play a little more careful because it's League Start. If you're new to the game, for example, you need to read the map modifiers. I've seen a lot of new players, they die to reflect, they die to no regen, low recovery. You need to read the modifiers a little. On League Start. When the build is fully done, it's easy. See what we can take. Here. Yeah, as I told you, most of the guys that are watching now on Twitch, they made a build in the past. And they want to make it again now. Okay, let's see what I have.
For once, something good will come from this vile Trathan alchemy.
Man, they suck, all of them. Yeah.
See ya.
Do you need help with something?
Let me clean my inventory. You know, I have a full inventory
The
here.
time nor the place.
Not.
I need to clean it. This I can use. Let's roll some useful modifiers. So on League Start for the flask, I don't buy it. I just roll. This is perfect. Usually on the life flask, I want immunity to corrupted blood. Yeah, I need to remove it. If you need the Scroll of Wisdom, it's also easy.
Yes.
You sell this one, Orb of Transmutation. Anyway, you don't need a lot of blood.
See ya.
Give you Scroll of Wisdom. Okay, let's finish it.
That's him.
I need to return one more quest, I just realized. Here.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Hunt well.
Where the... Shh. Shh. Oh, I'm reading the chat, that's why. I cannot focus, I'm reading the chat. So here, as I play, I'm reading Twitch and YouTube, yeah? So my eyes are on the chat as I play. So as I play here, I'm reading the chat from YouTube and Twitch. And I lose my focus.
Of darkness, I tread once more. Must have time to gather.
You have a point, let's take this one. So because we have too much walking involved, I have time to read the chat, no?
My mana is spent.
Look, a blueprint. The blueprints, if you get them in the campaign, you can sell them for like free chaos to... Even in the campaign, people are running blueprints. Okay, let's roll this one now. Something with utility. I mean, this is fine, we use. Man, 5k hours, even 10k hours, in my opinion, it's not enough for Path of Exile 1. You need much more than that. The game is too complex. Yeah, I see from time to time in the comments that, man, I play Path of Exile 1 1,000 hours, 5,000 hours, that's not enough. It's much more complex than Path of Exile 2. You got a mirror in Act 6. Talk about luck. Check here. So again, because I'm playing solo self-found, I'm trying to check the mirages and get some extra currency.
Choose what you wish.
So this is solo self-found here, I'm not playing in trade. Oh! You should move actually, you move in circles like this, so you don't get hit. Yeah, it's confirmed. They will remove Mirage in 329. Probably it will go to core in the future. So most of the content that we had in Path of Exile 1, they usually add it at some point. Ultimatum was added later. Sanctum was added later. Viridian Wildwood was added later. Sentinel was added later. So in Mirage, we might get it in the future, like you open a map and randomly you find a Mirage in the map. That's how it will be added. So every 10 maps, randomly you get a random Mirage in the map. That's how I see it. But in the future, yeah.
My mana is spent.
So every 10 maps, 50 maps, randomly you'll find a Mirage appearing in your map, which can benefit the content that you're farming 2 times. Let's check the build. No. No, I'm really thinking about playing another game, but I don't have other game to play. You know, Diablo 4, I don't like it. Torchlight Infinite, I don't like it. How you call it? So just Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, but I need to maybe a different genre. So, for example, I play from time to time World of Tanks Blitz, but I don't play it on stream because people get bored. But yeah, I need to think. Diablo 2 Resurrected, it's a great game, but it's filled with hackers. That's why I quit. So I was a big Diablo 2 fan. Diablo 2 Resurrected is a great remaster. The only problem, it's filled with hackers. Map hacks, pick it, you know, there is even a forum that people use to, it's a ladder reset and people already buy all the items that they need. That's why I had to quit. So I'm playing legit the game and I don't want to compete because I only play multiplayer, by the way. I don't play single player. I don't want to compete with others. Because if I farm in the end game a good item and when I try to sell it, it will sell for less. Because the market is flooded with expensive items from people that use bots. And that's why I had to quit Diablo 2. But I still like it, it's a good remaster. Did you try Grim Dawn? I never played it. So Grim Dawn, I never played it, but yeah, I should play Grim Dawn. Maybe we try it on stream. I will play it for the first time, we can do it on a stream. So yeah, Grim Dawn, I never tried it, yeah. Never played it. I only talk about games that I know and that I played personally. Oh man, Last Epoch, I didn't play it, but I have respect for the company because it's a small company, man. So I have more demands from Blizzard, which is a large company, than Last Epoch. The developers from Last Epoch, they don't have money, it's a tiny company, you know. So I would expect much more from a company like Blizzard than those that made Last Epoch. So I keep in mind if the company is big or large. So the problem with Last Epoch, they don't have money. And they ruin the game a little because they try to satisfy the player base. Let me tell you something, the people are not always right. So the players are not always right. They want changes, but those changes can ruin the game, man. Yeah? So listening to the community, it's not always a good thing. Sometimes when you listen to the community, you can destroy the game. You need to still have a vision, but you also listen to the community, but don't listen fully to the community. Sometimes the community might be wrong and it can ruin your game. And that's what happened with Last Epoch. They simplified the game too much. The campaign, it's a joke. I've seen gameplay on the campaign. It looked way too easy for me. Yeah. So they listen too much to the community, in my opinion. What do you mean Blizzard doesn't exist? They got bought by Microsoft. Ah, you're right. They got bought by other company. I forgot. Okay, let's finish the last act and we unlock the Atlas. So when you make a game, you need to listen to the community because you need to make some profit. No, it's marketing. But you also need to make sure that you don't ruin the game. You know? Don't listen too much to the community. Best thing that you can do if the developers actually play the game, like we have in Path of Exile. So the developers from Path of Exile 1 and 2, they actually play the game themselves. That's the best thing that can happen. When you have developers that are working on the game, that they are playing the game themselves, it's better. In Blizzard, I don't think they play the game. So the developers from Blizzard, including Diablo 4 probably, they don't play that much the game. So even if they have hundreds of developers working on different aspects of the game, if they don't play the game themselves, it's not that great. 5 hours. Tutio, in 5 hours we have it. Yeah, I also think it's the case. So the developers from Path of Exile, they play the product, they play their game, but the developers from Blizzard, probably they don't play the game. And that's the issue. Oh, you have a good point. Today they release also the supporter packs. Some supporter packs might look great. And I don't know why people complain about the finisher effect. So if you're watching the stream today from GGG, you will get a red finisher effect. And this gives you information. I always said that unique finisher effects and rare finisher effects can give you information. You have a visual cue and an audio cue that you killed something. More useful, in my opinion, it's the unique finisher effects. Because this will let you know when you kill a rogue exile, for example. If you do a very juiced map, you will not see anything on the screen. There are masters everywhere. But it gives you information. So for the advanced player, this is an MTX that can help you. Now, rare finisher effect is not that important, but you know, there are some MTX that give you slight information. So I like the finisher effects. I don't know why people complain. Yeah, of course, but if you read, there are some people that complain. They said that they don't want finisher effect, they want wings again. Yeah.
This ghastly nightmare must be put to an end.
And yeah, you have a point. It's also free. Nobody's forced to use it. So if you don't like it, you don't use it. Let's take this one here.
My mana is spent.
You've done well.
The new league, it's on 24th of July. Today they do the reveal stream. So we don't have the new league today, it's the reveal stream. They will explain what they will add in the next patch. Let me see, maybe get a cluster duel. Also, it gives you more experience. I'm talking about the Mirror of the Living. Get also more experience. The best supporter packs were from the Crucible League, in my opinion. Check this and this. Yeah, 5 hours. Around 5 hours. So after I finish the campaign, we finish the Atlas. And I will show you how I will progress, how I will get my currency. Here I'm playing on solo self-found too. First with Plum ability if you have a unique boss. Man, I explained many times about it. You even have it in the build guide. Why I don't use elemental equilibrium here, yeah? So in the past, so this is for new players, yeah? New players, what they do on the league start. They change their items. As they progress the acts, they pick from the ground different rings, bows, quivers, gloves, and they need to calibrate, you know, cold and fire. Cold, fire, and lighting. You need to calibrate the elemental. And they waste too much time. They waste... damage is more than fine, you see? But they waste too much time in the campaign, so I just dropped it. As you can see, I'm killing everything ultra fast. You don't need elemental equilibrium. This only gets confusion for new players. This is a new player-friendly setup, so I had to drop it. I had to drop it because they waste too much time checking the rings. They pick new rings, new bows, new quivers, new gloves, and they waste like 1 hour from the campaign is just checking the items. And because of this, I decided to drop it, because anyway, we're doing shit ton of damage. So I need to explain for those that don't know. That's why I dropped it. This is 100% new player friendly, and new player, you know, they struggle with the game. Too much information. So to make easier for new players, I decided to drop elemental equilibrium. They're wasting too much time checking the items, you know, especially on league start in the campaign, where they pick up all the time items from the ground.
The banner.
What we can take? Let's take this one, silver.
You return for
This is
freedom.
neither the time nor the place.
Let me put augmentation too. This one. I don't want less duration. For the magic utility flasks, you can take whatever, but you don't want to see less duration. So when I see less duration, I will continue rolling. Let's take this one. Reduced effect, you also don't want to see. So less duration and reduced effect, you don't want to see. Oh, look, we can use something like this. Okay, let's take another point, one additional arrow. I explained in the build guide why I didn't took elemental equilibrium. I mean, if you're a veteran player and you know what you're doing, you can take it, but damage is more than enough. And anyway, we're gonna transition to Siege Ballista at one point. So yeah.
I must have time to gather my will.
So when I made the build and I adapted it for new players, I think about what they need, not what I want. So when I make this starter, I don't think about what I want. I think about what a casual player needs, because I know what he needs. Casual player, new players. I tweak the setup for them. So I don't care what I like, I need to tweak it for new players here. So this build was adapted for new players. If you never played Path of Exile 1 before, you will make it because it's very easy to play. I simplified everything. When the build is fully done, it will be also tanky. It will not be squishy when it's fully done. Very easy to play. Try, when you have a beefier rare or unique, you try to put the totems closer to the enemy because we are using point blank. So the closer is the totem to the enemy, you do more damage. The further away is, you do less damage. So if you see an enemy dies harder, you will put the totems closer to the enemy. Man, it's hot here.
An emperor must know precisely.
Oh fuck, I forgot this one. We will do it, don't worry. Before Kitava, you need to make sure that you have the free labs unlocked.
This is neither the time nor the place.
I mean, let's do it now. It's very easy to find it. We go here. So this trial, you find it very easy here. Studio, shut up about the face reveal. Now everyone will start asking it. So face reveal, we do it later, maybe in autumn, not now. So don't write anything about the face reveal.
My mana is spent.
People will read the chat and they will start everyone with the reveal, yeah? So don't remind them. I said we do it in autumn, not in the summer.
Must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, don't mention it anymore. I mean, I've shown a picture with me, if you remember. I did show on stream. It was taken like 7 years ago, but it's still a picture with me. I did show my picture with me on stream. You know, the idea is if I don't have a webcam, I can play more relaxed. So for me, I want to enjoy the game, yeah? And I don't want to stress myself how I look. When I open the stream, I need to get ready, put a beautiful t-shirt, you know, arrange my hair, fuck that shit. So I just want to play the game without stress. That's why.
An emperor must bear two.
Okay, now let's continue.
Hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
Here. So for me, it's one extra stress. Before you open the webcam, you need to make sure that you have the right clothes on. You don't want to be naked, for example. By the way, I'm playing naked now. I just have my underpants. Nobody can see. Good times because it's hot. So I don't need to... It's stressful. And you also need to arrange yourself. Make sure you don't have shit on your face or something. You need to arrange your hair. I don't want. It's an extra stress that I don't want to deal with it. Can we see the picture again? Maybe. Maybe. Let's see how many people are online. Let me check. 200? No, you cannot see. When we have less people, I will show you. Here we have a mastery. So look here, even though I don't have a quill rain, here it's a rare bow, we're gonna still, if you don't have a quill rain, you're still gonna take this mastery. It says increases to projectile speed, apply to damage. Now, you will ask me why. Simple. You have here some projectile speed 20%. You have here some projectile speed 20% that you will take later. And on the quiver, you can get projectile speed. So there are quivers that can give you projectile speed. So you still take the mastery, even though you don't have a quill rain. I will change my quiver later and I will have also projectile speed, which will get converted to increased damage.
Local, need your aid.
Yeah, welcome everyone. I'm about to finish the campaign and we unlock the Atlas. I'm playing on solo self-found, so this is a fresh unlock.
My mana is spent.
You're a Saki boy. We will see in 5 hours. Grinding Ryan, boss, nice to see you back, welcome. So this is the second Templar, I'm about to finish the campaign and we will unlock the Atlas. Kanar, boss, thank you for the sub, I hope you have a blast on League Start, thank you man, I appreciate it. So for those who don't know, the campaign is easy. You can do it very easy with a lot of builds. So it's you will destroy the campaign with a lot of builds. The campaign is easy. White maps are also easy. So you start feeling the difficulty starting with the yellow maps. Oh shit, I died. My boy, this is my first death, yeah? Yeah, it ruined my idea. I wanted to say it's easy. It's easy, still easy. You will die from time to time, but it's easy. The campaign is easy. White maps are also easy. I just said that the campaign is easy and I died directly. And this was my first death, by the way. First time I died. So the moment I said the campaign is easy, I died instantly. Oh yeah, the body armor, he is right. So look what happened here. Here it's a trick that I can give, especially if you're new to the game. In the campaign, the armor values matter. Yeah, so here I have 160 armor, 160 evasion. This is a body armor that I got from Act 3. So as you progress the acts, you can find a better one. And how you find it? With the gold that you pick from the ground, you will visit Faustus and you will gamble body armors with armor and evasion. Most of them will have better modifiers than what I have here. And it's also inclined to give you 4 links very easy. Give 4 links. Look, this is better. I have 700 armor, 500 evasion. Yeah, and this is an upgrade for me. To get your colors, it's easy. With being armor and evasion, it's inclined to give you green and red sockets. I need 2 red, 2 green. It wants to ruin my video. My stream, sorry. So what you can do here, there are vendors that give you orbs. So check with the vendor and you buy the chromatic orb.
Comes to them.
Here. Come on, give it. Incredible. 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 You get it very fast. Usually with 3 clicks you get it, but for some reason I didn't get it. You do 3 clicks, you get it. So this will not happen to you. It is what it is, but I wanted to show you, you can upgrade your body. It's very easy to get your colors, but of course I didn't got it here.
This is neither
So I'll play with this one.
the place.
So you do like 3-5 clicks, you get the colors that you need. 3-5 clicks.
My mana is spent.
5 hours. Look, my first map. No face reveal, my pennies reveal. So when he said reveal, he was referring to the new league, page 329. So he was referring to the reveal from GGG for page 329, not my face reveal. I give you the pennies reveal, not the face reveal. Okay, let's kill this one and we finish the campaign. Try to put the totems closer to the boss, they deal bonus damage. You run in circles around the boss, yeah?
Rest now, my brother.
Let me check this bow here.
Of judge.
No, let me check this mana flask. It's better than what I have anyway. We can put it. Now, before we kill Kitava here, we need to do the last lab. It's even in the build guide. So you do the third lab before you kill Kitava. So let's do it now. If you kill Kitava, you have a penalty for your resistances, yeah? And it will be harder to kill after. So let's do it.
Justice will prevail.
Should be easy. Yeah, they did a good job with the Mage Blood in Path of Exile 2. I was not expecting to be this powerful. So initially when they said about Mage Blood in Path of Exile 2, I was thinking about the charms. No, they would do something with the charms. They actually introduced the same modifiers, I mean, similar modifiers from Path of Exile 1. For example, the Silver Flask doesn't give you Onslaught, it gives you action speed. Look what I'm doing here. So each time you open a room, you go to the current location stone circle and it shows you where you need to go. So if I go to the left side, I find the exit, which will bring me further. If I go to the right side, it will be a dead end. Yeah? So it gives you information. So I need to go slightly to the left. So the exit will be slightly to the left. To the right, if you go, you'll find a dead end. So you don't need to use POE lab. Look, I'll go directly and find the exit. So now I go to the left, and there will be the exit. So here I make left. Fuck the traps! Fuck the traps! Yeah, they do heavy damage over time, especially physical. So this will be the exit. You see? Just like this, because I read it at the start. So get used to it, you don't need POE Lab, the website. Some people use POE Lab, you don't really need it. You just read the stone at the start.
Slowness lends strength to one's enemies.
Curse with flammability, it's League Start, no?
No two battles are alike.
Damage should be fine.
Such resilience. Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Again, let's check here. Here we have just one exit. So you go at the top, you find the exit, just one exit. So you need to read the stone when you enter a new area. When it's one exit, it's slightly to the right. So top section slightly to the right should be the exit. Oh. Here is the exit. Here we have a golden key. So I know the slightly to the left will be the exit to the next Hiero fight. Yeah, slightly to the left. So we go up and then I'll go slightly to the left. So this is the correct door, for example. This will bring me to the next Hiero, not this one. This one. Now I need to take the key. You don't like my webcam? It shows you information. You can see when I press the flask. Look, I'm pressing the flask. Bang. Flask, yeah, let me see. Can you see it? I don't even know if you can see. Look. Bang. Pressing the flask. Look. I mean, look now. Bang. Press the flask. Oh. Man, my two buttons. I'm full life, that's why. So I was full life. So you need to, if you're on full life, you cannot press it.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
So now I know that the real exit for Hiero will be this one, slightly to the left. Yeah, because I watched the stone at the start. So this will bring me to Hiero. Here we'll give you one additional room.
Let the day dawn golden.
So here we have the next Hiero fight. You see it? Just by reading the rooms.
When the time comes.
Yeah, this is new player friendly. This means if you never played Path of Exile 1 before, you'll have a good time. But you need to read the build guide. So you open the build guide, you read it, even though you never played Path of Exile 1. I tweaked this starter to be 100% new player friendly. We had a lot of people that never played Path of Exile 1. They still completed the Atlas with my build. So I simplified everything. Even defenses will get crazy. The gameplay, the playstyle is very easy to play. So just make it, and the build is cheap too. So if you never played it, make it.
Some things that slumber.
Remember, you have support channels on my Discord. Here is my Discord. We have a big community of players that made this build for multiple years. Yeah, you love it.
Rise to the occasion.
For Hiero, you should run in circles like this.
You are in
So you move in circles around him while you have the totems in the middle. If your totems die, because they will die, you will resummon them. Again, let's see what we have. So here I need to go slightly to the right. So slightly to the left will be a dead end. And if I go slightly to the right, it will be the next room which I need to go. That's why we check. Be careful with the traps, especially if you're new to the game. You will die here with the traps. Take your time. You don't need to rush it like me. I mean, this is the correct way, no? Now I go to the top. Yeah, this is the correct way. And we check. You see? Here was the dead end, and now you go to here. So we always read the stones, you don't need POE lab. We check again. If I go slightly to the left, will be the exit to Hiero. If I go slightly to the right, will be a dead end. So it tells you where to go. So the exit to Hiero should be here, no? This one. This should be the exit that will lead me to Hiero. You see? This one. So if you read the stone, you don't need POE lab.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must navigate your
You always know where to
empire
go.
with trouble.
If you read the stone when you open a new room in the lab, you don't get stuck.
Claim
Oh!
inheritance.
Yeah. Be careful with the traps. So there are some traps here, be careful.
Trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Okay, let's take it. This is important. 4 endurance charges, that's damage mitigation against physical and elemental attacks, will make you tankier. And now we can kill Kitava. Quality or level. So here quality we put it. Let's put on explosive arrow. Again, I'm playing solo self-found. And let's finish the campaign now. Let's kill Kitava. I have a lot of upgrades to do here. Just wait. Have patience and we see. Oh, I need to stop with 1 second.
Bannon. Remember,
This
we
is
do
neither
this.
the time nor the place. Go.
So what I always say, all these years I always say like this. The build is not broken. We are not using unintended mechanics. What else? GGG wants build diversity. They don't want people playing the same build, and less than 1% of the players play this build. Less than 1%. So there is no reason to nerf it. If we had nerfs, there were indirect nerfs. Like, for example, they remove Awakened Gems. They removed Ironwood. So this build used to be very tanky in the past. They did a change to the skill tree and the build, I had to adapt it. So Ironwood was at the bottom in the past, was giving you armor for each totem that you had. But they removed it and they put it at the top. So in the past, this build used to be very tanky, but they removed Ironwood. We were getting a lot of armor for free from this notable. It was at the bottom actually. And yeah, so indirect nerfs that happened. Also, we had indirect buffs, so you never know. We will read the patch notes together at the
I
end.
knew that you would find the path of righteousness once more, my Lord of Light.
So that's why I didn't make a reminder video yet on YouTube, because I'm waiting for the patch notes. Each time when we have a new league, I wait for the patch notes.
I must have time to gather my will.
We will see them like in 5 hours, no? Today. Let's see. We can take more life here. Yeah, until the reveal stream, I will unlock the Atlas. We finish the campaign and I will show you the progress for my Atlas. We'll show you my Atlas progression, I mean. What I plan to do in 329. So remember, before you kill Kitava, you need to do the third lab. This thing, you have it in the build guide if you read it, and you should read it. On the main page on the build guide, there is a leak star section. You need to read it before you make it. It takes you 3 minutes. Now, a problem that I've seen, a lot of people, they pick their starter on the last day. So let's say the league starts on 24th of July, they pick their starters on 24. You don't want to do that. You need to pick your starter like a week in advance. Oh, I will need to pay attention. So in a week in advance, you need to pick your starter. These enemies are very deadly, yeah? I almost died here. So don't pick your starter literally the last day. When the league starts, you pick your starter. You don't want that. You make a list of possible starters and you pick one that you want based on what you see. If you want, you can even practice the build on standard. If you have already, you know, a Hierophant on standard, you can practice my build. The items are very cheap too, so why not? You do a couple of maps to put some expectations.
I shall strike you down.
No, you don't want to have familiarity. I'm saying it's better, it's smart. So it's not smart to pick your league starter literally on the day that league starts. It's not smart, it's simply not smart. Just noobs do that. So you should pick your league starter a few days in advance. That's how you should do it, that's common sense. So if you want to have a good time, you should pick your league starter a couple of days before the league starts. That's what I'm saying.
Must have time to
Only Saki boys pick their starter literally on the day that league starts. You don't want to do that. You need to have an idea of the build that you will play before the league starts. You need to read the build guide. You know, even you pick your starter, there will be a build guide. You need to read it. So you understand how you scale damage, how you upgrade, how the build plays, common mistakes, etc. That's why you'll have time to read it. If you pick the build literally on the last minute, you will not read that and you'll do a lot of mistakes. I'm talking in general, it's not just about my build. So league starters should be picked in advance. You read the build guide, you have an idea of what your build plays, how you upgrade and more. That's how you should do it. Yeah, we got some indirect nerfs, you're right. Even awakened gems were really powerful. So awakened cold damage to attacks was giving us a lot of flat added cold damage. That was a lot of damage for free, and now we don't have awakened gems anymore. But still the build is strong. But we had some nerfs, you're right. So in the recent patches we had some indirect nerfs to the build. I mean, the removal of awakened gems impacted a lot of builds. Even Herald of Agony was getting extra gem levels, for example, from void manipulation. Oh. Okay, let's do the Atlas now, so the boss is done.
May a new dawn arise.
Yeah. Now we continue with the Atlas. Yeah, you can drink some coffee. My boy, thank you for the support. Zero Moon, thank you for the sub. I hope you have a blast on 24th of July.
It's a
Let me show you how I will unlock my Atlas. We start now.
By the... Well, now that's so. Time and time.
Let me check here, take this.
Good tidings to you.
And I just finished the campaign.
Exile. Exile.
Blight, yes. Initially I go with Blight. From Blight I will transition to Ultimatum. Let me see what we can take. Here we can go. Can also take this life now.
Commander, till next time, shall we keep
There is something that I need everyone to do, especially if you're new to the game. You will put /passives and you make sure that you have 24. So after you finish the campaign, you need to make sure that you have 24 passives. A lot of new players, a lot of them, they are missing essential skill points from the campaign. So if you see 0 anywhere here, you need to go back into the campaign and you do the quest.
This is neither the
Very
time
common
nor
mistake.
the place.
I don't put time because yesterday when I started the Templar, this Templar I started yesterday, I explained the build guide. I had a lot of breaks, I had a courier, I went to the kitchen, so more than 1 hour I had breaks. Yeah? I waited for a courier, I went to the kitchen, I had to explain the build and a lot of things. So I didn't speedrun the campaign. This is not a campaign speedrun, what I did here. Okay, now we unlock the Atlas here. That's what I really want to do. I will show you how I will unlock my Atlas on League Start and how I will make my currency. So let's get started. Let's start here.
This is neither the time
Your
nor
priority
the
now
place.
is to get the bonus objectives.
Like stepping into a dream.
A thing that I need to do, I need to keep my resistances. So my resistances need to be 75. Let me actually go for the boss and then I will fix my resistances. So after you finish the campaign, you need to make sure that fire, cold and lightning are 75%. So let me just kill the boss here and then we keep our resistances. Especially Goatmen, which do a lot of elemental damage here. Let me just kill the boss and we keep my resistances.
My mana is spent.
4 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. So we go to the hideout. And we need to keep fire, cold and lightning to 75%. This is important. Another thing that you need to do, which is also in the build guide, I said, you will need to drop Precision Aura and you put Purity of Elements. The reason we use Purity of Elements is not for elemental resistances, it's for elemental element immunity like Cold, Shock, Freeze, Ignite. That's why we use it. So this is a swap that you need to do, you have it in the build guide. Let me see where I can put it. I need some colors here. On the helmet I can put it. Beautiful. What you can do, if you need blue sockets, you can gamble with the gold that you have.
How's the trail?
And where the fuck is Faustus? Here it is.
Ahoy there.
You can gamble helmets with energy shield base. It's inclined to give you blue sockets. Let me get armor and energy shield. Look, I have 2 blue here. That's how you get it. We enable the auras and this will be the aura set. Now let's check my resistances. I need more cold and lightning resistance. We can craft randomly on my items. Do I have a suffix? Yes. Let's put cold and lightning. I dropped some chaos in the campaign, but we can also put with alchemy.
Do what you must and leave me in
Like this. Let me check again. Now it's better. I still need more. Let's see where we can craft. Maybe on these boots. Here on the boots I'll put some life actually. The amulet is shit. So the amulet I will need to change it. The quiver it's also shit. Here we can put. Let's put cold and lightning. I'll use the lowest tier with just orb of transmutation.
disappointing.
And now we check my resistances. You see, they are kept. Chaos resistance is not a problem in white maps, yellow maps. You don't care about chaos. Chaos becomes a problem in red maps. So even though you see negative chaos, you can play white maps, yellow maps without stress. Later we're gonna focus on chaos. And now let's continue with Atlas. We get the bonus objectives that we need. I go slightly to the left because we have the blighted maps. So you need to discover blighted lands, which is here where I have my mouse, and we can run blighted maps. For those who don't know, I will go with blight. So my initial currency in white maps will be blight. Okay.
My mana is spent.
Again, I'm playing on solo self-found. The reason is I have the Atlas unlocked. I mean locked, we need to unlock it. That's why I play it. I want to show you the progression while emulating League Start scenario. So if I play on my main Mirage League, I will have everything unlocked already. This I can sell. I need some orders.
What is your desire?
I must have time to gather my wealth.
We don't go directly to Blight. We need to get some higher map tier chance first, then we go to Blight. You will see. So your priority now is to get as many bonus objectives as possible. And some character levels too. You need to level up a little. Look, we have Blight here. The problem with Blight, if you don't have the Atlas nodes to make Blight more rewarding, it's not that great, especially, but you can do it early on. Any currency that you get, it's welcomed, especially in your first map, so I will do it. So Blight without the Blight nodes is not that great.
Good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower.
Let me see, we can make scout towers here. Let's start it.
Light is reacting.
This is terrible because they also come from the right here. I will fail it. Oh, fuck! I misclicked. I didn't want to make that one. So this I will fail it. For Blight to be easy, you need to take the Blight nodes. So Blight without the Blight nodes, it's not great. Okay, I have a point. Let's take this one. So 100% I will fail this one. I don't have Cassia's Pride, I don't have any nodes to make it easier. Blight without the Atlas nodes, it's hard. You cannot do Blight without the Atlas nodes. We try to block them here, maybe. No, no, no. Oh, I actually did it. Now, because it's league start and I need a lot of upgrades, I will just pick everything. Look, oh shit, I got a blighted map. So the best thing that you can get from Blight are this one, blighted maps. Even if they are white, they are still great to run. So it is exactly what I wanted, the blighted map. No, I use the loot filter from Neversing. And speaking of the loot filter, there is something that I need to do. After I finish the campaign, I will push from semi-strict to strict. So in the campaign, I use semi-strict. After I finish the campaign, I use strict. When I reach tier 16 maps, I put very strict. When I get very rich in the game, I put uber strict. So this is my progression. Now, because I finished the campaign, we can push it to strict. I use the filter blade from Neversing. You don't need anything fancy.
I must have time to gather my wealth.
It's always up to date. You don't really need to exaggerate. We get them today. What do you mean today? After the reveal stream, they will publish the patch notes. So only in Path of Exile 2, because it was in early access, after the reveal stream, sometimes they delay the patch notes. But in Path of Exile 1, because the game is fully released, we will have the patch notes today. Will be an interview with Ziggy D, and after the interview, we're gonna have the patch notes. Okay, next node. Here. Let's run the blighted map. So the best thing that can happen to you is to get blighted maps early on. I'm looking for upgrades, especially for the amulet. This is the dog shit. Let me clean my inventory a little. Here is something that I recommend on Start for the contracts that you have. You should get the heist locker. To get the heist locker, it's very easy. You use a coin, you go to the Rogue Harbor. Look here what I'm doing.
This is neither the time nor the place.
You have the heist locker here, you click it, and you put the affinity, this one. And now you unlocked it. So you put that check mark. And now look what happens. So all the contracts here, you deposit directly into that one. Very useful. Let me put my fragment tab too. Here we put fragments, put the affinity, and let's put a color. Okay, let's run the blighted map. Do I have any oils? No. Let's name it here oils. Actually, I would prefer to name it... oils is fine. Usually I name it blight, like the mechanic. I'll put it oils. Let's run it. So this blighted max, you actually want to anoint them to make them easier. You can put this one. Oh, actually I cannot run it. So they rework the system now. In order to run a blighted map, you need to go to the left and you have blighted lands here. You need to discover it. The new system, I don't like this thing that they added. But it is what it is. So I need to go to the left to be able to run the blighted map. Terrible system, but it is what it is. Maps you can also buy from Kirak with gold. So if you ever need maps, you go here and you can buy with the gold that you have.
Got my eye on you.
Let's do this one. No, if you never play Path of Exile 1, you will not have tabs. So if it's the first time you play Path of Exile, you need to buy the tabs. So if you find Blight, you'll skip it unless you have the points for Blight. So there are some points here that allow you to make more towers. There are some points here that will give a lot of damage to the towers, etc. So I will skip Blight for now. I'm just focusing on bonus objectives. Let's enable this. You don't like scarabs, man? I think the scarab system is better than the tablet system. So I would say the opposite to you. I think scarabs feel better than tablets. So Yoshi on Twitch told me that tablets are better. I think scarabs are better in my opinion. They feel better than tablets. The way you customize the content with scarabs feel way better than the tablets. And my boy, thank you for dropping by, welcome. So here I'm doing a practice run, I'm showcasing the build that I will play. I also showcase the Atlas unlock, how I will unlock my Atlas here. So this is the Atlas unlock that I will do, and this is the build that I will play. Oh, this is great. This is a great belt. I have a lot of life. It gives me elemental damage with attacks. It gives me armor and strength. And we can craft some resistances, no? Yeah. Let's put here some cold and lighting. Great belt. Yeah. Map tier 3, let's put it here, volcano. And we do this one. Now the question that everyone asks, how similar these games will become to what they are doing. They are borrowing some quality of lives and ideas from Path of Exile 2 into Path of Exile 1. And they are borrowing some ideas from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2. So the games naturally will become more similar. And now the question that a lot of people ask, how similar will these games become? The Abyss that will have the reveal in 4 hours, probably they will borrow some things from Path of Exile 2. So I can already smell it. We are expecting to get an Abyss rework or something with Abyss. They will borrow some features from Path of Exile 2. You will see. Now, because I'm playing on solo self-found, I will kill a bunch of enemies, yeah? So this is on solo self-found. I will actually check even the Mirage.
Worthy yourself. What is your desire?
No, I don't play solo self-found. I hate solo self-found. The only reason I play solo self-found now is because I have the Atlas locked. So if I play in the normal Mirage League, I have everything unlocked. And I want to show you the progression on stream, but I hate solo self-found. I don't like solo self-found, but I'm playing it now just because I have the Atlas locked and I will unlock it on live on stream. That's why I play it. I don't play solo self-found. I hate solo self-found. Yeah. So I want to show the progression of the Atlas on stream.
Hey.
You can buy maps from Hiero, remember?
Stay vigilant.
Let's do this one. So I really don't enjoy solo self-found. For me, it's all about finding items and trading with other players. That's the beauty of the game. If you play alone, it's not fun. Let's take this one. I take a lot of damage simply because I have a shit body armor from Act 3. I need to change it. So I'm doing maps with a body armor from Act 3, which is dog shit. So I'm looking for upgrades here. This is great, I can use. Yeah, I can use this one.
They fought with such ferocity to protect the sea from their neck. Now the woods burn, and smoke billows through the air, and their flapping wings only draw the flames closer. The fire is coming,
My mana is spent.
Have patience, 4 hours and we will see. Remember, if you have a map boss, you need to place the totems closer to the boss. Because we have point blank here. If you place them too far away, you do less damage. I don't have Quill Rain, I don't have Skirmish, by the way. Check my items. These are items from the campaign. I don't have anything incredible, so I use shit items here. As a matter of fact, I really need to upgrade them. So no uniques, nothing special. Yeah. So here I'm looking for upgrades. We go this way. Let me check these gloves, one moment. Check my resistances, yeah, it's fine. And we can auto craft something here. Let's put increased armor and evasion. Something like this. Let me get the colors. I need to get more orbs, yeah? I'll use it later. You can also use the bench if you want. Let's see, we do this one. I opened the elemental reflect, my bad. You can do elemental reflect, by the way, but so the totems will, let me show you. This map is elemental reflect. You can actually do it if you need, but you need to resummon the totems like crazy. I can look. So because we have elemental reflect, the totems will die. They shoot 2 times and they die. That's the problem. But you keep resummoning them. Let me actually do it. So this map has elemental reflect. You can actually do elemental reflect. So what I will do, I will resummon the totems. So the totems will shoot 2 times and they will die because of reflect. You keep resummoning them. That's how you will deal with elemental reflect. So I repeat, this map has elemental reflect. I can do it. The reason I don't die from frenzy because I have this keystone at the top. Frenzy will deal no damage. So when I shoot from mana forge arrows with frenzy, I will do no damage because I have ancestral bond allocated. That's why I don't die. There is a situation where you might want to do elemental reflect to get bonus objectives in the yellow maps or red maps, and you can actually run it. So keep resummoning. You might need later to run a red map with elemental reflect, you can. You just resummon the totems. And now this boss also is shit with elemental reflect, but let's do it. Boss, why don't you play the other Blue Oyster Club, Torchlight Infinite? Man, I don't like that game, it's pay to win. So I'm an old school player, I like games where you need to struggle, you need to work for your items. The game, for me personally, looks like pay to win. So you might not agree with me, but I think it's pay to win. So I really like games where you need to struggle a little, you need to work for your currency, for your items. Yeah, it feels like pay to win, man. That's why I don't play it. So look, I have elemental reflect, and I'm doing the boss here with elemental reflect. Take this actually. So my totems die easy because I have reflect. You keep resummoning them. Ugh. What do you mean? We use Purity of Elements. How about reading the build guide? You open the build guide and you read it. That's all that you need to do. So you go now, you open the build guide and you read it. Here are my auras. Look, Purity of Elements. Yeah, let's take this. Okay, let's go here. So my priority early on is to get as many bonus objectives as fast as possible.
My mana is spent.
Yeah, the hours are not friendly for Europeans, I agree with you. So when they do a leak start or a reveal, it's very late for us. I mean, you can see my local time zone here. This is the clock. Oh, fuck this boss. Okay, we go here. The reason I go to the left slightly is because we have blighted lands. And now I can use the blighted map. Yeah? So you need to explore this area before you can put the blighted map. Now you can actually run it. So I dropped the blighted map, now I can run it. The best thing about Blight is the ability to run blighted maps. Let me prepare a map tab too. Call it here maps, put it with a different color and put the affinities here. No. No. Let's go in.
Goodbye.
So this is the best part about Blight, the blighted maps that you run. You should watch a guide. I have multiple guides on Blight. They are very short videos, explains you on point what you need to do.
The blight is trying to spread.
I need here some space to make towers. Here where I am. Here I am.
It's branching, exile.
Terrible. So in some maps there is a bug, it will not give you space to build towers. You know? But here I need some space to make towers. I don't have any space. This is a bug. Let's make this and the scout tower.
My mana is spent.
The blight is trying to spread. The blight is trying to spread.
Later I will get oils and I will anoint the blighted maps and we can make more towers, but until then I don't have oils now.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
This one we need to make it fast. Trying to body block this boss
The blight is trying to
so
spread.
he doesn't advance. Now we go top and we upgrade these towers.
It's put out new mycelium.
Let's make empowering tower too.
New roots.
Whoa. Now they come from this direction. Well, let's see what we can do. Let's make this and this here and a scout tower too.
Blight is trying to spread.
It's in the build guide, that's all that you need. Let me put it on the screen, no problem. Give me a second, I will show it on the screen now on stream. So let me put the build guide and we check it together on stream. So this is the build guide. Let's read it together. You have here league start leveling progression. You click it. And you have a video, how to league start with Siege Ballista, and you watch it. So yes, you even have a video. So you have a written guide that explains what to do. If you want to see visually, you have it. So all that you need to do is to read the build guide. Look, I've shown you gameplay until we transition to Explosive Arrow. You also have a guide here. Let's watch it together now. In sockets, try to... We'll have, after we finish the campaign, we have the early mapping, yeah? We will still remain in the Explosive Arrow Ballista. So you do have a video. Until we reach level 78. Yeah, at level 78 we will transition into Siege Ballista, the actual build. Yeah, so here I'm still in the Explosive Arrow Ballista because I will transition with you. In this video there will be a timestamp where I will transition from Explosive Arrow into Siege Ballista. So you get the idea, you have everything in the build guide. All your questions, 99% are here explained in the build guide. Let's go back to the game. Need to focus a little, give me a second.
New routes.
Let's make a scout tower here.
My mana is spent.
Put out new mycelium.
Cool.
New routes. Trying to spread.
Okay, I leveled up. So Blight also gives you a lot of experience, which is very useful on League Start. You can go here. Yeah, that's a good tip. With maps cannot be stunned, it's a good tip. Let's make a meteor tower too, because I have some scout tower immunity, yeah? Here I'll make this, and we make a meteor tower. We can make an empowering tower too. You should watch a guide on Blight, it's not hard. No. Of course we used it, but you need to understand it doesn't impact blighted maps. So at some point I will take it. Now I just started the Atlas Unlock, yeah? At one point I will take a Cassia's Pride. This only works in maps. If you run a blighted map, it will not work. So the notes that I'm gonna take here, Cassia's Pride and these ones that reduce the cost of the towers, will not apply to blighted maps. Okay. So this is tier 1 blighted map. It's not that rewarding, but still you find plenty of useful things that you can use early on. So let's see what I get. So this is a tier 1 blighted map, the lowest tier possible, and let's see the loot. So let's see exactly what I get from a tier 1 blighted map. Okay, let's finish it. So on top of the experience, because I almost made 1.5 levels, so it gives good experience too. Okay.
Must have time.
Also, you get a lot of gold, which is nice. You get a lot of flasks, if you'll notice. A lot of bubblegum currency, which are crucial on a league start. Yeah, so this is very useful on a league start. And I repeat, this is a tier 1 map, literally the worst that you can get. Stack decks you should always open. There are multiple divination cards with 6 links, so it's better if you open it than sell. Anyway, I'm solo self-found. Let me check, maybe I find with dexterity for Siege Ballista when I will transition. Look, gem cutter, please. Look, unique map. And these orbs are very important on early white maps. Here you get jewelry, you need to identify them.
I am no beast of burden.
This I don't need. Let's open the start decks. This I don't need. Let me check what I have. No. 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 I repeat, I play on solo self-found here. Take this. 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 No, this is not a solo self-found build. I can play solo self-found just for the phase with explosive arrow. Later, when I'm above level 78, I will transition to Mirage League and we're gonna swap to Siege Ballista. But with explosive arrow, you can actually play on solo self-found without problems. Look, I don't have a Quiller and I don't have a Skirmish. Damage is still fine. So stack decks I will always open. Check the ring. No, let's open. This we can pick. What about the chaos recipe? I don't suggest that shit. So let's be clear. First of all, I've been playing Path of Exile 1 almost daily for 8 years. Chaos of recipe was great in the past, like 4 years ago. People after they finished the campaign, they were struggling. Chaos Orb were very rare. So 4 years ago, getting Chaos Orb in Path of Exile 1 was a pain, very rare currency to get. So people were going to Blood Aqueducts in Act 9, picking Tabula Rasa card and doing the Chaos Orb recipe non-stop. Later, they made it much more easy. If you run a contract, you get like 10 Chaos. If you run a ritual, you get like 7 Chaos. So whoever is using Chaos Orb recipe in 2026 should uninstall the game, in my opinion. It's no longer worth it. It falls up after 5 hours. So I know there are programs that will organize the items for you. That's a total waste of time. I cannot recommend in 2026 Chaos Orb recipe anymore. So whoever suggests Chaos Orb recipe should uninstall the game, in my opinion. We do not use anymore that shit. Because it's so easy to get Chaos Orbs. They drop everywhere. So don't use it. It programs people to stay poor in the game. So whoever uses Chaos Orb recipe, most likely he's new to the game and he sucks. He will always have poor, literally have no currency. We don't use it anymore. So if you want to listen to me, don't do the Chaos Orb recipe anymore. It's no longer valid. It's no longer good. It's terrible. I should make a video on this subject. Let me get the links here. I need 2 red, 2 green. Beautiful. Okay, let's continue. Take some maps from here. And let's run them. So whoever suggests Chaos Orb recipe, in my opinion, should uninstall the game right now. It's a total waste of time farming the Chaos Orb recipe now. So it was great like 4 or 5 years ago. When Chaos Orbs were very rare, you barely could see any. And people, including me, I was using it a lot on League Star. Now if you use it after 1 day, it's no longer valid. You know, just finding a random rare from the ground, you identify with a lot of resistance, you make 20-30 Chaos. Without dealing with the Chaos Orb recipe, it's a total waste of time. It teaches people how to remain poor in the game with a poor guy mentality. So if you want to listen to me, you don't touch the Chaos Orb recipe. Terrible idea. Want to make currency, start learning the modifiers on the rails and you start identifying rails. It's way better than doing the chaos of recipe. After 10 hours it falls, it's no longer useful. But again, do whatever you want. I will make a video on chaos of recipe actually. It's a good subject to talk. So I used it myself. I used the chaos of recipe a lot in the past, but this was like 4 years ago. What do you mean? So initially I go with Blight. If you do blighted maps, you'll find a lot of rare jewelry. If you identify, you find a lot of resistance gear and you want to sell them. So after they finish the campaign, people will buy from trade rings to keep their resistances and belts and amulets. And if you do blight, you find a lot of jewelry that you can sell, and many of it will sell like 20 chaos, 30, 40. So this I will sell on Kickstarter a lot. I also like to craft cluster jewels. They are very profitable. So you'll see me crafting cluster jewels too. You can drop by and you will see. So initially I go with Blight. From Blight I will transition to Ultimatum. So when I reach red maps, I will transition from Blight into Ultimatum. That's my plan for 329. Let me check this one. I'll keep it actually. Item level 72 is better. I will roll it myself. So chromatic orb I need it. Look, I got it. 2 red, 2 green. Finally I can upgrade this shit. Yeah, I'll keep it. This is an upgrade.
Make your wish.
The biggest craft that you can do on Kickstarter, it's cluster jewels. They are low investment, you can craft them for cheap and they sell really well. A lot of builds need cluster jewels early on. It's one of the crafts that will make you rich with low investment. So yeah, cluster jewel crafting. And you don't need to even farm Delirium, you can buy the bases from the trade website. So you don't need to farm Delirium to get your cluster jewels, you can actually buy them directly from the trade. Yeah. And I will die here. Keeps teleporting. By the way, this is a shit map boss. You don't want map bosses with a lot of transitions, yeah, like this one. This is from the campaign. Okay, let's go here to the next one. Let's link this one. I will do it safe with the bench. It's better, so I don't risk it. We can also craft something useful. Oh, full modifiers I cannot. Still better than what I had. And I can use the mastery with life. So we have a mastery 15% increased life. I can use it with this one. Okay, this is a big upgrade for me. Can also put some more quality. Yeah, big upgrade here. Do the next one. Here it says tier 4. Yeah, I have it here. Yeah, tier 2. My boy Bad Siege, thank you for the support, man. Have a blast on 24. Welcome.
My mana is spent.
I mean, have a blast today. We're gonna see the reveal. So I'll stay online during the reveal. We're gonna check the ZGD interview, and after we're gonna talk about the patch notes, which is the most important thing. Thank you again. So today will be a long stream. No, you can also sell it, you get some shards, but sometimes I destroy them. No man, I said reveal for the content 329. So I'm not revealing my face, I said reveal for the patch 329, it's not my face reveal. Yeah, they are enabled. I think I put it in the title, let me check. Yes, you even have them in the title. So I made sure everything is fine, you will get your drops.
Must have time to come.
Okay, here it is. Let's take this one here. This boss does chaos damage, you need to be careful. We go here. Yeah, I will stream until the patch notes. So we were gonna watch the reveal together, and then we're gonna watch the ZGD interview. Usually I skip it because I get bored, but this time we're gonna watch it. And after we watch the patch notes. Okay. Until then, we're gonna practice. Here I'm doing practice run with my build. I'm also showing how I will progress my Atlas. So this is a practice run. I leveled this Templar yesterday from level 1. Usually they put all the shit maps at the start. So here is the Atlas. Around the core of the Atlas you have all the shit maps from the game. Usually they put that. And towards the extremities you have the good maps. You know, like with good layout, etc. So most of these maps will suck. So around the center, all the maps that you have here, 90% of them will be shit. For example, this one, nobody will run it. So if you want to farm your content, you will not use this map here. Lava chamber, nobody will use it. It's a terrible layout. The reason I pick all the currency, I'm playing solo self-found. Here I need anything that I could get, yeah? I don't even have a quill rain, I don't have a skirmish item. So no quill rain, no skirmish. I'm using shit items.
You think you are exploring the boundaries of existence. You are an insect charting cracks on the ancient stone on which you stand, blind to the dead stone.
And just in case, let me make a portal.
Approach. Make your wish. Make your wish.
Let's curse with flammability. If you have a boss, you should curse with flammability.
Must have time to gather my will.
Okay, let's take this. Let's do this one.
You've done well. Make your wish.
So it has adaptive resistances, it will adapt to fire. It takes less fire damage. When I reach later red maps, for the Siege Ballista transition, I will migrate from solo self-found into League and we buy the items and I transition. But until then, I want to show you my Atlas progression. So I need to play here because I have the Atlas not unlocked. Yeah, that's why I will play on solo self-found just to show you the progression of the Atlas. Later I will swap to Siege Ballista. Anyway, on a 4 link you do plenty of damage with the explosive arrow with this setup. So there is no need to rush the transition. You can stay longer with explosive arrow. Damage is more than fine. Because it like start make sure to curse with flammability. Some of the uniques and the rares can be tanky. You want to curse with flammability. If you have a harder enemy, you curse with flammability. What do you prefer more, Path of Exile 1 or Path of Exile 2? Of course, Path of Exile 1 for the end game. So Path of Exile 2 will beat Path of Exile 2, will be better, but it needs more patches. So with each new patch that they make in Path of Exile 2, the game gets better. You know, more content, more skill gems, more support gems, etc. So it needs more patches and it will be better, but it needs more time. What I love about Path of Exile 1 is the end game. You have so much things that you can do. So compare the Atlas skill tree from Path of Exile 1 with the Atlas skill tree from Path of Exile 2. It's like night and day difference. The nodes feel better in Path of Exile 1 and you have so much content to farm, so you get bored less in Path of Exile 1. They will add more patches and they will make Path of Exile 2 with more content. It needs more time, that's the thing. So with each new patch the game gets better. But at the moment I still prefer the end game from Path of Exile 1. Simply because of the content that you can do. There's a lot of diversity, that's why.
I must have time to
Welcome everyone. I'm doing a League Star Showcase run. This is the second Templar. This is the Templar of Sex. I started it yesterday from level 1. And yeah, I will unlock the Atlas here. That's my point. So we try to unlock the Atlas. Let me make a portal for this one. He does chaos damage, that's why. Let's go this way. Let's check the belt, no? We can do this one. Let's put. You can put even a higher map tier. You don't need to put tier 1. Let me put tier 4 actually. Let me prepare a unique tab. Put it here. Uniques. And put the affinities. Yeah, I know. But I also drop a lot of maps.
My mana is spent.
Now, if you don't have life on your body armor, which I don't have here, you can take that mastery, very useful. So here, 15% increased life for free. Check my life. Very useful. But if you don't have life on the body armor, yeah? Check the ring.
Those I serve cast their eyes upon an endless, unchanging horizon. and have never
By the way,
had
here it's a fun fact.
without
This guy sounds like Chris Wilson.
passes like
So the envoy, it's the voice from this character. It's similar to Chris Wilson.
meaningless and insignificant to
If you
one.
hear closely, this is very similar to Chris Wilson.
But then came the silence.
So I think he actually talked here. So when we have the envoy, I think this is Chris Wilson doing a voiceover.
Nothing else, and can hear nothing else.
I must
Yeah,
have
fun
time
fact.
to gather my will.
Make a portal just in case. So on League Start you need to play a little more careful. When the build is fully done, you will be tanky, but until then you play a little more careful. So don't play like me. Put the totems and you stay here and wait. Okay, what we can take? This is terrible, we need to go this way. Okay, let's run this one.
Creation begets creation. Order and ambition urge.
My boy,
What is
thank you for saying that and welcome to the stream. You know, I'm happy when I read something like that. So Bober, thank you for saying that and welcome.
My mana is spent.
So until 24 of July, I will level multiple Templars, showing the progression for the campaign and the end game. So I will not stop after the campaign. We're gonna do the end game. I plan to level 3 more Templars. So this is the second Templar, and I will do 3 more after, until the league will start. Now, a good thing that you need to know, the Siege Ballista is great for Abyss, and we're expecting an Abyssal rework. So my build Siege Ballista, when we transition into it, it's incredibly easy to do Abyss with it. So the next league, it will be centered around Abyss, and Siege Ballista can farm Abyss quite easy. Let's go this way. Take some maps. Yeah, we can do this one. So for white maps, you really don't care about the modifiers, you can do all of them. The problem becomes with yellow maps with no regen, and elemental reflect, etc. In the build guide on the first page, you have a list of modifiers that you need to be careful or you need to avoid. So in the build guide on the first page. The best in slot uniques that you can use, Skirmish Quiver, which I don't have, and Quill Rain. So this setup needs a lot of attack speed. Quill Rain is the best for direct hit. And Skirmish will give you one extra totem, but I don't have it, I'm playing on solo cell phone. You can buy them because they are cheap. We're talking like 1 chaos to chaos. Those are very cheap uniques, you can buy them all extra. Yeah, but it's useless for me, I'm solo cell phone.
My mana is spent.
Breach is also great for League Start. So the Genesis 3 prints a lot of resistance gear early on, especially rings. So if you like, you can go with Breach too. Hey Z Puppeteer, boss, nice to see you back here, and thank you for the sub. Today will be a long stream, we're gonna check the reveal. Thank you again. So I will stream, we watch the reveal, we watch the Ziggy D interview, and after we watch the patch notes.
Make your wish.
Now let's see how much can I unlock from the Atlas before the reveal. So this is a fresh account with a fresh Atlas progression. Let's see how much can I unlock before the stream starts. I think half of the Atlas, minimum. Try to put the totems closer to the boss. They do more damage, so you summon the totems closer to the boss. We have point blank, that's why. For the Atlas, personally I rush this way for blighted lands so I can put blighted maps later, and then you go wherever you want. Anyway, you need to get bonus objectives. So my priority now is to get the bonus objectives so I get more Atlas points. So I don't care about the direction. So at this point I really don't care about the direction, I just need to do as many maps as possible so I get as many bonus objectives as possible, yeah? So I go all directions at this point, I'm just focusing on the bonus objectives. Let's do this one. I have a shit amulet, I need to change it. Speaking of the amulet, you can do it like this. Anyway, solo self-found.
Try your luck again soon, challenger.
You get a good base, like more than item level 70, and you roll it a little.
So be it.
I don't care about chaos, I'm playing on solo self-found, yeah? Look, this is useful. I have some life and resistance, this is better than what I had. Yeah, we can also craft something here. Look, elemental damage with attacks, this is useful. I just upgraded my amulet. Check my resistance, it's fine. No, it's not hardcore viable. Usually on hardcore I suggest builds that use a shield. So this is for softcore, it's not for hardcore. You should not start the blight. So if you find blight randomly in your maps, you should not do it. You start farming blight when you get the points from the Atlas. So this will allow you to make more towers, and this will make blight very easy. The towers will do a lot of damage. So after you take these points here and this one, you can do as much blight as you want. Until then, you should not do blight.
Make your wish. What did you desire?
Yeah, I will need to change my flasks too. So this flask, I will change them pretty soon. I just finished the campaign. This I will take.
Must have time to gather.
This is a terrible map, by the way. I just do it for the bonus objective. Terrible map. Oh, what a cheap map.
My mana is spent.
Okay, let's see what I can take. This one additional projectile. Now there is a thing that I need to tell you. So this is optional, but you can do it. Especially if you play on solo self-found and you don't have any uniques. So the moment you take 2 additional arrows from this node and this node, you can drop multiple projectiles here and you can put combustion. So explosive arrow doesn't benefit from a lot of arrows. Yeah, it just gives you a better clear. So if you have 5 arrows or 200 arrows, it will be the same for single target. That's why when you take this node and this node, you can drop multiple projectiles and you can put combustion support. Especially if it's on solo self-found, you don't have any uniques. So here I'll take combustion. And I'm gonna use it here. Now I need to change the colors. So this is not mandatory, this is an idea. If you play solo self-found, you can put here a blue socket and you put combustion support and you play it. Now, since I don't have a lot of chromatic orbs, I will do it later. Let's go back to the map. I will stay with this setup for now. Or you can get a 5 link, who knows? Maybe you find the 5 links. In yellow maps, red maps, you should get a 5 link. They are cheap. So your other option is to get a 5 link, no longer on a 4 link. And you put combustion that way. You know, from the Genesis 3, or you can gamble it. So you can even get a 5 link if you gamble with gold. I'm talking for solo self-found, else you can buy it from trade. We take this one here. And now we rush for this keystone at the top. We'll give you 20 points right away. We need to rush here, we take this. Okay, keep doing them.
Pleased with yourself? Feel all high and mighty, a powerful god slayer.
She grappled with her being.
I mean, let me do the expedition, why not? But I will stop the delirium. When I do the expedition, I will stop the delirium. Let me get one more reward. Here. And now we can stop it. Now we do it, expedition. If it's leak start, of course, you need to read them.
Sure about that placement?
Okay, so I'm reading the remnants here, yeah? Yeah, this is terrible, the last one. We can do it again in the Mirage. So let's do it again.
Ready yourself. What is your desire? Slaughter them all.
With all the gods dead, I suppose I should turn my full attention to you. We shall see how far you can be pushed. Yes.
Hurry, sure wants to go back.
This also shows that you can stay longer with explosive arrow. You don't need to rush for the siege ballista transition. So I'm still on a 4 link and I'm doing a lot of damage. There is no reason to rush for siege ballista. As a matter of fact, what you can do, you can even get a 5 link. So you stay longer with explosive arrow, get a 5 link, put combustion, get skirmish quiver, which is cheap, get quill rain bow, which is cheap, and you do much more damage. I tried invert the rules, it's not great. So I tried the new gems on Siege Ballista, especially invert the runes, it's not great, I tested it. Okay, let's do expedition. You need to read it, yeah? I'm reading what I take. Look here, monster hits are always crits. If you take this one, you're pretty much fucked on League Start, yeah? We have cheap items, you need to be careful. This is a terrible modifier. Okay, let's do it.
My mana is spent.
Because on League Start you have cheap items, etc. That's why you need to read better if you do expedition.
Let's deal.
Okay, let's see what we get. What item? No, let's reroll. I have item level 50. I need higher item level.
A bit more stock.
Let me see here. Oh, these spaces are shit. Okay, let's go out.
Of burden.
No. So the big money will come when you take the Blight nodes. So after I take this keystone, we go directly into Blight and I will start making serious currency. So when we invest into Blight nodes, we'll make serious currency. Okay, let me put these gloves because these are an update for me. Pretty shit gloves, but let's put them. Okay, 4. Let's link them. I need some blue sockets, no? Automation, flammability. Yeah, I don't have enough chromatic orbs. Actually, I want the bow to make it a 4 link. So here on the bow, I want a 4 link setup now. So let's put 4 sockets. Let's link them. And I need 4 green here. So here it's a simple setup that I look to do on League Start for the bow. Let me show it. I need 4 green. The bow is inclined to give you green, very easy, like this. And you will have Mana Forge arrows, Frenzy. Then you take Mirage Archer. So when you hit with Frenzy, it will trigger the Mirage Archer. And Mirage Archer, you can put Culling Strike. This is useful on League Start. This one. If the enemy is low life, it will get instantly killed. So this is a very simple setup that I like to do on League Start. Yeah. Okay, let's check the rings now. No. 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 No.
The job never ends.
Okay, we continue with bonus objectives. Let's do this one. So now you see I have the Mirage Archer, yeah? And we'll keep attacking. If you have a boss low life or a beefy rare low life, it will instantly die to Calling Strike from Mirage Archer. This is a simple setup that I like to do on Lickstar.
What you wish.
Must have time to gather.
I repeat, I don't have any uniques, my items are shit. And I'm on a 4-link too. As a matter of fact, there is a Twitch add-on, you can see my items. So on Twitch there is an add-on that shows you my skill tree, my gems, and my items. So as I play, you can check that. Yeah, but I'm out of gold. When I have more gold, I will try to gamble for a 5-link. I need more gold. It should be more than fine. You can stay with a 4-link until red maps. So this build can do even yellow maps without problems on a 4-link. Okay, let's see what to take. Let me see what to take. We have some jewel sockets that I can take, but I need to find some good jewels. We can go this way. So here we have some elemental damage, and then we go this way.
Full of youth and vibrancy was she, but all was new.
Now, because this map has a long layout, I would prefer to make a portal just in case. So here in the boss arena, I'll make a portal, you never know.
My mana is spent.
Curse with flammability, put the totems closer to the boss. Okay, let me check the quiver. You see, this quiver has projectile speed. Actually, this is 30% increased damage because we have this mastery that gives you increases to projectile speed, applies with damage with bows. So for this implicit, it gives me 30% increased damage. Let me roll it better. So this is a base that we can use. You should have skirmish quiver, but here I'm playing solo self-found. So let's get other modifiers here.
Is this some farcical joke? It was not to be. Chance no longer favors you.
So I'm looking for damage with bows, projectile speed, life.
Try your luck again soon, challenger. Is this some farcical joke? Don't get too eager. Try your luck again soon, challenger.
Let me see, it's better than this one. Yeah, it's better actually. Let me use this one. Need to upgrade my items a little. And we can also craft something at the bench. We can put elemental damage with attacks. This is incredible. Yeah, so this is a quiver upgrade here.
Godslayer. The job never ends.
Let's take this point and we do the next map. Let's see. This one.
Must have time to take out the bill. Damnation with you! My mana is spent.
You've done well. Make your wish.
So because I'm playing solo self-found, I will pick all the orbs that I find. Yeah, it's not like trade. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Man, let me see why I take too much damage. Let me just hide here. Let me curse with flammability and put the totems closer to the boss. And stay here. This is another quiver base, which is useful elemental damage with attacks. Let's see the modifiers. No. I need to upgrade my bow too. No, we will see. Just have patience. In 4 hours we will see. So we can get indirect buffs, we can get indirect nerfs. We don't know. In 4 hours we will find out. Okay, this no. Drop it. Let's go here. If it happens, I will adapt. You need to remember that I played this game for a long time. I'm not a Saki boy. If something happens, I will adapt. Actually, it happened in the past. I always adapted.
You've done well.
So we wait and we see.
What is your desire?
Cried out for the milk of the mother that was given. They danced rapturously beneath the nourishing day, suffocating in the tangled atmosphere.
No, no, kinetic fusilage will be nerfed, I repeat. First of all, if you look on the statistics, like more than 20% of the player base made kinetic fusilage because it's simply broken. You have so many creators making kinetic fusilage. The skill gem by itself, it's broken. It needs a nerf. And they, even the developers talk that in 3.29 they will nerf it. So it's common sense that they will destroy that skill gem. Even if you don't play totems, it still pushes a lot of damage simply from the skill gem. So here to push damage, I need to do some tricks with the items, with the skill tree to push my damage. With kinetic fusilage, the skill gem is unbalanced from the skill gem. So yeah, you can say bye-bye to it. You will see. Minion Pact and kinetic fusilage, bye-bye. They will nerf them. We will see in 4 hours.
My mana is spent.
So literally more than 20% of the players played the fucking kinetic fuselage because it was broken as fuck. The skill gem was broken. What do you mean by minion pact? Okay, minion pact it's broken. So someone on Twitch tells me that minion pact it's fine. It's not fine. Probably the most broken thing from the game. It's minion pact. It gives you so much damage for free. It's not okay. They should destroy that gem. So minion pact, it's unbalanced. They should destroy it. It gives you so much damage for free. Yeah. So especially minion pact, that will be the first thing that will get nerfed. It's broken as fuck.
Your life has been one long lie.
Let me close the Delirium of Mirror. I don't want to do it with the boss. So let's end it here.
I envy you at times, Nomad. You act in service of survival. Move with purpose to protect a fragile existence. Your mind is assaulted by reality, yet it shields itself with hope. A flimsy falsehood delivers the package of hopelessness or dismay.
Check the boots. No. Yeah, I need 4 more maps, and this is a big change. The moment you take it, we go directly to Blight. The reason I don't go directly to Blight, you need to have some higher map tier chance. So this will help you with the map sustain. It's very important. You take these nodes, they give you higher map tier chance. So you don't go directly to Blight. This is a common mistake that people do. As you can see, I'm dropping a lot of maps and higher tier 2 because I have those nodes. Let me take this one. Guten Tag, yeah. So you know, when I play Diablo 2, most of the guys were from Germany. So the best Diablo 2 players were from Germany. So they knew what they were doing, they were really skilled, and the suckiest players were from Poland. So in Diablo 2, the people, the most unskilled people were from Poland for some reason. I'm not generalizing, I'm talking from my experience. And the best players were from Germany. Yeah? We had a community with the Diablo 2 players, yeah, on Discord. And the best players were from Germany. They really loved Diablo 2. Let me take this one.
Let it seep deep into the fabric of the void. Its influence
Greetings from Poland, man. Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. I explain my history, yeah? So we had some people from Poland, they sucked hard. But this, I'm not generalizing, yeah? They overpaid, you know, for the items, and yeah, terrible.
What is your desire?
Let's see what I can take here. And here we have more damaging nodes. I will go this way. Look, I'm level 77. So I repeat, white maps, yellow maps, you can do them without problems on a 4-link. When you enter red map territory, you will transition to Siege Ballista. So until red maps, you can stay with Explosive Arrow. Even after level 78, it's still fine on a 4-link. If you want to stay longer with Explosive Arrow, you can, but you need to get a 5-link. So here I have a 4-link. If you want to do red maps with Explosive Arrow, you need to get a 5-link. So you will upgrade from a 4-link to a 5-link. Yorosaki boy. Okay, we go here. Yeah, Quill Rain, Skirmish, 5-link, and you can do red maps with this setup. So in trade, you can get a Skirmish Quiver for cheap. Quill Rain, it's also very cheap. You get a 5-link, it's cheap in my opinion. And you can do red maps without problems, with Explosive Arrow. So there is no reason to rush the transition. You can stay longer with Explosive Arrow.
Come on, come on. Do it. Do it!
Use the incubators. Okay, we do more maps. Bonus objectives. It's the priority. Can do this one. And that's a question that I got for many years, and I always give the same answer. So you need to understand, the build is not broken. We're not using unintended mechanics. Actually, the DPS, it will stop around 12 million DPS. We have builds that do much more than that. And another thing that you need to understand, less than 1% of the players played Siege Ballista, so we don't even have a lot of people playing it. So there is no reason. That's why all these years never happened something to the build, because there is no reason to nerf it. GGG wants build diversity. They want people to play different builds. Yorosaki boy. So they don't want everyone playing the same build. Wink wink, kinetic fusilage. You know, you don't do the entire player base, everyone will make the same build. They want players to play different builds. And they want builds not to be broken, overpowered, you know, unintended mechanics, exploits, etc., which I'm not using. Yorosaki boy. So there is no reason to nerf it. So all these years I kept repeating the same thing. So actually GGG encourages build diversity, and the build is not broken in any way. A broken build, it's kinetic fusilage, the skill gem, which needs to be destroyed. And you have literally like 20% of the players from Mirage played kinetic fusilage. I mean, that's the kind of build that will get touched. So you have an overpowered gem with a lot of people playing it. That's the build that will get nerfed. I talked about kinetic fusilage many times because the skill gem is unbalanced. Even without totems, it's very powerful. So you can do kinetic fusilage without totems, you still do a lot of damage. It's the skill gem broken. You know, it's not balanced, the skill gem. Here, in order to do damage, I need to do some tricks from the skill tree and my items. I need to put a lot of effort into doing damage with kinetic fusilage just because of the skill gem. I'm not here. It's Explosive Arrow. I'm talking about Siege Ballista. So this is not the actual build. I will transition to Siege Ballista like in 1 hour. So this is a temporary phase. This is not Siege Ballista what I'm playing here. So until I can transition to Siege Ballista, I will need to play with Explosive Arrow. It's in the build guide.
Nothing learned could be relied upon, where truth and lie could inhabit the same space.
When you have a boss, you curse with flammability.
Same form. The observer and the observed, made one and the same.
Okay, we take this one. 2 more maps and we can go into Blight. I need 2 more maps here. We take the flask too. Jade is great. Yeah, Minion Pact, don't get me started. Minion Pact, it's also will be nerfed today. Very broken skill. Even if you have an event, you just go Minion Pact. A lot of damage.
Warriors far greater than you.
Where it drops? Minion Pact, I think it drops from tier 17. So Minion Pact, I think it drops from tier 17 with the Katarina boss.
I thought myself different.
And if you want a good another starter, so let's say you got bored of my starter, Siege Ballista Fair, you can make Holy Relic by Valor Mage. So it's a build that you can do on League Start. It's called Holy Relic, made by Valor Mage. It's a good starter. In my opinion, it's a great build. You can play it if you want to play something different except totems. So watch Valor Mage on YouTube. It's Holy Relic. Has a starter with Holy Relic. It's a good build. You can do it. It's also fun to play. So yeah, you can make that one. Yeah, it's a really good starter. So if you got tired of totems, you play Holy Relic by Valor Mage. I highly encourage to make that build. You know, Holy Relics are minions. I will not touch Blight until I get the Blight nodes from the Atlas. So if you find randomly a Blight, you will skip it until you get the Blight nodes. I'm getting some experience here, yeah? So here I'm killing monsters just to level up fast. Look what I found. Let me check the gloves. Let's end the Delirium.
I must have time to gather my will.
This boss has a lot of natural fire resistance, yeah? Let me take this here. Yeah. Okay, one more map and we take this one. It's a big thing. Then we go to Blight. Let me tell you a secret. If you want to know which are the most powerful builds, are stackers. You stack whatever you want. Stack intelligence, strength, accuracy, anything that stacks life stackers, all the crap that stacks mana stackers, etc. They tend to be broken. So if you hear of a stacking build, most of them will be powerful. Especially strength stackers. So the most broken stackers in this game are with strength. You can scale a lot of damage stacking strength from Replica Alberon and a lot of strength. They also tend to be tanky. Yeah? So the most broken stacker from the Path of Exile 1 game, it's strength stacking. It does a lot of damage. You can even get free block. So even if you're a range build, you get block even without a shield because of the body armor. So these are typical strength stacking items. Iron Fortress, no? For the body armor. And you can make a strength stacking setup with a lot of skills, let's be clear. Yeah, also very tanky. So the most broken stackers are with strength. I'm not talking about Shrapnel. In general, if you pick a skill and you want to scale damage, you can try to scale the damage with strength, and you will do a lot of damage and good defenses if you go strength stacking.
My mana is spent.
In my opinion, dexterity stacking is not that great. You know, it's not that as powerful as strength stacking. The items that you have, strength stacking is like 5 times better than dexterity stacking. No, armor stacker is the best, but it's expensive. So if you want to make an armor stacker, you need to invest a lot of currency. It's not cheap. So armor stacker should be the best build from the game, but it's also expensive. You need multiple mirrors. So the most expensive build from the game, it's builds that involve armor stacking. Those are very expensive. Man, I think I fucked it up. I'm opening the same map, no? Yeah. You know, I was reading the chat, I didn't pay attention. Let's open a different map. So this one I already did it. Summit I already did it. Need to open something else. Okay, let's open this one. Give me a second. If you want more maps, you can also buy from Hiero. So Hiero here offers maps. Check the jewels.
That's the trail.
Look, if you need maps, you can buy from here.
Job never ends.
Okay, let's run this one. What if the replica Alberon was a nerf? If it receives a nerf, I will adapt, we will see. This will impact a lot of builds actually. So there are many strength stackers, it's not just Shuttle Ballista. So in this game you have strength stacking for wands, you have strength stacking for melee skills, it's not just Ballista. So this will impact a lot of builds. Let me do the expedition. I'm reading the modifiers, yeah? If it's Lick Start, you need to read it. Okay, let's start it. Expedition is very rippy if you don't read the modifiers. So before you detonate, you need to read. Let's take this one. If you want, you can do ritual, it's easy. But again, I would not do content which you don't have points in the Atlas. For example, I have Blight here, but because I don't have the Atlas points from Blight, I will not do it yet. So it's much more rewarding if you have Atlas points for that content. So for now, I still focus on bonus objectives. Whoa. Oh, they give bleeding. I need to be careful. Let me check this bow. So I need to upgrade my bow. This is from Act 3. This is an upgrade. Elemental damage with attacks on the implicit and on the explicit. So I just upgrade my bow here. Yeah, I'll use this one now. Let me give a 4 socket. Let's craft something. Attack speed is great for my build. Yeah, I'll use this one. And we put the sockets. 4 sockets. And we link them. Okay, I can destroy this one. Oh, and now pay attention to the stream. So for my Atlas progression, this is a big one. We have this keystone here. So I don't go directly to Blight, because you need to have some higher map tier chance. So you have map sustain, it's easier to complete your Atlas. So first we take these nodes that give you higher map tier chance, then you rush for this keystone. The moment you take it, you get 20 points right away. And with these 20 points, we go directly for Blight. Here you go here at the bottom. Take these nodes. This will reduce the cost of the towers. You can make more towers, which will make easy in maps. This will give you more chance to fly in Blight, and you rush for Cassia's Pride, the keystone. So Cassia's Pride is this keystone here. You need to take it. Yeah, I need to do one more bonus objective to take it. Give me a sec. I mean, let's do a bonus objective, no problem. Okay, I'm gonna do map here and we get bonus objective. With that keystone, it will be very easy Blight to do.
My mana is spent.
Tomorrow, swap to Siege Ballista tomorrow. So I want to show people that you can stay longer with Explosive Arrow. You don't need to rush the transition to Siege Ballista. So a lot of new players, they try to transition as fast as possible to Siege Ballista. I want to show everyone that on a 4-link, you can do white maps, yellow maps without problems. I'm also playing on solo self-found. So there is no reason to rush the transition. People should read the build guide and should do exactly what I said there. Of course we take it. So as I get the bonus objectives, I will get all the points for Blight. But I'm showing you the progression in which I will allocate. So now with Cassia's Pride, all the Blight that I do will be easy. Now we go here and will give us more chance to find Blight. When you take these things, it will guarantee that each map that you open, you find the Blight. But first I go with Cassia's Pride. This will guarantee that will be easy. Now all the Blight that I will do will be very easy to do. And now we go here for higher chance to find Blight. Okay, let's open the next one. The reveal, it's in 3 hours, no? So the reveal stream, we have it in 3 hours. Let's do this one.
I must have time to gather.
I'm looking for Blight. The boss is to the left, I already know, because we have the crafting recipe. You see it on the minimap, no? So the boss is here. You need to be careful with this golem. That's the heavy physical attack slam, so you don't stay close to this golem. So he has a slam attack, that's heavy physical damage, that one. It can one-shot you. With that slam. If he slams next to you, most likely you'll get one-shot. Let me kill this one. And now we get more chances to find Blight. We need to take all these nodes, so we find Blight in each map that we open. Let's do this one. With Blight you also get some oils. You can put an anoint on your amulet. We have a budget anoint too. What do you mean? I took it. Cassia's Pride. Look, I took it. You see it? I took it.
My mana is spent.
I mean, you can actually make Siege Ballista on solo self-found. You stay longer, let me tell you. So if you want to make Siege Ballista on solo self-found, you can stay longer with Explosive Arrow like I'm doing here, and you farm Heist. Yeah? So in Heist there are some special chests that give you uniques, and most of the uniques for Siege Ballista are cheap. So in theory, if you stay longer with Explosive Arrow, you can actually transition to Siege Ballista even on solo self-found. But you need to do Heist, and blueprints, and contracts, and you find rooms with uniques. And the uniques that I'm using for Siege Ballista, many of them you will drop in Heist. And you stay longer with Explosive Arrow, maybe try to get a 6 link. So in theory, it's possible, yeah. But I don't recommend Siege Ballista for solo self-found. Look, I have Blight? No. Let me check. No, I don't have. Let's kill the boss then. Whoa, whoa! I have some rogue exiles here, I need to be careful. Okay, more chance to find Blight. The moment you take this one, you have 100%, so it's guaranteed. I need 2 more bonus objectives. Hey Orgy, thank you for the sub, man. I hope you have a blast on League Start, and we're gonna watch the reveal stream today together. Thank you. If you want maps, you can also buy from Kiran.
Stay vigilant.
But I have plenty of them, no? Look, I have plenty. Let's do this one. Jungle Valley, it's one of my favorite maps. When we will swap to Siege Ballista? When you open the build guide and you read it, then you swap. So in the build guide, let me put it on the screen. I'm answering on YouTube. So if you actually open the build guide, you have a League Start section here. You will click with the mouse, you go down. You also have some videos that shows you how to swap. It shows you for each act what you need to do. And you have a section Siege Ballista transition, you read it. Yeah? So here you have the Siege Ballista swap, you read it and you do it. Or you can wait on the stream and I will do it here. So yeah, you have it here, a section, how to transition from Explosive Arrow to Siege Ballista. You also have a video, I show visually how to transition in this video. So this is a video, it will show you the transition to Siege Ballista, which you have in the build guide.
My mana is spent.
Yeah, of course I'm salty because people don't open the build guide. So this is a question that I get 99% of the times. And most of the questions, if not all, are already in the build guide. Look, we have Blight, let's do it. So I have no problem answering questions, but if the question is already explained in the build guide like 5 times in different locations, I mean, why? It takes you like 5 minutes to read it. Okay, let's do it. You should watch a Blight guide, because Blight is very easy if you watch a guide. I have a guide on Blight, you might want to see it. So here they came from 5 different lanes, and I will do it with 1 tower type. So I will just make scout towers, check here. So they came from 5 directions, and I will do it without problems. Because I have Cassia's Pride, the keystone, I don't need to exaggerate. So 1 tower type. I'll make scout towers everywhere, and you will see that I will do it. Oh, I made the wrong tower. Fuck, you want scout towers. This one. No problem. You see? And they came from 5 directions, no problem. Okay, let's see what I get. We also do it in the Mirage.
Choose what you wish.
Oh, this will make it easy as fuck. I'll take it.
To face evil, become evil.
No, I need to explain a couple of things. I know what you're saying about, so let's put the browser here, yeah? So here is the Siege Ballista build guide. The build guide has everything that you need to know. From leak start, the items, look, I explained the items even for budget. So you see, I explained even for leak start what you need to use. Look for the amulet, budget, anoint, best in slot, budget, amulet, here is truth, etc. So the build guide has everything for low budget, etc. You're referring to the Wikipedia. So the moderators from my Discord server made a Wikipedia page, which is this one. Yeah, it's not yet released, and people should stick with the build guide. So in this Wikipedia, it's not yet fully done, and I think you're referring to this one, yeah? But again, you have everything in the guide. You should not skip the build guide. So even though you have a Wikipedia page for Siege Ballista, you should still focus on the build guide. The page is not yet done. This is work in progress, yeah. So there is no reason to skip the build guide. You already have everything here explained. We're still working on it. And I need to make sure that everything is correct on this page. So I need to read everything and make sure that everything is right and correct. So you stick with the build guide for now. A build guide has everything, including the POBs. You find it here. Look, POB, you open it. Yeah, you have a normal setup, budget setup, even for the skill gems, the skill trees, how you progress, everything is here. So you stick with the build guide for now. The gems again. Here are the gems, no? Explain what to take. Okay, let's go back to the game. So the Wikipedia, it's not out yet, yeah? We still need to make new sections and much more. Stick with the build guide. Okay, let's see. I'm looking at the immunities, what I can make. Let's make arc towers. This one. We started. Oh, they come from here. Oh, whoa. You see, they come 5 directions, and with Cassia Sprite, it's easy. Look, I dropped a blighted map, I will run it. No, that's... I suggest to do the build fully with Siege Ballista, and later you can make Shrapnel. I mean, you can stay with Siege Ballista, it's a good build. So Siege Ballista and Shrapnel Ballista, they are two different builds, similar in playstyle. So the transition to Shrapnel, it's optional, it's not part of the progression. So Siege Ballista one build, Shrapnel Ballista another build. Swapping from Siege to Shrapnel, it's optional, you can stay with Siege Ballista. In my opinion, you should get around 2000 dexterity and then you swap for Shrapnel, because you will farm easier. If you have around 2000 dexterity, you'll do all the content on easy mode. You don't want to struggle. So you tell me you transition to Shrapnel on 1200 dexterity, that's a big mistake, a big mistake. So you should do fully Siege Ballista, then if you want, you can make Shrapnel. Okay, let's do this one. I will run the blighted map, so this I will run it after. My boy, thank you for saying that, welcome. Look, I'm reading the YouTube chat, someone's put a lovely message. Yeah, thank you for dropping by, thank you for saying that. Okay, we take this one now. Let's run the blighted map. So blighted maps, I like to put Verdan oils and Amber oils on League Start. Let's put the affinities here. Okay, and let's juice it a little. Yeah, I can do it. I mean, I don't like the desecrated ground, so I will roll it. Desecrated ground will heal the monsters back up. I mean, sorry, desecrated ground is for chaos damage. I mean, consecrated ground, which I got now. My bad. So desecrated ground gives you chaos damage over time. I mean, consecrated ground. This I can run it, yeah? We run it. My bad. You right click it and it will open here to blighted lands. And you do it. Okay, let me make space in the inventory. And we do it. So the wiki page was made by Big Cookies from my Discord, yeah? So there is a moderator, Big Cookies. He made the Wikipedia for Siege Ballista. But I need to make sure that all the information is correct. I need to make sure that we don't have conflicting information from the build guide and the Wikipedia. And I need to make sure that we have something else that is not already in the build guide. So let me put it again on the screen so you get my point. So this is the Wikipedia. At the moment, you have everything that is already presented in the build guides. I mean, you have some, and it can confuse people. So we need to have different pages with information that it's already not in the build guide. Because I already explained everything. Yeah, that's the problem. Also, I'm not a fan with too many colors. For example, here, critical with red, here with strength, too many colors. So yeah, we need to do some changes here. So I will check it out and I need to make sure everything is correct, and that's why it will not be released now. It will be released soon, but not now. Until then, you stick with the build guide. For example, item suggestion for later. You know, there are multiple items that you can use. For example, even a simplex if you want. Rare conversion gloves, etc. This can be added in a separate section.
My mana is spent.
I remind you that the build Siege Ballista that I have here, I adapted it for new players. So I need to keep it simple. I don't want people to get confused. The way I presented it in the build guide, it's particularly made for casuals and new players. Here we started. I don't see fire immunity, so we can make meteor towers here. Of course, I made the wrong tower.
Put out new mycelium. New roots.
You don't like POE Vault? Why? My boy, why don't you like POE Vault? What's the problem? So tell me, what's the problem with the website? So, why you don't like it?
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
So tell me why you don't like it. Arc Tower, it's fine, but it doesn't have a large attack radius. So these towers, they have an attack radius. Some of the towers will attack farther away. Meteor Tower, for example, it has a very long attack radius. Look where it is. This one. So I prefer Scout Towers and Meteor Towers because they attack very far away. That's why I like them. Holy Mumu. Boss, thank you for the love. Thank you, welcome. I'm gonna stream the reveal and we're gonna talk about the patch notes. Thank you again. Oh my boy, thank you again. Holy Mumu, thank you again. I hope you have a great start on 24 and thank you for all the support and love. I love you too, thank you. Thank you. Today will be a longer stream than usual. Thank you, man.
It's branching exile.
So I can make meteor towers everywhere because I don't have fire immunity.
Branching exile.
No fire immunity, you can just make meteor towers. They cover a large radius. Yorosaki boy!
You're making me nervous.
Oh, whoa, yeah. My bad. You need to watch on the screen if you have other lanes. Yeah, my bad. So at intersection, you make a seismic tower and a chilling towers. This will slow the enemies. You can also make an empowering tower, so they are more efficient.
Light is trying to spread.
And we make killing towers meteors.
My mana is spent. Go with God.
It's put out in my mycelium.
So will be defensive towers that will slow the enemies, which will be chilling and seismic, and killing towers that will deal the damage. And here, because I don't have fire immunity, I'll just make meteor towers, which they also have a range which is very large, so they cover most of the arena. Meteor towers. Make another one here. Now it's easy, you just stay in the middle and you leech the experience. Stay here and you leech experience. I actually leveled up here. Look, I'm level 79. So this content, not only that it's easy, it's very rewarding on Lickstar. So the first 5 days, you actually make a lot of initial currency with Blight, you get a lot of experience, and it's new player friendly. If you watch a guide, you can do it without problems. So all that we need is to watch a guide on Blight. So you open YouTube, you watch a guide. I even made guides for it. You have it on my channel. Oh, check the Twitch. Yeah. We have a command for it. I forgot about it. Let me put it on YouTube too. So exclamation mark Blight, it will give you the guides for Blight. No, I don't pause the game. You don't need to pause it. So this guy told me that I can pause the game like this. I mean with the market, but because I'm on solo self-found, I cannot open the market. So only if you play on trade, you can open the market. So I'm on solo self-found here. Do you have any crafting guide? Of course, it's in the build guide. So you open the build guide to go to the gear section and you have a crafting guide for all the items. For the rings, for the belts, for the body armor, you have a crafting guide so you don't overpay. So it's inside the build guide. Let's wait. Be careful, they are stuck. Okay, now let's see what I got. This is tier 4. So the higher tier, the better the rewards. But here is still white map, blighted map. Okay. Blighted maps from red maps are the best. So red blighted maps are much more rewarding. Check the rings here. These ones. One of the biggest money makers on Lickstart is the jewelry from Blight. For example, this you can sell on Lickstart. This is very expensive on Lickstart, and you look here. So let's say I was doing Blight on Lickstart and I got this ring. What I would do? I would go to the crafting bench and craft something at the end. Let me see what we have. Non-channeling do I have? No, I don't have. So something like this on Lickstart is like 15 kills, 20 kills. Let me show it again. So we have good life, we have physical damage to attacks, we have all elemental resistances, we have fire resistance on the implicit, on the explicits, and you can also craft something. Ideally you want non-channeling. So later you'll have a recipe, non-channeling skills have less mana, you want to craft that one. And this you can sell for like 20 kills on Xstar. So in Blight you get a lot of jewelry like this. Yeah. Let me put everything here. Now I'm playing solo self-found, so I cannot sell it. Plus we have a different economy. So rings, belts and amulets you need to identify on Xstar. They can be very expensive. Also like the chaos resistance here. This is like 2 chaos. This ring on Xstar you can sell for like 1-2 chaos. With this modifier, someone will buy it on Xstar. We have good chaos resistance, some life. Yeah, 1-2 chaos.
I must have time to gather my will.
Let's take this one. Again, look, more jewelry. Okay, let's check them. No, no. You look for as much resistances as possible, and this you can sell on Xstar. Maximum energy shield, some resistances. This is like 1-2 chaos. So people, they finish the campaign and they buy rings to keep their resistances, yeah? Belts and amulets too. They prefer on the jewelry because they will have links. They need certain colors, they need 5 links, 6 links, and they prefer to keep the resistances from the rings and the belt. It's better than the body armor. And look how much bubblegum currency I get. And this is a white blighted map. If you do red one, you get more. I simply love Blight. From Blight I will transition to Ultimatum.
How's the trail?
Okay, let me check them. Anyway, I'm playing on solo self-found, so I don't care. I cannot sell them anyway. Okay, let's do more maps now. This one. I will visit later. I can actually go from Blight into Breach, why not? And we do Ultimatum later. Breach is also quite nice on League Start because of the Genesis tree. Yeah, it's not bad. You can go with Breach on League Start. So you go Blight and Breach, and later you transition to Ultimatum. We can do it like this if we... Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I need to see the reward Abyss, so in the reveal that we're gonna have today, they will talk about Breach, the Abyss. And if Abyss will be worth it, maybe we can take it on League Start. So they will change Abyss slightly, and depends on the change, maybe we can go with Abyss after Blight. Even with cheap items, Siege Ballista can do Abyss without problems. It's very easy for a Siege Ballista. Even for Explosive Arrow, it's easy. Yeah, I'm doing practice run. So this is a Templar that I leveled up yesterday from level 1. And the Atlas, you know, I start fresh. This is a fresh progression. Oh, look, a Sacred Orb. This is very rare, by the way. I'm looking for totem damage, so I can craft the cluster jewel with sleepless entries. Until then, until you get cluster jewel with 3+ sentries, you can use a silver flask. Yeah, it will give you onslaught. So you can temporarily use a silver flask until then. No, I will. When I transition to Siege Ballista, I will migrate the character from solo self-found into the actual league. But until then, I can stay with. I can stay on solo self-found until then. When I'm about to transition from Explosive Arrow to Siege Ballista, I will migrate to normal league. But for Explosive Arrow, you can actually play it on solo self-found for this phase here. Man, speak in English, I don't know. So everyone needs to understand, you need to speak in English. So I don't know what you wrote there. Man, are you insulting me? Oh, someone said something on Twitch, I think he's insulting me or something. But he wrote in a different language. So I have no clue what you said there. English, please. Yeah, I know it's Russian, but I don't know what he said. About the tankiness, when the build is fully done, it'll be tanky, yes. We can actually do 5 ways, I did it many times. So Siege Ballista, when it's fully done, it can actually do 5 ways. On League Start, you need to play more careful because you need to get your upgrades. So normal, all the builds on League Start, you need to play more carefully. But when the build is fully done, it will become tanky. I repeat, when the build is fully done. Be more careful on League Start. I mean, let's check here how many times I died. 1 time. But I'm also a good player that way. Okay, let's do this one. There is also a vendor recipe. Yeah, I need to remind you if you're new to the game. You sell 3 tiers, it will give you 1 tier higher. So here I need tier 5. You can do it like this. And I got tier 5 mark.
Stay vigilant.
Look, I'll do this one. The secret is how to move. Yeah? You need to learn how to move. And you always need to move. So new players, they play like this. They put the totems and they stand still. You don't play like that. If it's League Start, you always move. So as you place totems, you should always move. You don't stand still. This is the secret. And you also want to spam dash. So here you have a movement skill dash. You need to spam it. You need to use it. If you notice on the screen, I use dash a lot. Look, here I have blight. Let's do it.
You've done well. Choose what you wish.
Okay. Let's make scout towers. We started. Oh, they also come from here. Terrible. Terrible. Oh. I'm trying to body block them. Oh, this is a terrible situation. Terrible. So the towers, you need to make them level 4 as fast as possible. Level 4, they do a lot of damage.
Make your wish.
Let's do it in the Mirage.
Seize control of your destiny.
We can also make scout towers here. Okay, we start. This is easy here. I already made the tower level 4, will be easy. So you need to rush for level 4 towers. Now that area it's covered. I have a level 4 tower, they will do a lot of damage. And I need to make one here too. Now it's done. So the moment you make level 4 towers, it's done. No problems. Here we go out. No, Siege Ballista, if I am to compare with the Warbringer build from Path of Exile 2, is superior. So my Siege Ballista starter, if I am to compare it with my Warbringer starter from Path of Exile 2, it's better. It's not easy to compare because there are different games, but if I am to compare, I would say Siege Ballista is better. Okay, we take this one. Yeah, it's to the left. Look, level 80. Okay, let's see. Now let's give more life to the pump. So this one will give more life to the pump. It will be harder to fail. Wait. Okay, let me sell the sword. It gives you jeweler swords.
Stay vigilant.
Okay. Let's use yellow maps now. So I just transition to yellow maps. If it's yellow map, you need to put an alchemy orb. Or even this one, orb of binding. So orb of binding works on yellow maps. It will save you some alchemy orbs. Let's do this one. But they will add another mechanic. So each time when we have a new league, they will add another mechanic to the game. So we will not have Mirage, we will have something else with power. So each time they make a new league, the league mechanic, you can interact with from Act 1. So it's same thing for me. So we will not have Mirage, we'll have something else, same thing, which will be guaranteed. So the league mechanic is guaranteed in each area. And the rewards will be pretty similar to what I'm getting here. Yeah, this is hit based, yeah, not damage over time. But pretty soon I will swap to Siege Ballista, which is the actual build. So I'm using Explosive Arrow temporarily to finish the campaign at white maps, yellow maps. In red maps, I will transition from this one to Siege Ballista. So this is a temporary setup. It's not the actual build. The actual build is better than this, which already is great. Give me the Blight. Whoa. Let's make scout hours. Let's start it. You rush for level 4 towers because they do a lot of damage. So level 4 here. Now they do a lot of damage. Just like this I did it. Very easy. Okay, let's push the tiers a little. I'm still on a 4 link. So what I can do, I can gamble a 5 link. So with the gold that I have, we can go to the hideout and we try to gamble a 5 link. Now, if it's your own league, you should buy it directly, but I'm solo self-found here. That's why I will gamble. Let me see how much gold I have. Yeah, it's fine. Look, the double bosses. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, let's take a point. This one. No. Let's go out. Yeah, it's optional. You can put, if you want to anoint the rings, I usually put anoints for scout towers because it's my favorite anoint. Let me see, can I show it? Yeah, I can show you my favorite one. So it's 2 amber, no? I mean, no, it gives you range for scout towers. You need scout tower range. Scout tower damage is also fine. But again, it's optional. You can do blight without the anoints. So ring anoints are optional. If you want, you can put. No, I don't want to put. Because blight with Cassia Sprite, it's very easy anyway. Okay, let's do this one. So if you do blight with Cassia Sprite, it's easy. You play my build, what do you mean? So what I'm playing here was adapted for new players. If you never played Path of Exile 1 before, you'll have a good time. So this is a build that I specifically adapted for new players, people that never played Path of Exile 1. Yeah, so this was my dream, to have the ultimate new player friendly build, and this is the one for you. So if you never played Path of Exile 1, have no fear, you make my starter. I'll make a reminder video after the reveal stream today. So this is a build incredible for new players. What I'm playing here. Never played Path of Exile 1, no problem. Kill the boss fast. So I always wanted to have a build that's ultra, hyper, new player friendly, and this is the one. Across multiple years, I adapted it for new players. I simplified it as much as possible. Okay, now let's make it more rewarding. We have here some nodes which will make Blight drop more valuable stuff. We need to go here. Let me do the Blight. Yeah, league starter, it's important. The way you league start will dictate how much fun you will have in the league. If you play a shit starter, you will suffer. You will not have fun, you will not enjoy the league. It's all about the build that you play. So the amount of fun that you have and the amount of currency that you farm, it's directly tied to the starter that you pick. Pick a shit starter, you'll have a terrible time. Okay, let me check the immunities. We can make arc towers here. This one. Let's start it. You see, one tower type, I don't need to stress with Blight. So make one tower type and you do it. As long as you have Cassia Sprite the keystone. Look, I dropped a blighted map, I will run it. This can be very expensive if you hit +1 gems or minion gems. You will valor when you try to get +2 minion gems or +1 skill gems, and it will be very expensive.
What is your desire? Go with luck.
Okay, let's see. I can make Scout Tower here. I don't have Scout Tower immunity, which is the best tower from the game. This is the best Scout Tower, best tower from the game. Has a long attack range and a lot of
Light is
damage.
trying to spread. The blight is trying to
Farul
spread.
Tiger, you buy it, it's cheap on League Start. So for the last Ascendancy point, you buy Farul Tiger, it's very cheap. It's like 10 kills, 20 kills on League Start. You're a Saki boy. I don't have the last Ascendancy, let's be clear. This I will take it later. So the last Lab and Farul Ascendancy, I will take it later, after I transition to Siege Ballista.
Must have time to gather my will. I am no beast of burden.
You live to fight and
Yeah, Ultimatum, it's the best content that you can do. I agree with you.
Your luck is over.
Let's do the Blighted map now. Man, let me check when it starts the stream. 1 second, I need to check. If you go on the main website, you have a timer, yeah? It starts in 2 hours. So I need to get prepared and we will put it on the stream. So in 2 hours we have the reveal.
How's the trade?
Yeah, this I will sell.
Got my eye on you.
Now what I have here. Let's run the Blighted map. When I run a Blighted map on League Start, I always put 2 Verdant oils, 1 Amber. Why? Verdant oils will give you more experience, it's easy to get a lot of levels. And Amber oil will make the towers cheaper so you can make more towers. This is great if you're new to the game. So if you want to make Blighted maps easy, you put more Amber oils. You can make a lot of towers everywhere, it will be very easy. So if you never played Path of Exile 1 before, you should put 1 Verdant, 2 Amber. If you have some experience with Path of Exile, you should put 2 Verdant, 1 Amber. And this is how I run it. It will make Blighted maps very easy. You should also juice it, but make sure you don't have annoying modifiers, yeah? And right click it and you start. Okay, we check the immunities here. I see just 1 Scout Tower immunity, I can make Scout Towers everywhere. Let's start it.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Make a chilling tower too. We can make an empowering tower too. And now nothing will pass in this area, nothing will pass. Seismic tower, chilling tower, and we have here Scout Tower.
It's put out new mycelium.
You can also make a meteor tower, why not?
Roots. Let's see what this tower can really do.
Now I need to pay attention that they also come from here. So this section it's done, they cannot pass it.
My mana is spent.
It's branching exile!
Okay, now I can build. Let's make seismic here. Level 3.
It's branching exile!
Let's make a killing tower. I make scout. Also make a meteor tower. Yeah, I'm also hyped. Will be a Abyss rework. So everyone knows that they will do something with Abyss. Let's make a chilling tower. If there is a boss, I will try to body block him to buy time. So here we have a boss, I will try to body block him. So he will not advance. But you move. I'm trying to get resources to upgrade my tower. So this tower here, I want to upgrade it. To level 4 as fast as possible.
I'm just trying to spread.
Look, level 4 now. Yeah.
Let them reach the purification pot.
Let's make another one.
It's branching exile.
Make some killing towers, yeah? Come on, die. Okay, let's make a meteor tower.
Light is trying to spread.
Let's make an empowering tower so they do more damage. This one.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Okay, now they come from the left. I need to make here some towers too. Okay, let's make some towers here now. You make a freezing tower, seismic tower,
Put out new mycelium.
and this will stop them from advancing. And you make them level 3, like this. You can also make an empowering tower. Now nothing will pass. With this combination, nothing will pass. No, you didn't miss the drops. The drops will start on the reveal stream. So in 1 hour and 30 minutes, the drops will start. Okay, let's make a killing tower, scout. Done. Now it's easy. Man, that's not great loot. If I leave something on the ground, means it's not great. You don't pick everything. So if you see me leaving something on the ground, it's not expensive. Okay, now we can wait. Stay here in the middle and we wait. By the way, I even leveled up. I got a level here. Look, level 81. It gives great experience, that's why. Level 81. Okay, I can drink my coffee. I would really wish if they implement mechanics similar to Blight in Path of Exile 2. I was a big fan of tower defense games, yeah? So I played when I was younger, I played a lot of tower defense games in Warcraft 3. We had a lot of scenarios with tower defense. That's why I like it.
My mana is spent.
You can also make some towers to help you kill them faster, yeah? No, people will not watch it. We have a new generation of players, you know, and they don't like old games. So there are plenty of new people that don't like old games. For example, speaking of Warcraft 3, we have Pox. So Pox, the author of Righteous Fire, he plays Warcraft 3 at the moment. Yeah. So the new generation of gamers, they don't want to see old games like Warcraft 3, for example. They really don't. Look, I get a lot of bubblegum currency, which is very important on League. Like a lot of it. Even instilling orbs, which I need. So yeah, let's see, instilling orb I have? No, I need to drop a couple. So all these orbs are very useful on a League start. The jewelry, I repeat, you need to check it and you identify it. If you have a lot of resistances with light, for example, it will be expensive. Okay, you get a lot of jewelry. With Blight, you get jewelry everywhere. Let's see if I have something expensive. No. Most of it will be junk, but you can find the really expensive amulets and rings. No. My boy, give me a second, I need to go to the toilet, you know, like 1 minute. So I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, we continue. Let me do the following. We don't go directly to Ultimatum. I'll go with Blight. From Blight, I will transition to Breach. Yeah? So first content will be Blight. From Blight, I will transition to Breach. From Breach, I will transition to Ultimatum. Yeah? We can play with that. I find Breach very rewarding on League Start with the Genesis 3. Not bad. Okay, let's run more maps. Looking for tier 6. I have any here. Konya, welcome. Look, Super Giga Mega Boss, thank you for the love, man. Thank you for the sub. Have a good start on 24, and we're gonna watch the reveal today. Thank you, my boy. And welcome. So the Atlas unlock what I'm doing here. This is what I will do in 329. So how I'm progressing the Atlas now, it's exactly what I will do in 329. Now I need to see the reward to Abyss. If it's interesting, I will actually go with Abyss. So we go with Blight, then we go to Abyss, but depends. We will see in 1 hour. So we need to see the reveal first. Who knows, maybe Abyss will be better than Blight. Okay, let's start it. What ascendancy are you playing? I'm playing Hierophant. You should read the build guide. So you have a build guide. I'm playing Hierophant here. Look, Templar of Sects, Hierophant.
Do not let them reach the purification pump.
Ooh. Like in 1 hour and 20 minutes or something. So pretty soon. 1 hour and 30 minutes, no? We will see. 1 hour and 40 minutes, we're gonna see everything. I should actually take a small break, eat something, so I'm prepared for the reveal. Later. Yeah, that's so little. No. I'm still on a 4-link, so you can stay with the 4-link even in yellow maps. In red maps, I recommend if you want to stay longer with Explosive Arrow, you should get a 5-link. So I'm still playing on a 4-link. Man, I never yell to my neighbors, so I try to be polite. So even though I have problematic neighbors, I try to be polite. So I usually don't yell to my neighbors. You know, I actually rarely I get upset. Usually I'm a chill guy. You will not see me getting upset too often. I might get upset if you don't watch the build guide, but other than that, I'm quite chill. So people that skip the build guide and they copy paste the POB, I will get upset if you do that. But other than that, I'm a chill guy. Yeah. Okay, let me focus here a little. You start with the blue one. You first kill the blue one. Now you kill the yellow one. Yeah. We need to go behind her. When she says piercing light, you go behind her. Okay, let's go here. If it's League Start, you actually need to read the modifiers. Some of the modifiers are pretty shit, that's why. In the build guide, there is a section for the modifiers. It's in the build guide. For map modifiers. This I will take. If you don't like to read, you have a video guide too. Let me put it on the screen. Look, the reveal will be 1 hour 40 minutes. Here is the build guide. If you don't want to read it, you have a video guide too. So at the top, you have a video guide that you can watch. Here is some showcase, so you see the build before you make it. But I would highly encourage to read it. You have everything. The way I organize things is very easy to understand. For the ascendancy bandits, for the items here, I explain even for budget what you need to use. Yeah. Again, you don't want to read, you watch the video guide. Flask, you have them here. Just don't copy paste the POB, especially if you make the build for the first time. You should read the build guide at least. Don't copy paste the POB. You'll overpay, you'll have mistakes. Here I will fail it again. This is terrible. When you have 2 lanes, you cannot make the level 4 directly. That's why. So you need to rush for level 4 tower as fast as possible. Let's start it. So here I will fail this one. I will fail it. I knew I will fail it.
Those fiends are getting too close to my pump.
You need to level 4 as fast as possible. Here, level 4 tower as fast as possible. Yeah, I did it. We can anoint the amulet. We have a budget anoint, divine judgment, and will give us more damage.
You've done. Make your wish. May your enemies fall before you.
Okay, again the same thing. You need to rush for level 4 tower. Here, level 4, you make it. Level 4 they do a lot of damage, that's why. Level 1 up to 3 they don't do a lot of damage. Blighted map, I will run. Best thing about Blight are blighted maps. On Ballista. I leveled up, let's see what I can take here. I have good life, by the way. 4,000 life. For yellow maps, that's a lot of life. After the reveal stream, I will make a reminder video for my starter on my YouTube channel tomorrow. So tomorrow when we wake up, you'll have a video on my YouTube channel. Let me make a portal here. Whoa! These actually do a lot of damage, by the way. Be careful. I have 2 of them too. Come on, die today. Take this one. Let's do the blighted map. Here, I will juice it a little. We have some more quantity, but I'm reading the modifiers. I don't want shit. For example, this one, less recovery rate. I don't want it. Yeah, this I can run it. And now we need to put the oils. 2 Verdant, 1 Amber. 90% increased experience, and I can make more towers. We'll make it easy. So I use Blight for power leveling on Lickstar. It's not just the loot. Do you have a bingo card with the predictions for Evil Stream? Why the fuck I need to make a bingo card? I just give you the predictions. So I can give you the predictions without any bingo card. So what will happen? We'll have an Abyss rework, yeah? And this is the only prediction. No. Minion pack nerf. Abyss rework, pretty much. kinetic fuselage nerfed as fuck, fuck that skill, unbalanced, fuck that skill, nerf it to the ground. And these are my predictions, I don't need to make a bingo card for it. Yeah, I just tell you directly what will happen. Bingo card is fun. Is fun? Well, I never made bingo cards. Maybe if you want it, I can try to make one. So if you say it's fun, we can try. But I think it's too late. I mean, the reveal it's in 1 hour. I think it's too late to make a bingo card now. No? I should make a bingo card like days in advance or something. Yeah, it's late.
Light is trying to spread.
Look, I have a stun tower and freezing tower 2 immunity. So I'll make both of them. Level 3.
It's branching, exile.
Now they come from here. Try to make the towers closer to the pump. If you make the towers too far away from the pump, they will stop attacking, which you don't want.
My mana is spent.
So if you go too far away from the towers, they will stop attacking and the monsters will pass. So you always try to make the towers as close as possible to the yellow pump here. Don't make them too far away.
The blight is trying to spread.
You have mistakes. So next time, I'm reading the YouTube chat. Next time, go here on my Discord and post your POB. We need to take a look at your skill tree, your items, yeah? If you follow the build guide as I said, you should not have problems. Probably you had low dexterity, you had mistakes.
Trying to spread.
So next time when you make the build, if you decide to make it again, you should pay more attention to the build guide. You also have support channels on my Discord. You can paste your POB and we're gonna take a look at what you did there. Look, did one time, and I will transition to Siege Ballista soon.
Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Now they come from here.
Light is trying to spread. The blight is trying to spread.
So I need to stay here, so the towers from the bottom, they also attack. So I need to stay around here, so the towers that I built here, where it's my mouse, they will keep attacking.
Put out new mycelium.
If I go too far away, they will stop attacking.
Roots. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Do you think Blight needs buff? No. I mean, what they can do, they can make more towers. So if they want to make the mechanic more interesting, they can add new towers. I think it will make it more interesting. So Blight, I just use it on League Start. After 5 days, 7 days, it's no longer that profitable. Yeah? So Blight, on the first 5 days, is very profitable. Everyone needs oils, even Blighting maps, you can sell them, especially red ones. Look, it will restart in 30 minutes. Yeah, this is a sign that they are preparing for the stream. 40 minutes, they restart the client. We need to do something else.
My mana is spent.
Yeah. Look, I also get a lot of experience. I'm level 82 and check my experience. And this is yellow map. It's not even red map. Red maps give you even more experience. Good experience. Have you ever tried Mega Juice Blights? Yes, but not with this build. If you want to do Mega Hyper Juice Blights, you do with my other build, Shrapnel Ballista. So you don't farm Mega Juice Blights with those Scarabs on League Start. Those you will farm later when you finalize the build and you push your upgrades, then you want to do them. You don't do them on League Start. On League Start you'll have shit items. You don't have 6 links, you use very cheap items. So the items that you see here are very cheap. Yeah, so keep in mind the items that you're using. I do Valdo maps with Shrapnel. Yes, I do some of the Valdo maps, I don't do Voided. So Voided maps I don't touch because I can lose my character. So if I'm gonna run Valdo maps, I run, but not Voided. Let me see what I can upgrade. So after this Blight, I'm gonna check what I can upgrade. Remember, I'm also on solo self-found. So it's not like I can buy it from trade. Let me check this one. So here I can drop, if I'm lucky, a Quill Rain or a Skirmish Quiver, which I didn't got. So here, Skirmish and Quill Rain are very common uniques. I didn't got it. Check the belt.
I must have time to gather my
Check the fracture. So even if I play solo self-found, there is a chance that I find a Quill Rain, because it's a very common unique.
I am no beast of burden.
Okay, let's check the rings here. No. No. Okay, now we go to the hideout and I will see what I can upgrade. Let's see. Time to do some upgrades. You can also gamble, for example. So I need new gloves. We can gamble with the gold that I have. I can even gamble a body armor. Maybe I get a 5 link. Okay, so let's see which are the shittiest items that I have. The boots are pretty shit too. Let me gamble some boots first and some gloves. The belt is fine. The ring, it's fine. Yeah, we can keep it. The amulet, it's fine. Helmet, it's shit. I need to gamble a better helmet. So this helmet, it's dog shit. So we go to Faustus and let me gamble a helmet. Armor and evasion, yeah? I'll use this one. We have a lot of life, a lot of armor and evasion, and some intelligence, it's fine. Let's craft something at the bench. Let me see, check my resistances first, what I have here. I need some lighting resistance. Yeah, we're gonna craft. Here, lighting resistance. Fine. And I can also put some exalt slams. Exalt doors are very common. Dexterity, fine. We put some quality too. More armor and evasion. Now for the colors I need to blue. I will just force it with the crafting bench. Something like this. Okay, this is an upgrade for me. Now let's craft the gloves here.
Ahoy there.
Gamble, let me see. I'll put armor and energy shield because it's inclined to give me blue sockets, which I really need for this build. So let's put armor and energy shield. Oh, fuck, I need gloves, my bad. Shh. I need gloves here. So random armor and energy shield gloves.
I'd consider that a win.
I'm looking for life. Chaos resistance. Oh, this is great. This is great. I have life. Chaos resistance is great. Look, I found an upgrade. And what we can put here, let's see. This one, increased damage during flask effect. It's great. Yorosaki boy. Shh. Put this one here. Man, I got literally the worst roll possible, but it's fine. Now we slam it. Attack speed, great. These are great gloves. Yeah, let's put some quality. And, let's change the colors. Yeah, it's fine. We can also put Ichors and Embers, yeah? So I can get fire exposure from the Ichors and Embers. I remind you that this is a new flare friendly setup, so I'm not using elemental equilibrium. Now what's the problem with this keystone? If it's league start and you have a new player, he will pick from the ground in each act new items, you know, for the rings, amulet, gloves, bow, quiver, and he will spend a lot of time trying to calibrate the fire, cold and lightning damage. And because of that, I decided to drop it, yeah? Anyway, we're gonna swap soon to Siege Ballista, and because this is a new player-friendly setup, I mean, I'm serious, new player, never played Path of Exile, you can make it. This is too complicated for them. So that's why I dropped it. But you can get fire exposure on the gloves with Embers and Ichors. So here you can get fire exposure. When you roll, you can get fire exposure. Until then, I'll use it like this. Okay, let's gamble my boots now. Yeah, I have plenty of gold. We gamble some boots now. Armor and evasion, it's fine. So boots, armor and evasion. This one. I need movement speed. This, I love it, and I can actually slam movement speed because I'm lucky. Look, I just slam it. Yeah, I told you I'm lucky. So boots, it's mandatory to have some movement speed. I have a lot of life, double resistance. These are incredible. And we need armor and evasion here. Like this. It's fine, no? We put some quality too. I did another upgrade. Better than what I had. You can also put Ichors and Embers. Let me see what I have. This we sell. Activate auras? Yes, at the end. So at the end, I will activate auras. Sell everything here. No, now I have upgraded my build. Check my life, close to 5,000 life. So I also have a lot of life. Now I can also gamble 5 link, no? Let me put an essence tab. So here we activate an essence tab. Put here essences. Let me put with a brighter yellow. Put affinities. Okay, great. Now let's gamble a body armor and try to get a 5 link. I will gamble armor and evasion. This one. And let's hope I get a 5 link. Oh, this is an upgrade. Man, this is incredible. I have a lot of life. I have double resistance and a lot of armor and evasion. This is an upgrade. So I'll use it. Put some quality. Yeah, this is better than what I had. And I can also drop the mastery. So the life mastery is no longer required because I have life on the body armor. So it will save me 1 point. Let's take this one. And we can craft something, no? Something with utility. Like this one, more armor.
Disappointing.
Yeah, I'll use it like this. Okay, I did an upgrade here. Now I need the colors, no problem. So for the colors, I'll use chromatic orb. It's inclined to give me green and red. So here, chromatic. It's very easy to get to red to green. I got it. Also, you can remember what I told you, yeah, it's a good point. Here I have combustion. So what you can do, this is optional. When you allocate this node, it will give you one extra projectile per totem, and here you get one extra projectile per totem. That's more than enough, so you can drop multiple projectiles. So the moment you allocate this one and this one, you can drop multiple projectiles, and you can use something else, like combustion. So for this setup, if you have 100 arrows or 5 arrows, for single target you do exactly the same damage. It will only help you with the map clear. Yeah? So 3 arrows, it's more than enough, you don't need more. So because I have this node and this node, I will actually drop multiple projectiles and I will use combustion. So we can put here and we put at least 1 blue. And I need to hit 2 red, 1 blue, 1 green. I got it. And I'll use it like this. Okay, I did a lot of upgrades. The last upgrade that I can do, I can put an anoint on the amulet. The best budget anoint is this one. It's called Divine Judgment, Sepia, Teal, Black. These are cheap oils. Why you don't have rarity on gear? Man, it's league start. I literally just finished the campaign. You don't worry about rarity now. So your focus now is to get the bonus objectives for the Atlas. You don't worry about rarity now. So you prioritize the Atlas unlock. You worry about rarity later. You don't care now about rarity. So fuck rarity here. Also, rarity in Path of Exile 1 is not as impactful as Path of Exile 2. So what I said, Sepia, Teal, Black, we put it now on the amulet. So we have here Sepia, Teal, and the black oil I can get it here. Look, I have black oil. These are very cheap oils. 50% increased elemental damage, that's a lot. Okay, now let's continue. Activate the auras and we continue. You can also buy maps from Kiral. You see, let's put tier 8 now. And let's continue with Atlas. Yeah, we can take this one. So, rarity in Path of Exile 1 is not as impactful as Path of Exile 2. For example, rarity will not affect currency drops, will not affect divination card drops, only uniques. So it's not as big as you think, rarity in this game. It's more important quantity if you can get. So item quantity is superior to rarity. You can make a lot of currency even with low rarity in Path of Exile 1. After Blight, I'll go into Breach. So first I take the Blight nodes here, and then I will transition to Breach. We're gonna have Blight and Breach. And after Breach, I will go to Ultimatum. So I go Blight, then we add the Breach, and then we add Ultimatum. We're gonna have this free in the maps for Lickstar. Check my life, 5,000 life, that's a lot. Let me check this one.
You've done well.
This is an upgrade for me. This is incredible. The projectile speed will get converted to damage with bows because of the mastery. And I can also craft something. Yeah, this is a great bow, a great quiver, I will use it. Let's do the Blight. No, terrible. Let's start it. You need to rush for level 4 towers. They do a lot of damage. So this I will need to upgrade it to level 4 as fast as possible. Now, level 4. Now it's easy. You know, here I can drop Apothecary if I'm lucky. If I'm lucky. This I will run it, Blighted map.
Choose what you wish.
Let's take this one. It will give me a lot of gold, actually.
You enjoy the chase, I see.
And don't worry, after the restart, I will go back inside the game and we continue. So this will be a short restart, probably 20 minutes. Here we can make scout towers again. I don't have scout tower immunity. We started. And you try to make it level 4 as fast as possible.
Light is trying to spread.
So level 4 tower. This one. Okay, stealing orb. So I can automate my flask, and I need to change my flask, by the way. This is the next upgrade that I will do. So I need to focus on the flask, get the correct ones, and we need to automate them. This will be my next upgrade. Yeah, Pantheon I will do it later. So the Pantheon here I will unlock it later. So you don't worry about the Pantheon in white maps, yellow maps. You can start worrying about it in red maps. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Thank you for dropping by. Okay, take this one. So I'm doing a fresh progression. I'm emulating League Start scenario conditions and I'm unlocking my Atlas. With my starter, yeah? Let's craft something on the quiver. This one, elemental damage with attacks. Great. And I can also slam something. Crit, it's useless, but fine. This is an upgrade, let's put it. Let's run the Blighted map, why not? I will actually level up in this map. We juice it a little. Then we put 2 Amber, 2 Verdan, 1 Amber. Will give you a lot of experience and the towers will be cheaper. Ah boy, you should play what you want. We have so many good starters. Let me give you a good starter if you don't like Ballistas. You can play Holy Relic by Balor Mage. So there is a guy, Balor Mage, has a build Holy Relic. It's great. Cookies, nice to see you here. I talked about the wiki, but it's not ready yet. So if you don't want to play Ballista, you play Holy Relic by Balor Mage, you'll have a blast. It's a good build. It's a minion build. Yeah, I have my coffee here. So yeah, you can play something else then.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Here I can make just scout towers because I don't have scout tower immunity. No, this coffee is from 7 hours ago, yeah? It's cold. But I still have coffee inside. It will restart in 10 minutes. I need to do it fast. I can explain the build guide. So after the realm restart, I will open the build guide and we're gonna discuss a couple of things. So we have something to do. But I want to finish the blight here.
It's branching exile. It's branching exile.
No, minions are great too. So if you play on a controller, you can also try minion or brand builds. You know, Penance brand or Storm brand are also great for controller players. So it's not just totems.
It's branching exile!
Okay, I leveled up. Let's see what I can take here. Check my life. More than 5,000. That's a lot of life here.
I must have time to gather my will.
Light is trying to spread.
Righteous Fire, it's fine, but in my opinion, it lacks single target damage. So I have only one problem with Righteous Fire, it lacks single target DPS, that's it. It's a good build, it's very tanky if you like tanky builds, but if you try to do a boss, for example, it doesn't do single target damage. So that's my only problem with Righteous Fire, the single target damage.
The blight is
It's a good build if you want to play it, if you like the playstyle, you can play it. Yeah, it's not a bad build.
Put out new mycelium! New roots!
Yeah, it's important to play a build that you enjoy. So you don't care what a POEGuy says or anyone else, it's all about you, what you like. When you look for a league starter, you need to pay attention to the end game, yeah? So you don't care about the campaign. You need to pick a league starter based on how it performs in especially red maps tier 16. You want a build that is not too expensive. You want a build that is not squishy, you don't want to get one-shotted. You want a build that doesn't press these 5 buttons. I'm talking about the end game. And you want a build that can do as much content as possible. That's what you want to look for in a league starter. You don't care about the campaign. New players that never played the game, they focus too much in the campaign. The campaign and white maps are very easy. You can do it with a lot of builds. The real question is how the build will perform on league start in the end game. How fast you'll get your bonus objectives here and how fast you'll get your initial currency. That's what really matters for a league starter. So please stop paying attention to the campaign. It's irrelevant. So if you want a good build and you don't want to get baited, you only focus on the end game. You don't give a fuck about the campaign. You don't give a fuck. The campaign, you do it once. In the end game, you stay forever. So stop looking at the campaign. It's irrelevant. Yeah, new players, they watch too much the campaign progression. It's irrelevant. You can do the campaign in white maps with so many builds very fast.
You're making me nervous.
So focus on the end game. This is what you need to understand. And if you focus on the end game, you'll never get baited. Never. White maps are also easy. So you don't care about white maps. There are builds that destroy the campaign and they are very expensive in red maps, or you press too many buttons, or they are squishy. And especially for new players, they will have a horrible time. You'll feel like quitting the league. You will struggle with currency, you will not have zero fun. So that's why be smart when you pick your league starter. Stop paying attention to the campaign that much, especially if you're new to the game.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, there are a lot of good starters, but pay attention. So I would recommend, if you don't like Ballista, Holy Flame Relic by Balor Mage. It's a good build. Yeah? Maybe you want to see a gameplay footage with the build, yeah? Holy Flame Relic by Balor Mage, it's incredible if you don't like totems.
vent.
Okay, let's see what I get. So this is a yellow map, blighted map. And let's see what I get. Red blighted maps are the best, but this is yellow map. As you can see, you get a lot of bubblegum currency, which is very useful when you get your initial upgrades. Even gem cutter prison here. Instilling orbs also, which you can sell for kills. So all these orbs are important when you get your initial currency. After you can transition to look at the... Oh shit, I got a divine. And of course, if you're lucky like me, you can also get divine orbs. Yeah, if you're lucky like me, you can also get divine orbs. Yeah, I love it. You can also get expensive oils like opalescent, silver or golden. They sell well on Lickstar. So I got opalescent here. Yeah, we can use some incubators, why not? Let me just go out. Yeah, I don't have much use for the divine since I'm playing on solo self-found, but still a divine. Now I think I don't have time to open them up. No, let me check. Yeah, it will restart in 3 minutes. Let me show you the build fully done. So until it will restart the server, let me show you the build fully done. Standard. Here. Toilet inspector. Here is Siege Ballista fully done. Let's see how it goes. So when the build is fully done, it should look something like this. What should I do? Let's do a 5-way. So the build fully done can farm 5 ways. Where am I the fragment tab? Here. Oh, I need a blue one. Fast emblem. A green one, sorry. Just give me something here. I'm overpaying as fuck here, but it's fine. So this is big overpay, what I mean. I just want to show that you can farm 5 ways when Siege Ballista is fully done, yeah? So from Explosive Arrow, we will transition to Siege Ballista, which is this one. And if you like, you can even do 5 ways. To farm 5 ways, you need a tanky build, and Siege Ballista with this setup, it will become tanky. So when the build is fully done, it will be tanky. Until then, on Lickstar, you play a little more carefully. So this is the build when it's fully done. Yeah, so if you like farming time like jewels, you can. But later, not on Lickstar. So 5-way is not something that you will farm on Lickstar. I'm just showcasing the build here. So you don't farm 5 ways on Lickstar, but later you can farm if you want. You're a Saki boy. You're the Saki boy, not me. Now, sadly, they restart the server, so I need to... we can check the build guide, why not? We can do something else. And yeah, they restart the server, I need to go out. Anytime now, I will get disconnected, no? You're a Saki boy. Shh. So I'm waiting to get disconnected here, yeah? Anytime now. Look, I got disconnected. So what I can do now, I can switch to the website and we can discuss on the build guide, yeah? If you never made it. You're a Saki boy. Shh. Don't call me a Saki boy. You're the Saki boy. You're here to learn. So let's switch to the website, yeah? I'll make a reminder video for my starter tomorrow. And here is the build guide, yeah? So what can I say? Let's check the build guide. What can I say? When you open the build, you have a section here at the top. It has a navigation panel. It shows you everything that you need to know. So you have the Pantheon Ascendant. Shut up! Shh, I cannot focus. So we have the Ascendancy, Pandits, and Bandiot here. And you have the gems here, yeah, and the POB. Here it's a POB that you can open. You have it for budget, and you have it for for the normal setup too. Here for the skill tree, you have multiple skill trees here, yeah? And here are the gems that you need to use. And here are the gems, the gear explained, yeah? Even the flasks. You have them explained even for budget. Let me give you an example. Let's take the amulet, for example. So on League Start, you use Hero's Truth. You even have for the Anoint, budget and best in slot. I reminded you about Blessed Orb and Intrinsic Catalyst, a lot of useful things. Here for the rings, best in slot will be with percentage dexterity, middle budget will be flat dexterity or fracture with all attributes. I need to add it to the guide, and low budget on League Start you just get tier 1 dexterity and whatever. So that's why you need to read it. Yeah, even for the belt, best in slot with increased dexterity, on League Start you use a Stygian Vice and you're gonna craft it. Here are the jewels, on League Start you use rare jewels and fluid motions. Here are the flasks. When you open the build guide, you have a League Start section here. It says League Start leveling progression, you need to click it. And this is a section dedicated for League Start. It tells you in each act what you need to do. In Act 3 we transition to Explosive Arrow, which is the build that you've seen on the screen. And later, around red maps, we're gonna swap to Siege Ballista, which is the actual build. And you have here the swap. You also have a video guide if you don't want to read. I made a video guide where I show visually the transition, you know, how to League Start with Siege Ballista. You have here a video. So yeah, you have a lot of information. Big Cookies, the moderator from Discord, also made a Wikipedia for the build, but it's not done. The wiki, it's not done, you should not access it now. Because I need to review the information here. So this is not made by me, but I need to make sure that the information presented is correct. I don't want to have conflict with my build guide. Yeah? So we're working on a Wikipedia here. What I would prefer here to have, for example, a page with additional upgrades. You can use gloves with rare conversion, you can make it a glass cannon. So people from Asia, they have a Siege Ballista variation which they focus only on damage. But it's squishy as fuck. My setup is tanky, it's not squishy. The guys from Asia, they go with Hatred Aura, they put cold conversion gloves, it's also very expensive, that setup. So we can add it here to the Wikipedia. Will be a variation, glass cannon Siege Ballista, we can add it. I can also make a history of the build, why not? We make a separate page. But yeah, this is work in progress. Until then, you stay with the build guide. Yeah, so we're working on a Wikipedia for Siege Ballista. No, you don't buy Cyclopean Coil because that belt is expensive. If you want to have a good rolls on Cyclopean Coil, it's very expensive, it's not worth it. For League Start, I recommend the Stygian Vice. It's very cheap, you can roll it yourself with Deafening Essence of Sorrow, and you can put a jewel inside for extra dexterity. The Stygian Vase, it's better, it's very cheap. If you go for Cyclopean Coil, if you want to get good rolls, it will be expensive. Also on Stygian Vice, you can get extra resistances, for example, or more life. Yeah? Belt with increased dexterity by day 3 will be like 1 Divine 40 Chaos, it will drop fast in price. Yeah? The rings will go expensive, so percentage dexterity, they will raise in price, belts will go down in price. So by day 3, day 4, they will be under 1 Divine. Until then, you stay with the Stygian Vice. Yeah, of course, depending what we see today on the reveal stream, I will update the POB and the build guide. Yeah, we will see in 1 hour, no? Look, in 54 minutes, we're gonna see what we have. Oh, another thing that I need to point out for the POB on League Start. Yeah, let's go on the first page. You have a League Start progression here, and there is a POB for League Start. People ask me, where are the items? You know, hey, POEGuy, where are the items? Read. you check the notes section. So this setup for the campaign was adapted for new players, meaning that you take whatever. You just focus on items with life and resistances, and for the scaling on the weapon, you have it in the notes section. Look, I explained here. So yeah, you don't worry too much about the items. That's the beauty of it. Here are the gems for each act, what you need to use. Yeah. Here is the skill tree for each act. The nodes, you should open with the community fork program actually. And here are some notes section, you need to read them. You know, everything that you need. Good. Man, if you have questions, let me know. What's your opinion on the cord belt? The cord belt will be removed, I think. So they removed Mirage, no? So there is no way to get the core belt unless they add it to core. So we will see now in 50 minutes. So I don't know if the core belt will go core or not. Okay, let's see what we can watch here. I have guides on Blight, if you never did it. Yeah, here are some guides, you might want to check it out. The Blight guides are still up to date. If you want Sanctum, you have guides here. Give me a second, let's switch to my Discord, why not? One moment. To do some clicks here. So here is my Discord server. Yeah. Each time when we have a league start, I will make a category with the Atlas progression and with League Start Siege Ballista. So there will be 2 channels pretty soon. So I'll make Mirage League 329, I mean the new league that we have 329, and I will make 1 channel for the Atlas progression with some strategies that you can do and more for the Atlas unlock. And here you'll have some guides for Blight too. And will be 1 channel for my starter too. Yeah, especially if you make the build for the first time. Look, this is useful, for example, if you never made the build. The order of the allocation, yeah? It can help new players. Some reminders, I've seen some common mistakes, people forget to take this mastery. Again, Quill Rain and Skirmish, I repeated, these are great uniques that you can take, it will give you a lot of damage, they are also cheap. Here you have, yeah, if you open with the community fork. Yeah. So you might want to check it out. I will after the reveal stream, I will prepare on Discord 2 channels. There is no reason to rush the Siege Ballista transition because Explosive Arrow does plenty of damage, you can stay longer. So you can get a 5 link and you can put extra supports, it will do more damage. Here are some important reminders for Siege Ballista. You don't want to... You know, you need to do maps that are relevant to your upgrades. If you have shit items, you put lower maps. You don't go directly to tier 16 when you barely have 1400 dexterity. So yeah, I'll make a video with some reminders. Okay. So I always make these channels, yeah? Man, what can we say? Let me see, can I log back into the game? Give me a moment. I think they are doing a patch for Path of Exile 1. Let me go back on YouTube. We can watch a video, you know, porno movie, you cannot go wrong with it. So give me a second. Let me do some clicks. What we can watch here, let me think. Give me a second. Yeah, I need to put something interesting. Give me a second. Maybe my Atlas progression. I think it's an interesting topic. How I will unlock my Atlas. Unless we have something great for Abyss, you're gonna unlock it like this. So let's go here for videos. It will be the same progression that I did in Trial of the Ancestors. So this Atlas progression, I will repeat it in the next league. So we can watch this video. By the way, the leaks. Hello, my boys. Good morning. Yeah. You know, I'll go in the kitchen, make a sandwich. So we have a big reveal in like 45 minutes. So I'll keep this video playing and I'll go in the kitchen, make a sandwich really quick. Because I'm a little hungry, yeah? Today was a long stream. This is my leak start atlas. Hello, my boys. Good morning. This is my leak start atlas. Can you hear the voice? So please write in the chat if you can hear the volume from YouTube. So here I'm playing a video. Please tell me if you can hear what I'm saying. Yes? Fine. Atlas progression for the upcoming event in Path of Exile 1, Return of the Ancestors. So
Okay,
the way
I'll
you
be
leak start
back
is
in,
crucial. I don't play
10
games when
minutes.
it comes to Atlas progression. With my Atlas progression here, you should be able to make a lot of early currency, a lot of experience, and also fully unlock the Atlas by day 3. I usually do it by day 2, so this is a well-tested setup. You know the drill. So let's jump into it. Here we go, and we have the POE planner. I'm gonna open it. We need to select Atlas 3 under Path of Exile 1, and let's make it on the spot. You know, a couple of people ask me, boss, can you share your Atlas progression? Okay, I will do it. You know, between you and me, I just want to sleep. So right now, I want to go back inside the bed between you and me, but let's get started. So we go this way. This is how I will do it.
Okay, I'll be
now
back.
we're gonna go to the left side here, and we need to take some higher map tier chance. This is very important. You don't need to exaggerate with these nodes, but you need to have some. So we're gonna take these nodes here. Let me see. We go this way. You're gonna also take this one. So this higher map tier chance, it's pretty much mandatory, especially early on. Then you want to go up and you need to rush for the following keystone. This one on Wavering Vision, it will give you 20 points right away. When you click it, you get extra 20 points that you can spend right away. We're gonna go into Blight. This is what I'm gonna do. Blight, it's easy, man. Blight, you can do it even if you're new to the game. You can do it with any build, even naked, in-game. So if you play a bad build and you're naked, you can still do Blight. And it's also very rewarding on League Start. Then we're gonna take this, by the way, I'll put some guides in the description of the video. So if you're new to Path of Exile 1 and you don't know how to do Blight, I will put 2 guides in the description of the video, very short videos, you will not waste time. This will reduce the cost of the buildings and towers, meaning that you can make more towers, yeah? And this will have you more chance to find Blight encounters. We need to take this first. Then you go at the top and you need to make sure that Blight will be very easy. We're gonna rush for Cassia's Pride. The moment you take Cassia's Pride, it's easy mode. Blight, it's easy mode. If you know what towers to build, because you will watch a guide, Blight, it's easy mode. You simply cannot fail it. And to make it even safer, we're gonna also take this one that will give you more life for the pump. Now we need to guarantee that each map that we open will have Blight, so we're gonna take this one. Now we have 100% chance for each map that you open to contain a Blight encounter. Now we need to make it more rewarding, so we're gonna go here. So the loot will get better with these nodes, especially this one. Blight chests in your maps have 20% chance to be openable again. Some chests you can even open more than 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, especially useful for blighted maps and oils. Now, speaking of blighted maps, you need to go at the top here. There are some powerful nodes to the left here that I'm gonna take in a second. These ones. So more chance to find blighted maps. Red blighted maps are very profitable, man. You can sell them or run them yourself. Yellow blighted maps, red blighted maps, in my opinion, you should run them yourself on League Start. You get a lot of bubblegum currency, you get a lot of oils, you get a lot of rare items that you can use or sell. It's a lot of way to generate profit. Blight is especially good with the Mirage mechanic because we have that belt that you can anoint, which will be very expensive in this event. One more reason to farm Blight. Speaking of the Mirage mechanic, remember a lot of people will do heist. By the way, the League Starter that I'm playing, it's also incredible for heist if you want to farm it. And since a lot of people will farm heist, we're gonna go with heist. There are some blueprints, there are multiple divines. If you do the smuggle caches and the Mirage mechanics, some blueprint enchantments are multiple diviners. So this is an easy money maker. Not only that, you get buffs. So the moment you take the Dutiful Soldier, you will have Hack from Heist accompanying you in your maps, which will give you some powerful buffs, which is very useful for, you know, shitty builds. But I'm playing a strong build, so not for me, but for you it's very useful. We're gonna take it. Now you go here at the top, and you need to make sure that you have more smuggle caches in your maps, and more chances to find blueprints here. And we also take this one for smuggle cache chance, yeah? Let me check, let me think. Then I'll go with Ultimatum. So around this part I should be entering the red map territory. We want to go with Ultimatum. If your build cannot do Ultimatum, considering doing my build, or you do another content. You can take this and you take whatever you want after. But I personally will go with Ultimatum. On League Start, the easiest one will be Survival. And so I will take this for more chance to find Survival. And if you find other variations, you need to make them easier. So we're gonna allocate the small ones here, yeah? For Survival on League Start. Then we go here, we have a really broken node, 25% chance to duplicate the reward that you get. You get a divine, you get 2. You get a mage blood, you get 2 mage blood. By the way, this actually happened to me. You get an inscribe ultimatum that's expensive, you can get 2. 25%, it's actually a lot. That's why I love ultimatum, because of this node here. Then you take these nodes here, and you want to take this one too. Pretty much will make the rewards better. Yeah, and you want to drop this one. After you take this wheel for ultimatum, you're gonna drop this one. It's no longer required. Pay attention. We're gonna take here for ultimatum chance because it's great. Now in this event, I also want to go for inscribe ultimatums early on as fast as possible. So we're gonna take more chance to find inscribe ultimatums, specifically currency. So it's inclined to give you those divine orb inscribe ultimatums, which can be very expensive. It's great. More chance to find the trial master, and when you kill the trial master, will drop a random stack of catalyst, which catalysts similar to oils are very expensive on Lickstart. So ultimatum, it's actually good if you can do it. Then what we can do here, let me use my brain. We can do Hiero altars. Yeah, altars you should always take. I prefer Hiero. I made my statement clear in multiple videos why it's superior than Searing XR. Yeah, and you also have a jackpot. You can find divine orb altar. So Chaos Orb you can find everywhere, it's all about hitting it big here. And for making early currency, you already have Blight and Smuggle caches everywhere, don't worry. So this is very calculated. Now with the last points, you can take more quantity here. And we can take the wheel in the middle, it gives you quantity and rarity. And we can call it here a stop. This will be my Lickstart Atlas progression. As you can see, it's very sexy, very nice. It's important to notice that from this Atlas, after you fully unlock your Atlas or close to completion, you can spec into whatever strategy you want. So this is just for Lickstart progression, to get your character levels, to make your early currency, and to progress your bonus objectives. But later, you actually want to drop later Unwavering Vision, so you can use Scarabs, and you can drop Scarabs, yeah? So remember, this you will actually drop it, eventually you will want to drop it, yeah? But this is for Lickstart, and this is how I will progress my Atlas. So this is the build that I will play. It's Ancestral Commander with Explosive Arrow Ballista. I repeat, this is not your typical Explosive Arrow. I do things my own way. This is with direct hit damage, yeah? This is, I've been making Explosive Arrow with direct hit damage for more than 3 years now, especially in the GGG events. The reason is simple, it's cheaper. You can invest much more points into defenses because you don't need to go into damage over time. This was for the Ancestors event, and now we have a different build. I'm playing Siege Ballista. Even the damage we push it faster, simply because we have direct hit damage. Damage over time requires some time because it needs to push the damage out, yeah? Remember, here I did a Lickstart practice on stream. I'm using dog shit items. So here are very cheap items and I'm still pushing a lot of damage.
I need to pause.
As a matter of fact, you can finish the campaign even with a random white bow from Act 1.
Stop it. I cannot even eat my sandwich, yeah? Anyone it's in the game, we need to check if the Path of Exile 1 client it's up to, because we can go back and we continue. Still we have 40 minutes. No, it's still down. I prefer to have it like this because we have the countdown timer, yeah? Yeah, give me a second. So my boy, the drops will work in 40 minutes, not now. So everything is set up correctly, you will get the drops, but in 40 minutes. When they start the reveal stream. Yeah, and here I have videos for Path of Exile 2. Here it's for the Ancestors event that we had. I'll make a reminder video for my starter. Also, if you're interested, I'm making posts. So here it's the community section from YouTube. You might want to check it out. I'm making posts from time to time. Yeah, what we can do. Let's go back to the build guide. Man, if you have questions, ask me. I'm reading the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. So any questions regarding the build, I can answer now live. So let me know if you want to know something, let me know. So yeah, any questions, just ask me. Look, you have a common mistakes. If you make the build for the first time, you should read it. So based on my previous experience with new players, I notice what they tend to mess up. So if you make the build for the first time, read this section here, it's for you. You have a crafting guide, it's in the build guide. So in the build guide, you have a crafting guide on how to craft the rings, belt, even body armor. I actually need to update the build guide. It's still fine. So the build guide, it's 95% the same. You can still follow it. I'm talking about the video build guide. Here. But this video, it's old. Okay, my boys, now let's get... You can even hear it in the voice. I was using a very cheap microphone here. It's almost 2 years old and I need to change it. So probably I will do a new build guide for it. And we try again. Unsettling damage, so putting flat added cold damage is actually better. Better than using this one. Okay, let's get the good roll. Here. Indian street food, better. Man, this looks disgusting.
Helicopter, helicopter!
Man, fuck this shit, we go back here. Move on. Okay, my boys. Yeah, it looked funny from the thumbnail, but it's shit. Yeah, I don't want to see that one. Still in 40 minutes, we need to wait a little. No, helicopter, helicopter. Yeah, again, if you have questions, just ask me. I have nothing better to do. Yeah, I would not eat food from India, for example. So I like the culture. I have nothing to do with the culture, but street food, I would not eat from India. If you want to get food poisoning, I mean, Indian street food, I heard that you can get food poisoning. So I would really not eat street food from India. Robert Weasley. Boss, thank you for the love. We're gonna watch the reveal in 40 minutes. Thank you again. So you watched Harry Potter and you misspelled your nickname. So you want to say, yeah, different name. I tried to make a joke. What a terrible joke. Thank you again for the sub. How much money do I need to invest into farming tier 16 in the first 10 hours? 1 divine orb. So this build can do tier 16 for like 1-2 divine orbs. Very cheap. You have here a gameplay showcase. Let's actually watch the video. This is again a very old video, but we can watch it. This is very old. It's a in divine orbs and the normal build, which is 40 around. I need to make new videos. I mean, I was using a shit microphone and my voice was not sexy. So I need to update these videos. Let me see where it's the cheap version. 1 second. Let's see the timestamps. So gameplay showcase with normal budget. Gameplay showcase with cheap budget. Gameplay showcase with poo-poo budget. So this is under 1 divine orb. Let's see how it goes. So look, tier 16 with a budget under 1 divine. Let's see gameplay. 2 divine orb budget. You want to read a little the modifiers, you know? So this is under 1 divine. This one, it's okay. Let's do it. Consecrate ground can heal the enemies, but who cares? You know, I don't care. I need to make new ones. I don't like the voice from this video. So on 2 divine orbs, let's see how it performs. 2 divines is still cheap. No, 2 divine orbs. So this, you ask me how it's in tier 16. This is the build on 1-2 divine orbs. You know, it's consecrated ground, they heal, sadly, but it is what it is. I will do it. So this is the build with 1-2 divine orbs. Tier 16. Weasley, thank you, man. Yeah. Thank you. So in the description of the video, you'll have the build guide for this. What do you mean? The microphone, I have a dildo now. I have this one. So I upgraded my microphone. Now look, I have a better one. So here in this video, I was using a very cheap microphone. Maybe I paid $10 for it, but this I paid more. So this is my current microphone. Yeah, here I'm speaking. This is better. So yeah, if you want to see the build with cheap items, you have here on the cheap items. Yeah, you have a video. Yeah, it's HyperX. Actually, you know it. So this is the HyperX microphone, yeah? No, HyperX. It still have an X. Try to make a joke. Here on the build, I explain what you can farm, what you cannot farm. If you want to do Uber mode, Pinnacle bosses and tier 17, you can transition later to my other build, Shrapnel Ballista. So from Siege Ballista, if you want to do the hardest possible content from the game, you can swap from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel Ballista. And actually, I made a video on YouTube on the transition. Let me show you. So in Mirage League, I made here a video how to swap from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel. Hey, let's actually play this video. Yeah, let's play it. Please tell me when the game is up, because we go back into the game.
Hello my boys, good morning.
They are restarting the server, so we should go back into the game.
Transition from my Siege Ballista League starter to my other build, Shrapnel Ballista. Both of these builds I've been playing and perfecting for a long time. So Siege Ballista is my League starter here. I use it to fully unlock my Atlas. Then I eventually will swap to Shrapnel Ballista. I need to stress that these are two separate builds. So Siege Ballista one build, Shrapnel Ballista another build. The transition it's optional because Siege Ballista can do all the content from the Atlas in T16 and T6.5 without any problems. So I repeat, this is optional to transition to Shrapnel Ballista. Shrapnel is for picky dicky players that want to do the hardest content from the game, like tier 17 maps or Pinnacle bosses on difficulty Uber mode, for example. Shrapnel can do it. Starting from today, you'll be able to see me playing Shrapnel Ballista daily.
Up, man.
So
this guy speaks a lot,
how powerful is this build? So let's understand why.
No, I don't know how you can watch me sometimes. In some of the videos, they are so cringe that myself, I cannot watch it. So there are some YouTube videos with me. When I watch them, I cringe. I start to cringe, you know, they are terrible. So I don't know how you can watch this shit.
Transition is so easy to swap from Siege to Shrap. The ascendancy remains unchanged, so you don't need to change your ascendancy. You already have a Hiero Fund because you started with Siege Ballista. The Hiero Fund will have probably a high level because you used it to unlock your Atlas, so you have a Hiero Fund. You have it with high level. You have the same ascendancy here. You have the same Pantheon, we use Lunaris and Shakari, and you have the same bandits, so you don't need to change anything here. The skill 50% remains the same, so we preserve half of the skill tree. Not only that, some of the items here we will preserve for Shrapnel Ballista. For example, Light of Meaning with Chaos Resistance, the Medium Cluster Jewel with Sleepless Sentries, the Watcher's Eyes, even this one, Astra Mantis, we will preserve.
So here I'm showing how to swap from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel. The transition is optional. Shrapnel Ballista can do all the content from the game, that's why.
We don't do transition. So some of the items, we will use them in the same builds. And this will make it easier to transition, yeah? So what you need to understand, Siege Ballista, it's a dexterity stacker here, and Shrapnel Ballista, it's a strength stacker. So here we're stacking strength. So how to get going with the transition? As you play Siege Ballista, you will prepare a stash tab here. You will call it how you want. And here you buy all the items from the Shrapnel Ballista guide, all of them. So if you go to the guide here, it's the gear page here. Make sure that you have all the items that I stressed here in the guide. You put them in a tab little by little. When you have all the items that I mentioned here, you can transition to Shrapnel Ballista. So the items, pretty much I have them here. I've been gathering them since day 2 of the league. Now what you need to do in addition to items is to open the path of building. So again, in the build guide, if you go at the top, there is here POB, passive tree and gem links. And you have here a version without a mage blood and a version with a mage blood. You click on the version without a mage blood because this will be on the transition. Later you will add the mage blood and the build will become much more powerful. But until then we're gonna use without a mage blood. Yeah, just a synthesized belt with strength. Here is the path of building with Shrapnel Ballista. And here I'm in game with my Siege Ballista skill tree. And we need to copy the exact skill tree that we see here in the POB. My boys, I will speed up the video so you don't get bored and you will see pretty much I need to get the exact points that I have in the Shrapnel Ballista POB. So we start by removing the jewels. Okay, let me speed up the video.
Hey, hey, welcome. So I need to pause it a little. The first step is to dedicate a stash tab where you get all the items that you need, and then you will unspec the skill tree. That's what I'm doing here. Okay, my boys, I'm done with the... Boss, Drella, thank you for the sub again. Thank you, man, thank you. Again. Skill tree. You need to understand that you need minimum level 94 for this transition. Here I was 99, so I have extra skill points. The reason I said 94, because you can just copy paste the POB. Whatever you see in the skill tree, you can make in your setup. That's why minimum 94. Now, if you league started with Siege Ballista, you should be more than level 94. If you league started with Siege Ballista. I repeat, minimum level 94. So level 94 should allow you to take all these nodes that I allocated here. Now with the extra nodes that you have, you can take this jewel socket, for example, yeah? And you can put an additional jewel here. But I repeat, minimum 94 for this transition, so you can copy exactly what I have in that POB. That's why I said 94. Now we need to equip the items. Here we have some items that I'm gonna use. We're gonna put all the items here, and we need to calibrate my resistances. So here we put all the items. You have them in the guide. So in the build guide, I've shown you what you need to buy, what to craft. You even have a crafting section in the build guide, so you don't overpay for your rares. Okay, so this I crafted in advance. I don't want to make this video too long either. So here we have all the items. As you can see, the amulet remains. The only thing that you need to do for the amulet, you need to put the correct anoint. And the anoint for Shrapnel Ballista, it's watchtowers. So you need to put it. It will give you an additional totem and movement speed per totems. If the amulet is corrupted, I'm gonna put here tainted oil, so you can anoint even corrupted amulets in Path of Exile 1. So let's put here indigo, silver, silver, and we put the tainted oil so we can anoint even though it's corrupted. And now you change the anoint, very important. A lot of Saki boys forget to change the anoint. This is important, you need to change it. Yeah, okay, let's check my strength. So upon transition, if you bought all the items necessarily, you should have more than 2000 strength. As long as you have 2000 strength or more, you did a transition right. Here I have 2300, this is because I have good items. The corruptions from my items are not mandatory. So here I was dicky picky, I got some corruptions. These are optional, you can add them later. Don't worry about the corruptions now. Now you need to buy all the gem setups that you have in the POB, that's the transition. My boy, in the build guide you have a section passive skill tree and gem links. You click it and you have all the gems that you require. Make sure to put everything. And on the body armor, if it's corrupted, the easiest way to color it is with tainted chromatic orbs. So what we need here, we check with the guide, you need 3 green, 2 red, 1 blue. So you click with this until you get 3 green. So it's inclined to give you off colors, yeah, very easy. So we need 3 green, 2 red, 1 blue, I got it. And now we can put the setup. So remember, if the body armor is corrupted, you put tainted chromatic orb, yeah? That's how you do it. My boys, after you put the gems, you're done with the transition. So here I have all the correct gems. Some of the gems you will borrow from Siege Ballista, like Grace, Purity of Elements. We have here Blood Rage, Second Wind, Dash, for example, here Steel Skin Automation. So even some of these gems you will borrow from Siege Ballista. Now at the moment I can summon my totems. The build will shred, as you can see if you drop by on stream. Now let me give you some tips. So some newer players might struggle with the quiver, might struggle with a large cluster jewel. By struggle I mean they will pay more. And here Emperor's Mastery might also go up in price. Let me give you alternative. So this is not mandatory. For Emperor Mastery, this would be the best slot. So the game is up. Let me play the video, it's almost done. And then we're gonna go back inside the game. Let me check something. So it starts in 23 minutes. I think I will not even log in, we wait for the stream. Yeah, so we're gonna watch the stream and after we can log in into the game. Okay, let me put... we watch this video now. Where the fuck it is? Here. But if you don't have enough money, you can buy this one. It's called Emperor's Might. This one. Instead of Emperor's Mastery, you buy Emperor's Might. This is cheaper than Emperor's Mastery. Again, you need to be prepared if you make Shrapnel. It costs around 100. Go on POE stream and link it to the main stream like other stream. How the fuck I do it and why? I already calibrated, so the drops are enabled. If you... Let me check what you... 1 second, I need to check something. Yeah, give me a second, I will check it now. Let me see what you meant by that. So he said, go on POE stream and link it to the main stream like other streamers. Okay, let me do it. Give me a second. I don't want to show you my personal information. So I go on Path of Exile. Okay, thank you for saying. Apparently they changed the system. My boy, thank you for saying that. So I just linked it. Yeah, we can actually watch the stream together. Do we have sound? Yes. Hitter, thank you. X14 Hitter, thank you for the sub. We're gonna watch the reveal and we're gonna watch the patch notes. So it should be linked now. I mean, we still have 21 minutes. You know, my boy, let's play my music and we're gonna go back in 20 minutes. Let me see if I can go back inside the game. So we wait until 20 minutes, we can go back inside the game. I can give you some showcase with Shuttle Ballista and Siege Ballista. So let me open the game now. We actually have a patch now. You need to restart the game, they will do a patch. It's 2 gigabytes of patch. It's quite large. Maybe they add the supporter packs, that's why. So at the end of the presentation, they will reveal some supporter packs and they will be included in the patch. You can buy them now and you will access them. That's why. No, the Ancestors build that you played is just for the events. When I play a league, it's a different build. So here I'm playing something else. So it's different. Give me a second. I'm launching Path of Exile 1 now. Yeah, welcome. It's no longer morning. It's close to midnight. So until the stream starts, we can play some Path of Exile 1 for 20 minutes. It's loading. Man, the Twitch works, yes. So it's in 19 minutes. We can still play it like one map, 2 maps. Okay, we go back. So I'm showcasing Siege Ballista fully done. Yeah, I have it here on standard. This is the build when it's fully done, not with league start items. So let's see. I'll open a map. Yeah, just put something, whatever. Let's do a jungle valley. Let's put some content. See, check my skill tree here. See what I have. Oh shit! I don't play standard, by the way. I'm usually play league. You know, I don't play standard. Let me take some breach nodes. Put some breach scarabs here. Put them up and we run it. So I only play league. I don't play standard.
Verdant canopies shroud the world in dark.
So this is Siege Ballista, which is better than Explosive Arrow. When it's fully done, the build will be tanky, it will not be squishy. Okay, let's find a red beast. I should shred it quite fast. Okay, let's do this one. High Fortress, we do it. Siege Ballista is great for Breach, it's also great for Abyss, and I'm expecting some changes to Abyss in this presentation. A reminder video for my starter will be made tomorrow on my YouTube channel. I make a reminder video for those that want to make it. Let's start it.
Let Let's get it done. Cover me.
Just put your ballistas in the middle and you wait. That's all that you need to do. They have a very long range of attack. As you can see, they will attack far away. No, they didn't. The only problem that they need to nerf, it's how you call it, kinetic fuselage. That's skill gem, it's broken, the skill gem. So it's not the problem with Hierophant. You can make kinetic fuselage on any other class, it's still broken. The skill gem is broken. You can make it on a champion, for example. You can make it even on a witch, and it's broken. So the skill gem is broken, not the Hierophant ascendancy. Kinetic fuselage, the skill gem, it's unbalanced. They need to nerf the skill gem. The skill gem is broken. Not the Hierophant. You can make it, you just get some totem placement speed, and you make on another ascendancy. Even on Marauder, it's broken. So the skill gem is the problem. We will see. I don't believe what you said. So you're trying to trigger me. I don't believe what you said. We will see now in 10 minutes. So all that you need to do is to put the totems in the middle, and that's it. You don't need to click anything. So in 16 minutes, we still have time.
I almost have it. It's done. Get out of here.
Oh, I forgot about this part. Let's do it. Yeah. Hey. So I had a break from Path of Exile 1 with Path of Exile 2. Look, we have a red beast. Let's see. Done. Tier 16 red beast juice map, no? Yeah. Maximum life as extra maximum energy shield. Reduce damage from crits, which I'm doing crits, and I still kill it fast. Red beast. And I have not great modifiers too. Yeah, so this is Siege Ballista fully done. It's a pleasure to play. It's also tanky when the build is fully done. This is a tanky build. It's not squishy. I want to show you something before the stream. Let me go back to the league. So Mirage. Here it's Shrapnel Ballista, yeah. I transition from Siege to Shrapnel. I want to show you something here. So what I love to do here, if you take dash and you put quality, it will lower the cooldown recovery. You put second weight with quality, so you can dash 2 times like this. You want to put this one, cooldown recovery support. So look what happens. You can, instead of moving, you can just dash. See, it will recharge the cooldown very fast. So instead of moving, you just dash around like this. You know, incredible, no? So So you put high level dash, high level second wind with quality, and you put cooldown recovery support. Instead of moving, you will dash. Saves you a lot of time. It recovers very fast the cooldown. Check. Very fast, yeah? You just spam dash. It's also great for heist because you complete the heist very fast. Instead of moving, you just dash like this. Yeah? This you can do later because this is expensive. Let me check how much it is. Yeah. So this is optional, but I love it. If you have the currency later, you put cooldown recovery support. So this is my main build, Shrapnel Ballista. Let me check again the timer. 12 minutes, we have time. We can do an Uber. So my boys, which Uber do you want me to showcase? So here we have a couple of Ubers, say which one. So write in the chat which Uber you want to see them, and I will do it. So yeah, I'm reading the YouTube chat and Twitch chat, say which Uber. So from this list, tell me a name. Incarnation, Maven. Uber Maven. Okay, fine, we do it. So this is Uber Maven, which is the hardest boss from the game. So if someone asks you which is the hardest Uber, it's Uber Maven. Let's do it. Okay, we do it. So yeah, Uber Maven here.
The prize base comes to join.
Area level 85, 70% less damage.
Stand still.
Pain will be returned tenfold. Space aligns.
This build can also do all the challenges by yourself. You don't need help. So if you want to get all 40 challenges, you can do it with this build alone. You don't need any help. This is not Siege Ballista, it's Shrapnel Ballista. I'm stacking strength. So this is a different build, it's not Siege Ballista. You can transition later to this one. All that you need to do is to read the build guide. Yeah, this is my best build from the game. I never played a better build than this one.
My irritation is growing. Death will not be an escape.
After the boss fight, we go on Twitch and we watch the reveal.
Scurry, scurry.
Oh, was close. You need to pay attention. My bad. Yeah, it's great. Not only that, it's ultra tanky. You can even farm Simulacrum. So this setup, it's ultra hyper tanky too. It can do Simulacrum without problems.
Scurry, scurry. A cascade of pain. Take this. Stand still.
And fuck this boss. Now this one can be expensive if I have a good rolls. Let's check. No. So what happens here? There are some guys from Asia that stack 2 cluster jewels. Damage is more than enough, as you've seen. Instead, I focus more on the defensive side. So this is hyper mega tanky build. Yeah. So there are some guys that put 2 large cluster jewels for stacking more strength. But actually I went with spell suppression and some other changes. Damage is more than fine. But again, it's very tanky. We can do Simulacrum. Few builds can do Simulacrum. Okay, give me a second. We go back on Twitch because it will start soon. Yeah. Let me adjust my camera here. One moment. Let's put the music here. Yeah, so in 7 minutes. Something like this. Man, the chat is spammed like fuck. Yeah, let's wait. Does Shrapnel benefit from Unholy Might? Yes. Yes. You can even use a flask. It's called Sin's Rebirth if you want, but if you can use it if you want. So Unholy Might, you can use Sin's Rebirth. It's a flask if you want. Yeah, I'll make it full screen, of course. Yorosaki boy. Shh. Let me remove this one. Oh, look, Supercharge, welcome. Of course I'm ready, welcome back. And I see a lot of familiar names. I know for sure that Supercharge prefers Path of Exile 1, so you don't enjoy that much Path of Exile 2. Everyone will go crazy after they will do this reveal. You will see everyone will return to the game and they will want to play. And now we wait. Yeah, of course, Path of Exile 2 will be better, but in like 1-2 years. It needs more time. So with each patch that they add more skill gems, more support gems, more content for the end game. Of course, it will get better. Yorosaki boy. But it will be like in 1 year or 2 years. Needs more time. Hey Goriase boss, thank you for the sub, man. Enjoy the stream. So we're gonna watch the reveal, then we watch the patch notes, and then I'll make a video on YouTube, a reminder video for my starter. Yeah. So what I'm expecting, Abyss rework, we're gonna see some changes for Abyss. This is to be expected. Even the MTX that you get for free, it has Abyssal in the name. So it's a finisher effect for enemies with Abyssal, so they will do something with Abyss. Minion Pact will get nerfed, Kinetic Fusilage will get nerfed. These are my predictions. Let's see. It's possible that they will add the Shrine Belt even in this patch 329. If they will not add it now, probably they will add it in 330, but when they put a lot of effort into a unique item, usually they add it to the core. So the Shrine Belt, in my opinion, it will get added to the game.
Come on! Do it!
If we don't have it now, maybe in the next patch, but they will add it 100%. The core belt, it's great, also makes Blight more rewarding. So it gives more reasons for players to farm Blight in the late league. You know, Blight middle of the league or late league, it's not that profitable. But if they add the court belt, it will be more profitable. So yeah, I would love to see the court belt to Blight. It makes Blight better for the end game.
Stop it!
And the problem with the notifications, let me check 1 second. Yeah, try to send the notification now. 1 second. No, you still get it.
Stop it!
Are you hearing the notification? 1 second. So these notifications on the screen, can you hear them? Because I disabled them just now. Oh, the fuck. Apparently I can... Oh shit. Man, I have a problem. Man, please don't send notifications on stream. I cannot disable them. I need to go somewhere else, which I don't have time now. So it's not that easy to disable them. So please don't spam notifications here. Yeah, try now. Send now. No, so send one now. I think I fixed it. So send another notification. We're gonna check it. Let me see if I can send myself. I fixed it. So I temporarily disabled some features from Twitch. Yeah, you no longer use. It's fine now. Yeah, I disabled some features from Twitch, and you should not be able to hear them anymore. Can I get my Saki points refunded? Sorry, I cannot give them. Or I think I can. 1 second, let me check. Let me see if I can give. Let's see if I have a command. I don't see any command. We're gonna talk after the stream. So we have the reveal in 10 seconds. Let's focus on the reveal, and then after we can talk. Okay.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile, and welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile Curse of the Orflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile Curse of the Orflame.
The Orflame calls us to the sea. To a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath. A curse down below. With my lanterns, we
Boss, thank you for the sub.
the sea floor.
So this is a cave, I was
we
right.
must find the source of the Orflame before the brine rot.
So you have a side area where you need to enter, and you have a cave where you need to complete.
Somewhere
I was right.
in the blackest depths.
Yeah, it's a cave.
Bounty and death await.
Abyssal reward, we were expecting that. Oh, Legion improved. Oh! My boys, they added mercenaries, you know, a lot of people asked for mercenaries, and now they finally added to the game. It will make it too easy, in my opinion. And the new Ascendancy
your
too.
fortune in the depths of the sea.
Yeah, a new Ascendancy, we didn't see that coming.
In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile Curse of the Oriflame, where you'll comb the ocean floor discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins, fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast.
They will make it too easy.
Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Oriflame. Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark,
Patch notes.
as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch
They
chat.
need to mention patch notes.
After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at
this is
11 AM
important.
NZT. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
So we have the patch notes
Hi,
today. It's
I'm Mark
important.
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Curse of the Oriflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area.
Remember, this work in the campaign, so you can use them in
Once
the campaign
a chart
level.
is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Oriflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Oriflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them, the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder.
So we go into a cave
While
that we
scouting
need
the
to keep.
depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Oriflame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Oriflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control. Explore and claim what you can, while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right?
So random currency.
Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the
mechanic is
bathysphere,
incredible for Siege
escaping
Ballista.
the
If you
cold
make my
clutches
build,
of
it will
creatures that
clear
despise
everything
the light
incredibly
you bring.
fast. So this is
You'll
very
want
easy
to
for
place
Siege
every
Ballista.
lantern though,
If you
as
play.
exploring to collect enough Dead Man's Sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters
They
in
will
your
also add
voyage,
powerful
which
items
you
to
will
improve
probably
the power
slaughter
of
for
your
extra loot
character.
and experience, we're sure.
So we're gonna see now something powerful
This
for boosting your
modifier
character
causes
power.
all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface,
And it
safe
looks
and
fun.
sound.
So it doesn't look boring. The mechanic looks fun, it's not the boring mechanic.
Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage,
so they put
find
some
any
effort
of these
into this
capsule
one.
locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that Dead Man's Sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not.
For crafting.
Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass, resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item,
Mirror.
and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke.
I mean, this will
as
make
Vesper
mirror
can
tier
only
crafting
reify
better.
a single outcome.
So you want to slam
This
a
can be done
modifier
with
with Exalted
almost
Orb, you get
any
3 tries
crafting
now.
step you'd like.
You get 3 options.
Want
It's
to
good
see a
for
few
mirror tier.
outcomes for that influenced Exalted Orb?
So mirror tier crafting, it will be way better in this league.
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
Yeah.
Do be wary though, as the more potent the
for
craft,
fracturing
the
orb,
more
even
sulfur
better.
Vesper will require to see it done.
So this is incredible for
That's not
getting
all,
fractures,
however,
yeah?
as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the
Hinekora,
form of
yeah.
rare and valuable
You put
ducats.
Hinekora Loki, now it's much better.
These can be consumed by Vesper to warp
If it works, I
and
don't know
twist
if it works.
items in ways not seen in centuries.
Probably it will not
Such
work.
as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep one mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
Oh.
The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another. And Brine Hook's Ducat, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These Ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league, and for the
Abyss.
first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea.
Now,
Some
we
might
will
even
talk about
say
Abyss.
this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel.
Now they need to nerf it because they were too
Mercenaries
powerful.
will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As
still
per
have
the
ours.
Trathan code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold,
Man,
and
too
the
broken.
duel commences.
Don't like the mercenaries. They give too much power to you. Too much power. You get free curses, free auras, and free other effects from the items. It's way too powerful.
If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will
Yeah, they have
teleport
auras,
out,
I've seen it.
repulsed at such a poor display.
Way too powerful.
Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you.
You don't understand. The game becomes way too easy with
While in
mercenaries.
map areas,
This is way
if
too
you
powerful.
don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters. Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new ascendancy class.
A lot of people will play
the
Scion then.
Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing
make a
them to
very juiced
permanently
mercenary
hire
and you
any
play, this is way
mercenary
too
they
broken.
find in Rayclast.
I will also make a build with
Luminaries can
mercenary.
have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat.
People don't understand how broken are mercenaries.
Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items. But these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques.
Terrible.
While the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary,
this will be
or
broken.
having their mercenary support them.
I will also make a build
The
with this
Oath of
one, and I'm gonna
Fealty
tell you this will
and
be broken in the
Golden
next
Glory
league.
passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them.
Yeah, if you didn't play the Mercenary
The
League
Loyal
before,
Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood
you can
passives
get
enable your
really
mercenary
broken
to
builds with
protect you in
mercenaries.
combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills.
Yeah.
As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in
this is
unique
good for
items.
solo self-found players.
And the
So you play
Trathan
solo
Scarab of
self-found, you get
Infamy
full stack of
forces a
uniques.
more
It's very easy
powerful,
to get your
infamous mercenary to
basic
spawn,
uniques.
accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters. Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss.
They will incorporate some
When we
things from
brought
Path of
Abyss
Exile
over
2.
to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1.
Exactly.
The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks
It's
leading up
actually
to
better, the
you will
mechanic from
find
Path of
that it
Exile
is
2 with
already
Abyss, it's
open
superior.
and
So this is a
spilling
good
forth
change.
abyssal energy into the surrounding area.
Yeah, this is a good change.
Subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within
It
its
feels way
influence.
better, this Abyss.
Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamak that dwell beneath.
So this is a great change, it's
Slay
way
enough of
superior
them,
the mechanic,
and the
it feels
Abyssal
better,
Legion
more
will
fun,
spill
more
forth from their
enjoyment.
domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking.
Great. Now we need
However,
to look for
be on your
currency from
guard.
Abyss, special
The abyssal
currency.
minions of Kulamak have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1,
If they add
and
it or
many
not.
employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain. In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
That's great.
This will also come with a complete refresh of abyssal scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes. Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items.
Jewels.
This
can be
boss
big.
has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of timeless jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items.
Whoa.
Legion generals and maps will have a
Maybe
chance
we get
to drop a
a
new
better
type of
Astramentis,
currency
maybe
item,
we get better
enshrouding
things or
crystals.
gloves for Siege Ballista.
These can be used on your unique armors.
So maybe we have an
You can
effect
then
that
take
we
the
can use on
enshrouded item to the domain
things
of
or
timeless
which are very
conflict,
common.
which might look a little bit
This
different
can
to
be an
what you
indirect
remember.
update for my build.
A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain,
So
and
this
there
can,
appears to be
push
some
Siege
sort of
Ballista.
entity trapped inside. Potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's touch transformed into
Casey,
a
thank you for
Malagara's
the
virtuosity.
segment.
But
I cannot
now,
talk too
the
much, it's a
Malagara's
presentation, but
virtuosity
thank
has
you.
a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier.
Whoa.
As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to
Imagine
transfer
having for
powerful
strength, maybe we
modifiers
get the
from one
benefit
unique
for
item
strength, like increased
onto
armor
another.
for each strength that you have.
Here are some more examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets, boots, gloves, shields, and body armors. In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically.
This is a good
No
change.
more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting. Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more
So they
rewarding
made
as
5
you
ways
kill
harder
monsters.
with this one.
Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols. Talismans were introduced back in 2015.
Yeah, nobody used
them. But over the years, they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman. What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted,
Oh fuck,
making
this is
them
good for
far
crafting.
easier to craft once you find one.
So you can get +2
Secondly,
with the
the
implicit
special
+3.
modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be
Still powerful.
significantly more powerful than before.
Good for Herald of
Here
Ebony.
are a few more examples of new talismans. Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
You have a divination card, remember.
So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last 2 expansions. Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Hiero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Hiero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or
you really need
reject
gold
all
in this
his
game.
offers.
You struggle with gold.
Anomalies are unique in this
gold cost.
regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest.
Lake of Calanda.
Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas.
Yeah, I also don't like it.
Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb. Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions.
Personally.
This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over. This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism.
From POEGuy.
Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves.
And they were strong.
But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So, after the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket.
So this is for the campaign.
We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation.
Yeah.
So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
Whoa.
This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away.
This would be broken for the
endgame. You can
game.
also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that.
Man, my fear is that they make the game too easy. That's my fear.
Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other.
They keep simplifying
the game.
For example,
Shadow's physical spells. like ethereal knives and bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting, so we've added a new notable to the Assassin, the Occultist,
This I like, it gives you more
and the
complexity.
Inquisitor.
So this is not bad.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana.
I don't like it is conditional, you need to get
One of
hit.
the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond Demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus, while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt.
I'm looking if you
I
can use
wonder what
something for
Pact
my
of
builds.
Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more
I would say
and
after
better
this
ways
part,
to solve mana. Check out the patch notes
I
later
don't
for
want
all
to
the
talk
details.
over him. So now
Next
he's
up,
revealing the
we're going to be
content.
talking
I don't
about the
want
new
to talk over
supporter
him.
packs for Curse of the Allflame.
I mean, it's over pretty
Today,
much.
we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
Yeah, let me tell
The
you if I
Plague
like any of them.
and Remedis packs.
Sometimes they add good
Each
MTX
tier
for the game.
contains
Let's see
the
what we
pack's
have.
full face value in points,
let me see what we
alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs
So
are
some of
purely
these
cosmetic
MTX from
and
supporter
do not
packs can
affect your
give you
character's
real
power
utility
or
inside the
progression
game.
in any way.
Like a kill counter or something.
The
Let's see.
Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield.
I actually like it
with a
because it's
weapon
not
that
too
has been
shiny.
submerged
So
in
this is a good
corrosive
MTX.
toxins.
For the looks.
The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease.
Terrible.
The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being.
Yeah, I will tell you
Given
my
the
opinion
goal of
after
spreading
this one.
such illness
Let's
is to
watch
end
the supporter
lives of
packs,
as
then I will
many
give
as
you my
possible.
opinion.
The map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity.
I prefer the map
Feel
device
free
with
to
a
even
timer,
pin the
it's much
count
more
of enemies
important.
slain
You know
in a map
how
to
much
the
time is to
leaderboard at
stay
your
per
leisure.
map.
Pair it with the putrefying portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator
So
experience.
this supporter pack,
Both the
personally,
map
I don't like
device
it.
and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction
this one.
that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin
that's the best.
changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield with relics once used by the Order
So
of
this
the
is not
Remedis
bad. So
Knights
if you like
against the
MTX,
Plague.
this looks quite good, but...
The Medi Roa Pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part.
A fun interaction,
the Remedis Knight
no
weapon
utility.
effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center for
So I
curing
want to talk a little
ailments,
after this one.
this
We're going to talk a
monastery
little
has
about
slowly
what we
wasted
see.
away while lying unused.
Let's wait.
If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are
Personally,
available
I don't
for
like the
use in
supporter
Path of
packs. We
Exile
had
2.
way better in the past.
We're looking forward to seeing
So,
which of you
personal
choose to
preference,
become
I don't
the
like
plague
anything here.
and spread disease across Rayclast,
We
or
had way
those
better in the
who
past.
wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Yeah.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, at 11 AM New Zealand time.
So I will stay
4 PM
online until they
Pacific.
reveal the patch notes, and then we're
With
going to
release
check
at
if
the end of
something
next
happened to
week,
my build.
Our community
So I
team
will
will
stay
be
online
posting
until they
crucial
reveal the patch
information
notes.
you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
So this is it, no? Need to make sure that it's over, yeah? Okay, I want to tell you a couple of things based on what I've seen. So my idea is that they simplify the game too much. People don't understand how broken are the mercenaries. They will work the same. And the new ascendancy from the Scion, it's also broken because you can just make a setup on a mercenary where you have like 4 or 5 curses, where you have like 3-4 auras, and you have some special effects from the items, yeah? Even additional curse, there are some really powerful effects that you can get from the items. You know, like extra debuffs, you can put 45 aura. For example, you can get 45 aura for free. Mercenaries are broken. So I think that the new Scion Ascendancy will see a lot of play. People will just make a very buffed mercenary and they will play with it. Yeah. So most of the power came from the mercenary. And you just buff a mercenary with a lot of curses, a lot of auras, and a lot of effects from the items, and it will be strong. It will destroy everything. I will also make a build with the new Ascendancy class from Scion. I think it's broken. I also think that the campaign, they simplified it too much. So that was the taste of Path of Exile, that you need to put some effort into getting your colors. Now it will be, in my opinion, I don't like the change. They simplified it too much. And also you get extra effects on top. You've seen if it's a green socket, you get 10 quality. That's a lot. You know, I have my Siege Ballista universal method. If you get quality on a green socket, that's a lot of damage. This is a buff for my power leveling method. So remember, I'm leveling alts with Siege Ballista. Quality, it's big, it's huge. And now I get 10% quality for free. So those that know, I have a power leveling method with Siege Ballista. Now you get quality on top. You will shred the campaign. 10% quality, it's a lot. Yeah, quality is king. Very powerful. So yeah, they simplify the game even more. So each new patch that they do, they simplify the game. They make it easier each time. And at one point, the game will become way too easy. So you need to have some sense of progression, some challenge when you play the game. You need some real difficulty to the game. In my opinion, they simplify the game way too much. Yeah. This is my opinion. The biggest changes will be the mercenary being added to the core. This will be even more important than the league mechanic. Yeah, mercenaries to core. This is the biggest change that they did. It's even more impactful than the league mechanic that we have. Yeah. And I love that they added new Ascendancy classes. I was not expecting a new one, so this is great. Also, in the current Ascendancy classes, they add more nodes. So we had a couple of Ascendancy classes, they added extra nodes for them. So this is a change that I like. But yeah, don't simplify the game too much, because you want to have a point of progression and challenge. You feel better though if you play a harder game. So this is my take. Now we can go back to the game, or we can watch the interview with ZGD. Let's watch it, why not?
Primarily for quite a few years now.
Okay, let's watch it.
And typically I'll dip my hands into everything and
but I will
related to
comment.
the expansion.
So we're going to watch
However,
it, but I will still comment if I
few
fix something.
expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So
it's a lot.
That's a later nuke. So.
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people?
Patch notes, we're gonna read everything today.
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you.
Oh man, I was talking about the mercenary.
I did a bunch of new uniques.
The mercenary gives you too much power to your character.
Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch because that's
so
a pet
you get
project
up to
of mine.
4
I really
curses
like
for free. You get extra auras
and
for
probably
free.
Some other stuff I'm forgetting.
And you get extra effects like 45 aura for free.
Mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting. Was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things: Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today, but obviously the biggest news is the socket color change.
Yeah, but you have a new ascendancy where you have them permanent.
From what I've seen.
So you have a new ascendancy where you have the mercenaries permanent from Sion. So that class will see a lot of play. I'm telling you, you can use a lot of skills on Sion now. Just having the mercenary, it gives you a lot of power for free. Yeah, and they can also use unique items. And there are plenty of unique items that give you special effects, like 45 aura, for example. No, but we don't watch this. This is boring. You need to understand I speak over it because the ZiggyD interview is boring as fuck. So usually I skip it. Nobody wants to see this crap.
Sitting there designing, like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on
this
Monday?
Is not important information, so I can speak over them.
Plan ahead. We
this
don't.
Is not important.
Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1 is for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this with Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already
I don't like it. I don't agree with this. With the sockets, they simplify it too much. So I said, listen to the community. It's not, sometimes it's not great. So sometimes you listen to the community. They can be good changes, but if you listen too much to the community, especially if they are newer players, they don't really know what to ask. Yeah. So listen to the community. Not always it's a good thing. Yeah. So this change with the sockets in the campaign, I don't even know when it stops. So does it stop after the campaign? Maybe you can use this system even in white maps, yellow maps. So I have mixed opinions about it. Yeah, so with the colors from the sockets, I have mixed opinions about it. I don't know if I should be happy or upset. Yeah, I don't like it that much personally. My boy, thank you for the sub. Tynok007, I like the 007 from the end. Thank you. We can also do some more showcase with Siege Ballista. We're waiting for the patch notes. Yeah, the patch notes are important. We're gonna read everything, especially for Hierophant. We need to check the Hierophant ascendancy, make sure that they didn't do any changes. We're gonna read for Kinetic Fuselage, Siege Ballista, and all that good crap. Yeah, patch notes will be in 1 hour. So this interview with ZiggyD, it's pretty boring, pretty long. It will take 1 hour. Let me refresh it.
But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily... I talk about the gear upgrades. Sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades.
This is very boring, by the way.
You can just... Once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing.
Let's actually end it. Yeah, I can watch it later. So this, I will make a summary. You can use artificial intelligence to create a summary of the discussion here. Let's go back to the game and let's discuss what we've seen for the patch notes. So this will last 1 hour, which is very boring. They have a lot of filler words. Yeah, boring as fuck. Let's go back to the game. Give me a second. We do some gameplay and we continue. What's really important are the patch notes. A lot of things that they will discuss in this interview, they are already in the patch notes. So what you hear in this interview will be in the patch notes. So you can skip it if you want. Yeah, so 90% of what they will discuss in this interview will be in the patch notes. Here I was leveling a Templar and I have level 83. I'm doing on solo self-found. Let's continue. Okay, let's put a text on the screen here and we continue. Let's fix my webcam. Like this, yeah? Let's make it a little smaller. I mean, it's fine like this. And let's continue. So this is a Templar that I leveled up yesterday from level 1 and we continue. I'm preparing to transition to Siege Ballista. By the way, we have some big buffs. Let me show you actually. Let's talk about the buffs that we got. So Siege Ballista uses some very cheap uniques. Now in the next league, those uniques you can make them stronger. Yeah, so they reveal that you can get some special implicits on the uniques. And we can find something great for Siege Ballista. Let me see if I have here some basic items. Let me check this one. Give me a second. So here I'm on standard. I'm looking for a cheap setup for Siege Ballista. Maybe this one? No. I'll find one. Give me a second. This one. Let's check it. Oh, Star Trek Templar, maybe here. I'm looking for a cheap setup. Here we have it. So here are Crimson the gloves. Now you can get a special implicit. So this is a change that can indirectly buff the build. So if you have a good implicit, it's great. Remember, they also showcase Maligaro Virtuosity for the gloves for Shrapnel Ballista. So maybe we have a modifier that gives you strength stacking potential. Like increased armor per strength. The more strength you have, the more armor you get. So they revealed in the video Maligaro Virtuosity, and they said that we have multiple modifiers that you can get. This can be an update for the build. Here we can get an implicit. Yeah, and this will be an upgrade. This is a cheap item anyway. Maybe on Brisquap we have something. Maybe on this one, Fractal Toads. Maybe on Iron Commander. Maybe on Poise Prism. So we can get some indirect updates. We can see them in the patch notes. Yeah.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Also, they added new jewels. So if you kill the new Abyss boss, apparently it will drop 4 different jewels. Maybe we can benefit from them. Again, we will see it in the patch notes in 1 hour. Okay, let's continue here. I'm preparing to transition to Siege Ballista. You can see it on stream. Will it be better than the corrupted uniques? My boy, you need to understand that you can get the enchantment and then you can go to Alva Temple and you will double corrupt. So you can have a corruption and you also can have a special enchantment. And because the items are cheap, you know, Crim Sorrow is very common. It's a very common unique. It's easy to get the enchantment and the corruption. The more common the unique, the better. So now you can have the corruption and the special enchantment. You can have both of them. Did you like the dive stuff? Man, they put some effort. So the league mechanic looks like they invested a couple of time in it. It's not basic. So it's pretty similar to the old mechanics. You find a side area that you need to explore and kill monsters to get a reward. But they actually put some effort into it. What I'm hyped about, it's about the crafting mechanic. So now if you try to make mirror tier items, it's much easier. So crafting mirror tier items will be slightly easier with the new mechanic. Yeah. So the crafting thing, it's mind-blowing. Even a divine orb, if you put, you get free results and you pick the best one. Yeah. So yeah, the league mechanic, it's great for crafting. Now let's continue here. I'm still on Explosive Arrow. And I'm unlocking with Atlas. So I play here from scratch and I need to unlock all the bonus objectives. So let's continue. You can stay longer with Explosive Arrow. There is no reason to rush it. So the transition to Siege Ballista, you can do it later. Actually, Explosive Arrow on a 4-link can do even early red maps. Yeah, and if you get a 5-link, you do even more damage. Remember, I don't have Quill Rain and I don't have Skirmish Quiver. Yeah, because I'm playing on solo self-found here. Okay, let's run a couple of maps. Next league, I think I will go like this. I go with Blight, and after Blight I will go with Breach, and from Breach I will go with Ultimatum. So white maps, yellow maps, we go with Blight. Then we go with Breach. The Genesis tree is very profitable on League Start. And then I will do Ultimatum. So late red maps, we transition to Ultimatum. So Blight, Breach, and Ultimatum. In this order will be my progression for the Atlas tree. What do you mean? You cannot hear the music? 1 second. Let me check. You cannot hear the music? 1 moment. I need to make sure that it works. No, it works. The music works. Okay, let's continue. The reworked Abyss doesn't look great for League Start, yeah? I would prefer Breach over Abyss. So the reworked Abyss, you can do it later, but don't do it on League Start. It's not that great. So Breach, it's still superior to Abyss. Even with the rework, Breach will be superior because of the Genesis tree. People want items with resistances, and if you get Genesis tree, you get a lot of items with life and resistances, which sell really good on League Start. Here I'm doing for bonus objectives. We try to unlock the Atlas. We go here, we make Blight more rewarding. From Blight we transition to Breach. I mean, we do Blight and Breach each map that we open. But first we take the Blight nodes. Let's push the tier, let's do tier 8. Still easy. Explosive arrow on a 4-link, you do plenty of damage. So I was not, what impressed me in this presentation, the mercenaries. I was not expecting them to add mercenaries. I think they listen to too much to the community sometimes, yeah? Yeah, the new Scion Ascendancy will be played by a lot of people. I will also make a build. So initially I will start with Siege Ballista. I will transition to Shrapnel, and my next build will be a Scion. So I will make a setup with the new Ascendancy just to show people how powerful are the mercenaries. So yeah. We have some new players that don't understand how powerful are the mercenaries. If you have a permanent mercenary, you put a certain setup of items and you deal shit ton of damage. So yeah, I will also make a Scion. Let's do the Blight. You know, I was expecting if they add mercenaries to nerf them a little, you know? But they are exactly the same. And you still have permanent mercenaries from the Scion. Okay, let's do the Blight. You rush for towers level 4, they do a lot of damage, especially with Cassia's Pride. Yeah, I will make it. So it's settled. After a Shuttle Ballista, I will make a Scion, and I will demonstrate how broken are the mercenaries. So I will make a build for the Scion, yes. Yeah, they said that they will add them in the future, but I was expecting to nerf them a little, no? So I know they said in the future they will add mercenaries, but I was expecting a little nerf, you know? No, not a big nerf, a little nerf there. You can still get 4 curses, you can still get additional effects from the uniques. You know, even double aura, you still get it. But it is what it is, we will adapt it, will make it too easy. Actually, I think majority of the people are happy that they have mercenaries. Yeah, majority of the people should be happy. We had a lot of people in the past that loved mercenaries, and I think they are happy of this change. This is what it is. Remember, I'm an old school player, I see things a little differently. Yeah. So I encourage a little difficulty here and there. We need to have some difficulty in the game. We don't want to simplify it too much. So that's my view on the game. No, Metamorph was boring. So Metamorph League was boring as fuck. So personally, I don't care about Metamorph. You can make an aura bot. Why not? With a new Scion class, you can make an aura bot. You get curses from the mercenary, 4 curses. You also get extra auras. Why not? Yeah, I would see even an aura bot possible with the new Ascendancy class. What is the problem? They make the game too easy. That's the problem. So the mercenary, when you recruit it, you can get it with 2 auras. For example, free determination, free grace, free haste, free vitality, free clarity. You get up to 2 free auras, and you can get free curses. There are some items that you can use, and the mercenary will apply 4 curses on the enemy. You get 2 auras, and you can get extra effects from the mercenary. My favorite effect is to take free fortify aura from the axe. I forgot the name. Man, what's the name? There is a 2-handed axe that gives you 45 buff. That's very powerful. So yeah, it makes the game too easy. Now they balance this out because the mercenaries are not permanent. We will see. People will stack on mercenaries. Maybe you buy what you need, you buy a couple of them and you keep reusing them. Yeah. Kingmaker, yes. That's the axe. So Kingmaker gives you permanent fortification. Of course I will use mercenaries, since we have them to the core. In Siege Ballista and Shrapnel Ballista, we will use mercenaries. For Siege Ballista, the best one will be with Determination Aura. So Siege Ballista on League lacks physical damage reduction. We can take Determination Aura. That will be the best in-slot mercenary for us, yeah? I actually have some videos on mercenaries. If you go on my YouTube channel and you scroll down, I explain the items that you can use for mercenaries. Okay, let's continue. So here I'm doing a fresh run. I'm showing you how to unlock the Atlas on a fresh run. So everything from scratch. I'm playing the Templar of Sex from level 1. Look, Templar of Sex. And I will do fully the Atlas unlock, and I will transition to Siege Ballista pretty soon. Now, of course, we need to see the patch notes, then I will tell you what happened. Yeah, I'm gonna stay online until we have the patch notes. We'll be in 1 hour, yes. Now, depends. Maybe the mercenaries will be expensive, so you can sell them, no? So who knows, maybe getting the right mercenary will be expensive, and we need to play a little. But if you want an early prediction, I think they will be very strong, the mercenaries. Even with limited charges, I expect them to be very, very strong. We didn't have any big nerfs to them. You know, you can buy a mercenary just for the aura. So you don't worry about the items, no? You buy, for example, you want on League Star Determination, you buy from the trade a mercenary that has Determination Aura. You don't worry about the items. Just having Determination Aura, it's a huge update. For example, for my Siege Ballista. You know, on League Star, you struggle a little with physical damage reduction. Now you can buy from trade a random mercenary. You don't care about anything else except Determination Aura. And just like this, you get free Determination. Yeah, we'll make it too easy. And let me tell you a secret, Determination Aura works with Watcher's Eyes. So you can have Determination from the mercenary, and you can put a Watcher's Eyes with Determination effect. It will actually work. Trooper, welcome. Yeah, but Trooper, you need to understand, even if it's for 5 maps, you buy multiple ones. So yeah, you buy like 10 mercenaries, and every 5 maps you use a new one. Yeah, you just use it for the aura. So you get 3 auras for free. You don't need to change the items. You keep whatever items it has. You just use the mercenary for 2 free auras. Yeah? So even if you need to reapply it every 5 maps, you just buy another one. You know? You keep them in the inventory. Yeah, you'll see they are too powerful. So you buy it from trade with the auras that you need. You know, free auras. And those are really powerful auras too. Okay, we take this one. We kill this rare.
My mana is spent.
But I don't want to stress you too much. You know, there are some people that love mercenaries and I don't want to ruin the fun for them. So this is my personal opinion. I'm not a big fan of making the game too easy, but I know some of you really like mercenaries, so I'll shut up. Personal preference here. If you like mercenaries, good for you. I don't like them that much. But who cares? You should be happy anyway, because the game just got easier. Get 3 hours. So yeah, 3 hours, why not? Blight, it's easy. I'm doing with Cassia's Pride. No, you cannot magic find. They said very clearly that it will not impact quantity and rarity. So in the reveal stream, they said the quantity and rarity will not impact the mercenary. This will also impact Tabula Rasa a little, no? I mean, you still have 6 links, but... So you would prefer to have items with different colors, so you get those extra benefits from the colors, yeah? You still find it's a 6 link. Yeah, Tabula Rasa is not changed, yes.
I must have time to gather my will.
Okay, let's do the Mirage.
Choose what you wish.
Here.
So be.
Take this point too. Yeah, for the 6 link. Let me tell you a broken item. So for those that didn't realize, we have a broken item from the campaign. It's called Skin of the Lord, Skill of the Loyal. So that is a body armor that is 6 linked, can be used at level 1, and it has colors. It doesn't have white sockets. So if you want a broken item, it's called Skin of the Loyal and Skin of the Lords. That will be broken as fuck in the campaign because you get extra benefits for color sockets, and they always have colors. And they are always 6 linked. So yeah, will be a good body armor. Yeah, you need to get the correct colors, but still, this will be broken as fuck. I'm not talking about the price, I'm talking about the effect. They will be more useful for the campaign. Okay, let's make an arc tower here. No, chromatics will be cheap. Let me tell you why. First of all, you can buy chromatics from the vendors. Each town has a vendor that will convert Jeweler's Orb into chromatic orbs, and secondly, it's a very common currency, it drops everywhere. So I don't expect chromatics to be that expensive. You know, probably on day 3 will be ultra cheap. So it's a very common currency, and you also have in each town you have a vendor that converts free Jeweler's Orb into 1 chromatic. So I cannot see them being too expensive. They are changing it. If they change, they change. So usually for the ZiggyD interview, I will ask artificial intelligence for a quick summary or something. I don't want to watch it. It's 1 hour and it's boring for me. So each time when I try to watch it, I get bored. Yeah, for 1 hour too much. They should make it like 30 minutes. So the ZiggyD interview, they should make it 30 minutes so people don't get bored. 1 hour is too much. Or 20 minutes, 30 minutes or 20 minutes. People would actually watch if they make it shorter. Man, I got bored already. So I said that I will watch until the end, but I watched for 2 minutes and I already got bored. So this time I said I will watch the ZiggyD interview. I watched for 2 minutes, I already got bored, so I had to close it. That's the problem. I get bored too fast. And yeah, I wanted to watch it until the end. I watched for 2 minutes. I got bored. I had to close it. And now we continue to league start practice. Yeah. I think I'm not the only one. So I'm not the only one that gets bored with it. And imagine staying 1 hour. So I got bored in 2 minutes. Now imagine staying 1 hour to hear that. Look at my life. That's a lot of life. Oh, in 2 hours? Terrible. My boys, apparently the patch notes will be out in 2 hours. I will stay up, yeah. So I promise that I will stay up and we will check the patch notes. So I'm really curious what will happen. Plus, I'm preparing tomorrow a video for my starter. And people will ask me, is your build still viable? So yeah. I need to see the patch notes. So I'll close the stream after they release the patch notes. Then I'll go to sleep. And when I wake up, I'll make a reminder video on my YouTube channel about my start. I will not sleep if I don't see the patch notes. Until then, look, I'm progressing my Atlas here. Let's raise the tier. Let's do tier 10. Okay. Here we can do this one. I'm also showcasing the Atlas progression. This is what I will use on patch 329. This is what I will do. We can run the blighted map too. Let me check. No. No, let's go here. No, even if the mercenaries are not permanent, you have 5 charges. So what you can do? You go on the trade website, you look for the auras that you want, let's say determination. And you buy 5 mercenaries with determination and you put them here. And you will use them just for the aura. You don't care about the items. You know, just having a mercenary with determination, that's a lot of power. And that's how it will work. So you don't stress yourself about changing the items, you just buy a random one just for determination aura. I give you an example because you have multiple auras. Oh. So again, this is the starter that I will play. And I also showcase the Atlas progression, what I will do here on League Start. Yeah, 1 charge per map, you're right. One charge per map. I need to change the flask, by the way. I need to have different flask here. Okay, let's make a scout tower. And let's start it. Oh.
Reach the purification pump.
Towers level 4 do a lot of damage with Cassia Sprite Keystone. Yeah, it's a good build and was adapted for new players. So what you see here, I did my best to tweak it for new players that never played the game. I've been playing this build for 5 years now, 16 leagues in a row, you cannot mess it up. So this is my best starter from the game. If you hear about POEGuy, you'll think about Siege Ballista. Yeah, I'll make a reminder video tomorrow. Yeah. And here I'm doing practice run.
Make your wish.
Let's take this one, it gives me a lot of gold. Thank you, boss.
My mana is spent.
So if you're new to the game, I recommend minions, brands, and totems. These are the build archetypes that are for new players. If you don't like Ballista, you can play Holy Relic by Balor Mage. So it's a good starter for new players. It's lazy and it's very fun to play. It's called Holy Relic by Balor Mage. It's not with Ballistas, it's with minions. Yeah, I encourage that build. You might want to check it out.
I must have time to gather material.
Remember that drops are active. You should receive a free MTX. It's a finisher effect, which is not bad. No, finisher effect is not bad. Yeah. Let me check here. So the patch note will be like 1 hour and 30 minutes, something like that. Yeah, that's a good build. Also want to show people that you don't need to rush the transition to Siege Ballista. You can stay longer with Explosive Arrow. Damage is more than fine, even defenses are great.
We are victorious. For now.
Let me take the jewels. But I was actually right. So my prediction was that this will not be a water mechanic. I said it will be an area similar to a cave, and I was right. So it's a side area. When you need to do the mechanic, I was right. And it looks pretty similar to a cave. I know it's at the bottom floor of the ocean, but it's very similar to a cave. So I was right, actually. Jared, boss, thank you for the sub and welcome. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support. We stay here and we will wait for the patch notes. So yeah, I will stay up until we have the patch notes. Probably in 2 hours. 2 hours. No, I said something similar to a cave. And the ocean floor... the idea was that it's a side area for the mechanic. People were thinking about a special mechanic with water, where you have boats and you can run across the water. And I said this will not be the case. I said it will be a side area, which it is a side area, where you'll have some monsters that you need to kill, probably in a cave. That's what I said. So some people were telling that you'll have boats on the water, and I said they don't have the time to develop such a mechanic. I said it will be a side area, you kill some monsters, you get some rewards, probably similar to a cave, something similar to a cave. And this is what we have.
I must have time to gather.
No, I still have neighbor problems, I need to be careful. But it's midnight now. My problem, yeah, I should actually speak a little less louder. Give me a second. I need to be careful with my neighbor, you have a point. Because tomorrow it's Friday, they go to work. So it's not Saturday, it's Friday, so I can have some problems. Look, they said that initial thought was to go with Bestiary instead of Ocean. But they were missing assets for Bestiary. Yeah, so Bestiary would have been a cave instead of Ocean. Yeah, thank you for saying that. Okay, let's see what I get here. I need some jewels. This we can use. Some chaos resistance, fire damage we can use temporarily. Damage with bows, accuracy resistance. This is also useful. This I can use.
Godslayer.
Here I want to slam an Exaltor, but maybe I get something with utility. So let me slam an Exaltor. Totem damage. Mama boy, check this jewel. So I have damage with bows, I have totem damage, accuracy, which helps explosive arrow, and a lot of resistances. This was a nice slam. I will use it. I need one more level. Now, before I jump to red maps, let's keep doing yellow maps. Yeah, we can do this. This one. Put Maven Witness, why not? Yeah, it's a great League Star Jewel, yes. Someday I will be able to play PoE. How many hours you have? The problem is I don't play on Steam, so I cannot show it because I play standalone. But you need to understand, each league I play around 5,000 hours. I used to make videos on YouTube bragging about how much I play. So if you go now on my YouTube channel, I put /play on all my characters in a league, and my average is 5,000 hours per league. So each league for close to 8 years, I have like 5,000 hours per league. So I have plenty of hours. Probably more than 50k hours. So for 8 years, almost daily, I've been playing Path of Exile. That's a lot of hours. Also, I don't play other games, so if you focus on one game, you play it more, no? Okay, let's see, we can make arc towers here. Here, arc tower. The reason I didn't play it on the Steam client, I had a really shitty computer. So I had to install Steam, and the Steam was taking some of the resources from my computer. That's why I play standalone.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots. It's put out new mycelium.
Okay, we have here, let's make some towers. See, just arc towers, I don't stress too much. I have a low chaos resistance, yeah, this I will fix it later. Chaos resistance, we will fix it in red maps, not now. White maps, yellow maps, you can do with negative chaos. What I read to fix, it's my flask. So the flask I have them from the campaign, I need to change them. So I really need better flask, yeah. I can actually push the loot filter, so when I reach red maps, I usually push the loot filter to very strict. So in the campaign, I use semi-strict. When I finish the campaign, I use strict. When I reach red maps, I put very strict. So I can push it now. No, less clutter on the ground. There's the bridge. Yeah, I like the new crafting system, especially for very expensive crafts. Even for mirror tier items.
I mana dispel it.
Okay. Let's take a jewel socket. And I'll put this jewel that I just crafted. Very powerful jewel. For budget. So what I will do, pretty soon I will swap from solo self-found to regular Mirage, and I will transition to Siege Ballista. Oh, another one. I dropped already two. The Mirage.
Choose what you wish. Slaughter them all.
If you like the music, I have another channel where I upload the music. Let me type it for you. My boy, check this channel. So I uploaded some of the songs on this, it's my second channel. So check the Twitch channel. I will upload more music, yeah? I'm level 85. So this is a template that I leveled up recently. I'm already level 85. Mostly because of Blight. Blight gives a lot of experience. Okay, let's make our color.
The blight is trying to spread.
Here another one. Remember what I tell you, for Siege Ballista, you stick with the written guide. I'm preparing a new video guide. The written guide, it's always up to date. You have all the information in the written guide, you stick with that one. Always up to date. I'm actually preparing a more up-to-date video for Siege Ballista. I did so many guides and I need to update it. You know, there are some small changes that I need to mention in the video guide. You can use the video guide for the crafting section. So I show how to craft the rings, the belts, the body armor, etc. You can still watch the build guide for that, but I'm preparing a new build guide for Siege Ballista. Probably in 5 days. First we see the patch notes and 5 days a new build guide. Take this map, let's go out.
Zara will not like you.
Yeah, new build guide, I need to make it. Plus, my voice in the video guide was terrible. So when I open that build guide, I cannot stand myself. When I hear myself in that video, I go crazy. I was using a very cheap microphone and I was speaking like shit. Now I speak much more sexy, my voice is better now. So I need to make a new build guide. So my voice was terrible in that video, I need to make a new one. I actually upgraded my microphone. This is a better microphone. Looks, it's like a dildo with lights. So that's why I sound better, because of the microphone. You know, the microphone actually makes a big difference. Okay, we take... Here we go at the top. I will drop a lot of blighted maps with these nodes. I need to rush for them. So we go this way and we take these nodes at the top. Look, 2 divinos already. Let me go to the breach area. I have these quest items, I need to return them.
You made it. It is good to see you. Welcome. I was sent a healthy sub with each victory. Drive them back.
Okay, now I have more space in my inventory. No. I will do the final lab when I transition to Siege Ballista. I mean, we can even try it with explosive arrow. Why not? Let's try it. When I reach level 90, we're gonna do the lab. Yeah, the 4th lab. And I will take the Firewall Ascendancy. I think it should be fine. Around level 90, it should be fine, even on a 4-link. Here I have a red map. I need to corrupt it. Oh. I can keep it. It's still fine. Let me take some yellow maps. So my priority now is getting bonus objectives.
Go.
Mercenaries, yeah, mercenaries goes core. So you ask me what they added to core mercenaries. That's one of the biggest reveals from the stream, that we have mercenaries core. Mirage will not go core, they talked about it even in the last week. Let me put a message on the screen. So I usually don't stream at these hours. We can put here waiting for the patch notes, so people understand why I'm streaming at this hour. So usually you will not find me streaming this late, but today it's an exception. Here we can put this at the title. Here, let me make it a little smaller. So that's why I'm online. I'm waiting for the patch notes. What we can make, I can make arc towers. Let's make it here. See, one tower type, I don't stress with too many towers.
Choose what you wish.
Stack decks I will always open, I don't sell them. On League Start I never sell stack decks.
What is your desire?
Let's take this one.
Make your... Not all treasure is silver and gold.
So we can actually get a buff here with the new Unix. So you can get a special enchantment on the Unix. This can actually be a buff, especially for Crim Sorrow. So the Crim Sorrow gloves are pretty basic. Now you can get a special enchantment on them. I'm gonna read it in the patch notes. The blight. Here I can make scout towers because I don't have scout tower immunity, which is the best tower. So let's make here one scout tower and we start. You rush for level 4, does a lot of damage, so we need level 4 here. Now it's done. With level 4 is done, it's easy. Done. Just stay in the middle. This I will run. Blight the tier 10. This I will actually run. Gives a lot of experience too. Let's run it after the mob boss. So if you're new to the game and you don't know what content to farm, I highly encourage to look into Blight. If you don't like Blight, you can do Heist. These two content are great for new players. Yeah? Are incredibly easy and quite rewarding too. So you're not wasting your time. I need to be careful with this boss. This boss is very deadly. Here we go this way. Let's run the blighted maps. Best thing about Blight are blighted maps. We have here tier 10, we run both of them. You need to make sure that you put the correct oils. So you need to Verdan, it will give you a lot of experience, you power level really fast, and you want one amber, it will lower the cost of the towers. You can make more towers, you anoint it. Let's anoint this one too. And let's juice it a little. But you don't want shit modifiers, something that will not impact you too much. This I can do. Okay, let's run. This I can also do. Oh, I mean we have elemental reflect. Yes, let me roll it. Do this one.
Oh, bless.
Checking the immunities. I have just one scout tower immunity, so I can make a lot of scout towers, and I'll be more careful with this lane that spawns the minions. Let's start it. I don't have places to make towers. The towers, you need to make them closer to the pump. So you want the towers as close as possible to the pump. A very unfortunate layout here. You try to make it here. I don't have space where to make it, no?
The blight is trying to spread.
Yeah, shit layout. I'll make it here, this one. If you watch a guide on Blight, you can do it without problems. By the way, I also have a good guide on Blight. That's all that you need to do. You watch a guide on Blight.
Put out you mycelium. New roots.
Mistake here.
It's branching exile.
Make a seismic here and a chilling tower.
Go with God.
The blight is trying to spread.
I must have time to gather.
Let's make a killing tower here, scout out.
New roots. Put out new mycelium. New roots. put out new mycelium. New roots.
I cannot speak too loudly, it's very loud here. So it's late, it's past midnight, and I have some neighbors. So I need to adapt my voice because I usually don't stream at these hours, it's very late. And if I speak too loud, they will call the police, that's the problem. So I don't usually stream this late, yeah? Very late for me. Piranim, thank you for dropping by. Yeah, speak tomorrow. Again, thank you for dropping by, thank you for the sub. Tomorrow we're gonna talk a little about the build and more. Yeah, good night. I'm also a little tired. Yeah, I love you too, thank you. Check my experience. So pay attention to the experience bar, check how fast I'm leveling up. And this is yellow map. 85, 86. Okay. What can I take? Let's take this one. I'm trying to body block it, yeah? Yeah, body block it. Yeah, and we wait a little bit. My boy, out of curiosity, put in the chat, so what would you prefer, the ZiggyD interview or gameplay here? Yeah, I can show you more gameplay with Siege Ballista, or we can swap to ZiggyD, but it's boring, man, it's boring, for me personally. So if you want to see the interview, tell me and I will swap to the interview. I'm tempted to talk a lot, so usually when I see an interview, I'm trying to comment a lot, and people, I don't like it. So when I see an interview, I'm tempted to comment a lot, and that's my problem. I mean, I talk less. For me, it's easy. We can put the interview if you want. I can just shut up and we watch it if you want. So if you want to see it, I have no problem. We can switch to the interview. I mean, just let me know. Oh, check what I got. Fracturing goal. So if you notice from the new mechanic, you can put a fracturing orb and you get multiple fractures. This is very powerful. So in the reveal stream, they use the fracturing orb and they got multiple options. So I think fracturing orb will be more expensive in the next league. Yeah, 2 divines, 1 fracture. Okay, let's end it. There are some monsters somewhere. We need to kill. What do you mean by that? Welcome, but what do you mean? The drops are still enabled, you get them. So drops are still on, even though I don't watch the interview, the drops are active. So you do get them. Yeah, you can check it from your Twitch profile. So on your Twitch panel, you have a progression for the drops. Okay, let's put the interview then, 1 second. I'm tempting to comment, that's my problem. When I see an interview, I'm tempting to talk a lot. So I'll try my best to shut up. Yeah, so we can put the interview and I'll try to shut up.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
For me, it's boring.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because
Let's remove this one.
We figured this out pretty early on in League development, so this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the POE2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You stole our idea.
But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, so I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which
so
is
exclamation mark drops, it will give you a link to the finisher effect. You can check it.
You know, eventually you can.
So in the Twitch chat, exclamation mark drops, and you can see the effect. What will you get?
We're great. We're just minds.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, Wish. I'm also a little tired, but we need to see the patch notes.
So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like the base, a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legion, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much.
Man, I'll go make a sandwich and a tea.
And I
need to make a cup of tea and sandwich. Be back in 5 minutes.
I need to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah,
I think this is a good change.
So I don't think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons.
5 minutes break.
Like another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned, is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a smaller pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because we've removed those other rewards.
Right, they're not being replaced. Like instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues. And I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope, it's something players prefer, instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me last league. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around a corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system, needs it. And, you know, with the burst, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there. So you can already see we're heading in a direction towards...
More to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to, like, what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So Legion rework to 2029.
.com. There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques, because it's sort of like a different sort of magic.
Right, yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams there. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
but like, if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in
it doesn't really work because they have to go from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah, okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have like, you aren't taking a full party with you. But yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, like, because they're now this limited thing. It seems like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Like, well, they're stronger than me.
The main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need a balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be powerhouses.
The good thing is we can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary. And I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we'd added the last Scion class where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So, sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like, so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are, like, it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys.
Yeah, I agree with you,
so
Rotis.
like
I'm not a big fan of mercenaries because they are too powerful.
Balanced, but
so we need to have the game.
This is like a super, I don't know.
If we simplify the game too much, it will be.
It's got like a really long tail. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries.
People don't realize how powerful are the mercenaries. I should make a video on them.
It's interesting if you're not a Luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a Luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very valuable mercenaries are.
Markets developing.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called, the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh, no.
I'm like,
oh, no.
You're evil. I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before or something.
Yes,
the new set.
We've shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations, but still 3 very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there, honestly. I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my...
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
There's stuff. I was gonna say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems. For
Yeah,
this
I
patch?
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys but
their survivability has been. No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance.
Figure it out.
Did you guys improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was a bit better or something. I don't know.
They kept it. It's the
hard
same.
Hard to recall.
We have added extra panels so you can see more information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was a passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses, I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those
you can
inherent.
actually build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's two things about the Luminary that I think are worth. You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's two things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas, yeah.
So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire, leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was and then since then I've done 1 or 2 extra acts and I found another 5 of them. I found one of the the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous kineticist, and it's
that's the big money right there.
Yeah, and then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones. I got those guys, and I was just sprinting through the zone, and he's slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. Yeah. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you get a good temporary recruit on top of your already.
Let me see what's happening.
Luminarious.
I get to be a support character without friends.
1 second, I need to see what's happening. Let me refresh it.
Absolutely. Will Triumph and skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
No, that won't be. Because most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables you to
And then there's
have
that one that would just be completely busted.
Yeah. So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Scion and being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure, we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
Unlock the Scion, you need to go to Act 3.
Who actually remembers
on your way to Dominus?
That from whatever, a decade ago.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be
they removed it probably.
I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
Most
because
of us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
everyone just has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a funding at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed. So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like, you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah, I remember self-casting.
So for example, like blade spells now
you
have
would
like
self-cast and it was a good
crit chance
skill in the
instead of
past. Yeah?
6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like I saw similar kind of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
that's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case that is actually a buff for those. All those lightning spells.
Like unique or something, right? Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah. The annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like, it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of, like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like, for example, channeling spells, because they don't have a huge amount of, like, different axes for scaling, we've increased, like, the damage growth on those. So their damage isn't, like, hugely different at, like, level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse, but hopefully weird, we'll change it more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the All Flame.
So
along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But
meta nerfs. So here we have genetic
Andrew's
fuselage.
a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells.
Man, don't
I don't
worry, I'm
want to
using
just buff
Purifying
every
Flame.
channeling spell in the game, and everyone's like,
So
"Oh
this
no,
is
I'm
my
playing
Lista.
totems.
In
No,
Act
I'm
1,
playing
I'm
mines."
using Purifying
So,
Flame,
you know,
not
there might be
rolling
some
map.
like counterbalance.
So it
there.
doesn't you don't care.
That's
Use
a
a
good thing.
Purifying
Otherwise,
Flame, it's fine.
You're not even necessarily then making people
So it
want to
doesn't
handcast, right?
impact my build.
Obviously, so.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
There is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is... I don't know if we'll ever see that in POE1.
So that's a tricky one,
It
isn't it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not like a... But it will come. We've
So
explained
they
that a
talked
whole
about
bunch of times.
something,
It's the exact
casting
same
the
reason
spells
why
on the
there's no
move, it will be
WASD.
probably in
I
1
see
year
the
or 2
question,
years.
and we've answered it before, the WASD
This is a
question, but
good point.
that's the
I
same
need to
thing.
remember
understand
It
how-
kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us like not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion, like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered and other means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past. There has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2, we pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you're opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can cyclone, which... So, cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really...
Okay, yeah. Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, I feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakened supports were just pure damage multipliers. All the supports they used were like Awakened Burning Damage, Awakened Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and...
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to.
Man, you can see what I'm doing. Hopefully,
we're even
not.
working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them.
Let's watch.
Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80%
In
into
50
solving
minutes.
it, and there's just a few bits left.
So patch notes in 50 minutes
I want to add
approximately.
something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which
No, 50.
Also, I don't know if people notice, but
You can see it on
we
the
have
screen.
the helper text system now in PoE 1.
Yeah, the tooltips. I definitely noticed that. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
Yeah.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
It's a
going to
lot
get
of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Yep,
You know,
linking
like,
them all.
you can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally.
Auto-highlight.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting because Path of Exile is a very precise game.
exactly.
And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because it could, misinformation's way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So yeah, they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But yeah, it's a good QOL addition to the game and good for onboarding as well. And yeah, so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh
thing,
yeah, I
Andrew?
was going to mention
The highlight, the circle?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release.
Yeah.
And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch in where the realm goes off and then back up.
It's
Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Some eternal terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous. But
that's good news.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
not usually.
The new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about. Well, we talked about cast on crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch. Not just, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff.
So we're going to check the patch notes, we're going to read everything, and then I'll go to sleep. I'm a little tired.
That has also been massively buffed, so
cool.
If that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully Assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F Assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that, just kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the Shadow Ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the one or two
authority on this.
We often have our we make sure we address the least played class or two, but because some of these we just instead went with more of a not to say they aren't, but folded into
they
the
just admitting that they check PoE Ninja. Yeah, they watch for the
related to the assassin questions.
And try to nerf.
A few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like they're kind of weak. So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to
we're waiting for the patch notes.
Generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one.
People
since
ask
it's
for
not
it.
the
They say
focus
that they
now,
want to
but
hear
we
the
can talk about
ZDD
this.
It's the
interview,
same
and
thing
we're
where we
gonna watch
try
it.
and pick a package similar with the league
If I hear
reworks.
something
instead
crazy,
of
I will
just
let you know.
Bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent. But yeah, I mean, the players will then tell us what the next. Like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up. That's how we ultimately decide. Here's what we're doing next. So ultimately, we just keep paying attention to what people think is not in the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here. And I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that ranger defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. It's like, you know, don't get hit or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking.
I mean, if the player base agrees and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is...
man, I can show you a picture with me if you want. Sure. I mean, we don't have a lot of people watching. Let me check.
Yeah, I haven't
if we don't have a lot of people watching, I can actually show you a picture.
Leagues.
Let me check how many people are watching.
How good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically
so I have a picture with me like 7 years ago. I can show that one.
In the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression
but let me see how many people are
that
watching. If we have too many, I will not show it.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
I mean, we have under 200. So like I can show you.
Evasion bases or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do it more decks. Like
I mean, I can show you if you want to see how I look. I have a picture from 7 years ago.
Kinda
I mean, it's actually 8 years.
Pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always gonna be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose opinion I kind of trust on that.
Yeah,
topic.
I do agree that I don't think POE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a two-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
And that's a fun thing to improve too. Like
come on,
results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So.
I mean, one of the benefits of having
this is 8 years. This is a picture from 8 years ago.
Split teams with designers fully dedicated to POE1. Is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Sure. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Var orbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
That is the thing that's happening.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have synthesis implicits when you also have val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items explicits mods and put them as implicits on something, you know, like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had. So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that Synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with design, ultimately blocking design space, and they don't really have a purpose. So like, we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things more powerful, or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
You already stood awake. We need to wait for the patch notes, then we go to sleep.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases.
So the interview will end in 40 minutes, meaning that the patch notes will be in 40 minutes.
Synthesis implicits and turn them into val corruption implicits.
Yeah, so
you can corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge now, for example.
Well, that's a potential big buff to val orbs. Then it seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but
exactly. I will go directly for the Hiero Fund Ascendancy, and I will check all the gems that I'm using in my Siege Ballista starter.
Weak ones.
Because I'm preparing a video tomorrow regarding my league starter, and I need to make sure that we don't have any nerfs. We're going to also check the buffs.
I think I petitioned
we can have some indirect buffs, who knows?
Years
we need
ago,
to check them.
And now I didn't even ask you this time, I just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them.
And when I wake up, I'll make a video.
I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever dream.
Remember those
days? Did you ask me before 10 a.m.?
You should stay up. I mean, go to sleep if you want. Anyway, I'll make a video tomorrow on YouTube.
I need that.
So if you need to sleep, go to sleep, and tomorrow will be a video.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. It's going to be some fun double corrupting, actually.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, this is the sort of change that affects like very pinnacle high-end crafting, because like you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did for some reason drop synthesis items. So for example, Ritual,
which is everything but synthesis, let's be clear.
Yeah. So those might be the next leagues in the future on the like, let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are like much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat bounces in the other direction though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items.
Still stay online, and we need to check the patch notes. Then I'll go to sleep.
Yeah. Well, so part of my follow-up question was like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. It's like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and do them properly.
They're getting sad. They're getting real sad.
So synthesized rings, you can get them, for example, in Ritual, or you can synthesize yourself with the fortification station.
Maps just be Atlas anomalies. And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to
Ritual
make
gives
them
you
more
synthesized
worthy?
rings, belts.
And
you can also synthesize it yourself, and you can roll it with Beast in the Menagerie.
It was
so you still have them.
Before release.
No problem.
That's not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though.
When they say synthesized items from synthesized maps
for challenge completion. However, Doyani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So They're very high variance.
We need to read the patch notes, yeah? So have patience, in 40 minutes we read the patch notes. This is very important.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, possibly probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage, compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So what are the... I'm curious, like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy is going to...
And from what I understood, they said that synthesize... So we still have in-game. Let's wait for the patch notes and I will read about the synthesized items. I mean, this is a big nerf for all the builds, not just my build. So we have a lot of builds that use synthesized items, especially mirror tier items. So most of the mirror tier items were using synthesized implicit with free implicits. So yeah, I cannot see this. We still have it in-game. Let's wait for the patch notes.
It's not a huge deal, for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like out of control.
So if you take a mirror tier item, it will have triple synthesized implicit, all of them.
Perspective, I get the sense
so
that,
this is a huge change if it's true.
Kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine? Oh,
yeah. I don't know. Not to be contradictory or anything, but like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes. Yeah. Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop.
So you can still synthesize items,
yes. That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one myself.
The fewer items that are satisfying to drop.
Yeah.
Like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing the gray line, it's like weird. But if it does cross the line, then I mean, I guess it's not even really a line. It's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a couple of
bearing the lead.
Yeah. So we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them. So
only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now. I saw.
Yes. They behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that. And then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's going to sink a few Chaos Orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 Chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want Chaos to become pennies, you know? Which you could argue there.
Man, you can still do this. You have Orb of Annulment and Exalted Object. You can still do this even without the special currency.
Is, I guess. Well, I would argue the Divine is somewhat of a dollar. But we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but bestiaries like had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that,
you know, the talisman change. It's a good change for the game. Nobody was using talismans.
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those,
yeah, you can.
birds.
Oh yeah, a Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but yeah, it is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird. You can plus
idea.
birds. More likely, the more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
It was one of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously
It's
a
like
big
2 hours long.
change for some folks.
So this
It's a big
interview lasted
crafting
for
thing
2
that was
hours. It's incredible.
used for some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
So I will rush directly to the Hiero
well, the main
Ascendancy. We
thing
check if we
is,
have any changes.
I feel like historically,
And I will rush
beast
for
splitting
all the
was
skill
never
gems
really
that I use in my
intended
builds.
for-
We need to
has
check
never
for
really been
nerfs.
used
Then
for
we
its
can read
original
everything
intention
after.
of splitting the mods from one item onto two items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have two of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every Simplex amulet to become two, right? Like that. That was where this came in. We started discussing it, and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes two base types of value.
This is a
And
timer, right?
I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Okay, I mean,
because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh no, but I liked having two of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done
Like,
that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like, 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
Yeah.
And in many ways, the new Orflame crafting is splitting items.
Sure.
In a
somewhat.
In a sort of way.
If you want to do the original intent of the
You can only
split
keep
craft,
one of them.
Closer to the original.
There's a Ducat that's very
true.
similar to that,
That's true.
which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods from the original item, and then you pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea. That
Yeah,
one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate
my
a strong
problem
mod
now
to
is
then craft
it's
from.
with the
But
synthesized
noting on the
items.
case of bestiary.
So I think I didn't heard it
I know,
right.
Octavian, you share this as well.
You
but,
can still acquire
both
them.
of us
So
probably
you can
don't know
go
how
to
you
the
feel about it.
harvest
It's on our-
bench and you
it's
can
our
synthesize
top-
an item and you can
on
reroll
our
it in the
top
menagerie.
list.
So in my eyes, you
You're
still
number
have
one. It's my
synthesized
number
items.
one
no?
for like.
Our program
Yeah,
is
that's why I need to
keep
read a bit patch notes.
asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God!
It's a dire rework.
So you cannot drop them, but you can still get them.
on the back end. Like
You
when
will
we
roll with
added
beast
that
in the
scarab that
menagerie
added
and
the
you can
beast
still
to
get
Black
synthesized
Morgan,
items.
Like that was just add a
That's why I
unique
need to read
beast
the
that has
patch
a few
notes.
crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going
Yeah.
back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
Sad.
It
It is
it's
the
a bit older.
number
We'll see
one
the
league
patch notes
that's
in,
in the dire
20
need of a
minutes.
rework in our eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Monsters are old, the combat's old, the bosses are old, the crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and capturing
And by the way, let me
beasts,
tell you,
wild
we have a
spirit
replacement
beasts.
for Siege
We'll have to
Ballista.
figure it
If
out.
they remove
Why
the
the very
synthesized
original
items, we
pitch
can
for
use
this
the
league
trick
was
with
like,
Bound by
you know,
Destiny.
go back to that theme.
So we're gonna use
So we'd want to
the
keep
unique belt
a strong theme.
from Elder. You know, we have a
I know
a
that
belt that
one,
gives you all attributes. We can use
we
that
all
belt, for
agree.
example.
I
And for
don't know
the
how
rings,
players necessarily
we
feel
will
about
use
it.
an
Yeah, I
influence
mean,
with
I
Bound by
definitely have
Destiny.
questions about that, especially
With
on the
2
quality of
redeemer
life
modifiers,
side
it
of
gives you
things, and since
15%
you're already
increased
thinking about
dexterity.
that,
So
it'd be
there are
worth
some
mentioning
things that we
those
can
now.
do. But I need to see
So
the patch
people
notes.
particularly
So
like
I will
just
not say any more
hitting the limit of
until
beasts
we read
and
the
then
patch
like
notes.
having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem.
And even for
people that
Shackle
are actually
Ballista, you
going
have a
into
Mage
it.
Blood version
we've
without
been doing
problems.
kind of weak level band-aids for a while there.
But I really need to see the patch notes.
Because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, really afford to spend this much time on that instead of, and there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
Because if you do it in that way where you're making it a focus and you're, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make League good.
Something I saw kind of like asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice? Or something like
this
that.
Recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps.
Yeah,
as
Ultimatum
extra
is still
monsters,
very
but Iron
profitable. I
Heart
will
doesn't
farm
capture them.
Ultimatum.
And then all of the recipes just require a red
Let's see how
beast,
much it
and
got
he'll
buffed in the
spawn
patch
some random
notes.
other
So I'm
beasts
going to check for
alongside when
Ultimatum
you're
2
doing
with the
a
new
content.
value.
Yeah, when I imagine modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine, yeah.
The only problem is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Yeah.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all
We
the
have it like in
1-day
25
tasks.
minutes.
Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, it's just getting so. Again, it will be a focus soon.
I wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just to untangle that. Like,
not necessarily as an active league, though it could be, but I'd say it's currently still probability-wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round. It'll be, here's the new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
We've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
Yeah, it's still fine, but
none of us three know
the build is
about
still
that,
viable, but
so,
of course it will suck. I need to read the patch notes.
Jonathan handles that without more live
So
ops
my
and
question
just
is, can you
admin team,
kill, synthesize yourself with the harvest
what's
station?
going
You
on,
know, you
like-
get the item to the harvest station and you
I'll ask him about
synthesize
it
for
then.
implicit. I want to see if that's an option.
I'll get on it. I'll get on it.
So yeah, you cannot drop them, but maybe you can synthesize them yourself. I need to read the
was
patch
added to
notes.
PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Yeah.
Almost all of that. Well, yes.
We have options, we have
don't know when.
alternatives, so it's not a big deal. I mean, it's a
same
big
with,
deal,
like,
but we still have alternatives.
Checker
So the build is still viable.
which I guess is a bigger.
But I will need
thing.
to
There's
make
some
new build guides.
complexities around it. Like we are trying
So
to.
I need to make a new video build guide, and I need to tweak the written guide. And yeah, but it is what it is. The build is still viable.
Often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? It makes sense to port it. But
anyway,
those people are
synthesized
working
rings,
on
you
PoE
would take
2,
them
big
later.
upgrades.
So
we've got
that's
to
for
find these,
maxing the build,
windows where
later.
they're, like,
When
kind
you
of
want to
clean
finalize the
tasks
build,
where
you
they
take
can migrate
synthesized
it
rings.
over and make
Or
it
leak
work.
start is the same.
Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all, trying to maneuver it over, and
We
they don't
can take rings
understand
with all attributes fracture, and we can roll with
parts of it that are
deafening
less
guests of
important, more
sorrow. So
important
you have a
necessarily.
flat tier 1
And they
dexterity
can
with all
figure it out,
attributes.
but it would
That
take
will
a
be
lot
a
more
cheap
time. So
alternative for
we
the
try and
rings.
find these lulls
Yeah.
between major tasks
It's
for
still
them
fine.
where they can go and
Problem
port
is
stuff
for the
back,
belt.
and
For the
we
belt,
just
we're
need to
gonna
do
use the
some of that,
Cyclopean
really,
coil
so.
from the Elder fight.
Those
It gives you
sorts of things that
80%
work
increased
towards the
attributes.
goal of like, you don't really have
but,
to install
again, we
third-party
need to check the patch
software to
notes.
play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me
So
thinking.
our
about that.
alternative
There's
for
two
the belt, in
features
case
of
we can no
Awakened
longer
Trade
get
that
it at all
would
with
keep you
80%
using it,
dexterity,
even if
we're
you
gonna
have
use
in-game price
Cyclopean
taking, that
coil
was
belt
working
with
just as
18% all
well.
attributes.
And
But
soft
again,
hideout
let's check the
macro,
patch
the
notes
ability to,
first.
go to return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well,
at
the
this
latter
point.
one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
So getting 2000 dexterity, if they really remove them, it will be harder.
Yeah, I think in PoE2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE1.
More dexterity, you
So it
would
might be
get a
just
lot
like
from the belt from the
Also
implicit
similar to how we
18%
bound
dexterity.
use town portal. Like we can have
it could be a
Again, we
hideout.
need to see the patch
hideout.
notes.
It's
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously, it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where slash hideout doesn't work, it won't work.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, slash King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
Yeah, that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we got a lot of hotkeys, but you know these could be
Let me check
optional
on
ones. I
TSP.
suppose.
So this will also impact the mirror tier crafting a lot.
We'll start with those
Let me
ones
go on
before,
TSP to check what's
before we
happening
add
there.
a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toto event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about
Well, we wanted to just have a variety of different events we can run, and it was like, we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like, we even discussed at the time going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a, because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the League.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's going to be so much work to bring it back. Turns out, wasn't that much work.
Yep.
It
took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like, some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like, I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like, I want them to make it cool. Like, this seems to some people really fall in love with this mechanic.
If they want to add it to core, they need more work.
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing? And that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't. Or, I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously...
Look, they are considering the Ancestors mechanic to go core. They are taking it into consideration. So it might go core in the future, but they will
then you can go do that. And if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
Like, it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
depends on the Ducat. Every currency is just set by myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal, unlike the other ones.
Those are legal.
Yeah, because they're just they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically 2 of the similar mod.
Interesting. That's kind of wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unique, though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the...
you don't want to cheat that.
Getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
It's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can Ancient Orb an item into.
Yep.
Nice. That makes sense. Can we get log into hideout? Or, so like that option that logs you back into your hideout. I think PO2 has that.
As much as no one's going to like the answer, no. They're logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like, just to express it,
so they want to showcase cosmetics so people will buy. The reason you cannot log in into town, you go to town because it will show the cosmetics to other players and they will need to buy MTX. They will feel, man, I like this cosmetic, I want to buy it. So that's why you have Resurrect to town and Resurrect to hideout.
That's just where we stand
on it. So it's because of MTX.
And, not to...
I said it many times.
Say it. I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
So that's why he cannot say it. It's because it encourages people to buy MTX. If you resurrect to town, other people will see your MTX and you will feel like buying that MTX. So it's all marketing, so they can show, they will sell more supporter packs. And this they cannot say it publicly. Of course they cannot say it.
Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like a week or 2 ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. It's, you can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an animate guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary. You can put them over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure. It's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got two main games, 2 titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people, just before the stream was started, I saw a few people going, last PoE 1 patch for the year. And I went, no, it's not. There is a 330. It will be before the release.
I said about this. I talked about this. I said most likely we're going to have 332.
It's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
Because they will test features for Path of Exile, so I said about this.
30 expansions since the 3 series.
So they will use Path of Exile 1 to test for Path of Exile 2. I talked about this on page 330.
Already cooking up some awesome ideas, and I'm sure they'll release it. I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But yeah, some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully, since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE 1, PoE 2, big end of year for us. Absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah,
absolutely excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you, Andrew, Octavian, Mark. Thanks very much for the Q&A time.
Thank you very much, and
it's done.
Awesome job, you two, by the way.
Yeah.
Awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah. It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right, see you guys later.
Okay. So from this interview, we need to pay attention to the synthesized items. This is a thing that will affect a lot of builds. So from what I understood in the interview, they said that you cannot drop them anymore. I want to check if you can synthesize items with the harvest station. So you take a rare item, you try to get synthesized implicits from the harvest station. We need to check the patch notes. Okay, I'm going to check everything and I will tell you. Now, the lucky part is we still have alternatives for the build. Actually, let's log in into the game to show some of the alternatives. Give me a second. So we go to the game. I'll show you some alternatives that you can use. But again, we need to check the page notes. Okay, let's go to main league. Let's go here. So the synthesized rings were mostly for the end game, for pushing the build. On league start, it will not impact. You can still get 1800 dexterity even without synthesized rings. We also have a belt here that I want to showcase. It's called Cyclopean Coil. This one, Cyclopean Coil. I mean, this will be an option. Problem is, yeah, I'm not that happy, but we need to check the patch notes. So you can get 18% all attributes on this one. Let me buy one. Yeah, it's not that accessible. And I'll show you an alternative for the rings too. So this is for Siege Ballista, because on Shrapnel eventually you'll get a Mage Blood. You also can use something else, but let me show you this belt with Catalyst. Put intrinsic. So you can get 80% attributes, and on the other hand, you get extra damage a little. You get extra damage for your lowest attributes. This will give you some slight extra damage. So you get 80% attributes, some life too. So this will be an alternative for the belt. Yeah. But overall, you will lose some dexterity. The build is still viable, but again, we need to check the patch notes pretty soon. And for the rings, you can craft like this. Let me show you for the rings. You also have... put a ring. Let's put here all attributes. And you take it as a fracture. Something like this. I will craft it on stream so you see. Let me check for a decent item level like 83 or 81. Okay, let's craft a ring for Siege Ballista then. So I took the base, now we roll it with Deafening Essence of Sorrow. I mean, you still have some life here. I know you lose some resistances, but Siege Ballista actually uses Purity of Elements. So resistances on Siege Ballista is not a problem. And for Shrapnel Ballista later, you can use a Mage Blood. Look, I'm using a Mage Blood here. So builds are still viable. We need to check the patch notes. So this is an option for Siege Ballista, and let's craft the ring now. We take Deafening Essence of Sorrow. This one. I think I have it, no? Yeah, I have it here. Let's make it rare. And let's roll it. This will guarantee tier 1 dexterity, and you roll it until you get life and other things with utility. Yeah, and that's how you will craft it. And at the end, you put some catalyst. Yeah. I actually did Siege Ballista with 2000 dexterity without synthesized rings. Yeah, but will be way harder now. Yeah, so most likely 1800, 1900. But let's check the patch notes. You will have a ring like this later. Yeah. And for the belt, you're gonna use Cyclopean Coil, which gives you 18% all attributes. Again, but again, we need to check the patch notes. So the build is still fine. We have these alternatives here, which are cheap. The ring is also cheap. Yeah, but let's wait for the patch notes. Should appear like in 10 minutes. And for Shrapnel Ballista, later you will use a Mage Blood. And Mage Blood gives you strength on the implicit. Yeah. And you can also, my boy have a better idea. I know what we do. Man, I'm a silly boy. You can use mirror rings. So let me show you. Actually, it's fine. So even if you don't have synthesized rings, let me show you something. I just realized, man, I'm a sucky boy. You know, we have a reflecting mist. It can give you rings with a lot of dexterity. So this is also an option later for Siege Ballista. I'm talking about Siege Ballista here. So there are mirrored rings with a lot of dexterity. Yeah. And these are actually better than synthesized rings if you get a lot of dexterity. You can also get this one, helical rings. So we can craft a helical ring. So it's fine. We can craft helical rings. These are, yeah, even for Siege Ballista. So later, on budget, we can reach 1800 dexterity with very cheap items. If you want to reach 2000 or higher, we will craft helical rings. No, I said later if you want to max it. So you can make Siege Ballista on 1800 dexterity, which can do tier 16 very easy for budget. Later, if you want to push Siege Ballista, you can craft helical rings, or you can get mirrored rings like this. Yeah. So there are mirrored rings, a lot of dexterity. Even if it doesn't have life, it's still fine. For example, this one, just for the dexterity. This is an option. Yeah. Now, you need to pay attention to the downside. Look, this is great. This is a great ring. Yeah, with a lot of dexterity, yeah? So we have alternatives, multiple alternatives. We also, you can use Bound by Destiny. So later, there is a jewel called Bound by Destiny, and you can put for dexterity with Redeemer Influence. You have one Redeemer Influence from the body armor, and we can get another Redeemer Influence from a ring. So we can use Bound by Destiny. It's another option. So yeah, we have multiple options. It's fine. But it will give me more work. As a build creator, I will need to tweak the build guides. I need to make a new video guide, and it's a pain for me. So I need to work, and fuck it. I was hoping that we don't have anything major, so I could just keep the build guides as they are, and I have a good time. But apparently, I need to make a new build guide. Oh. So yeah, I will make a new build guide. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, tell me when the patch notes are up, and we will check them together. So anytime now, we will have the patch notes on the website. Let me check something here. And let me check the base normal. What is my reflected? Yeah. So best in slot would actually be a helical ring, even for Shrapnel and Siege. So if you lost the synthesized rings, no problem. For Shrapnel, you can use a helical ring, You can use the mirrored ring, or you can use a ring like this with all attributes fractured. So you have options. Yeah, the builds are still viable. Maybe the leak mechanic, man, I don't... no. I think you can still get the synthesized items, so you can use the fortification station.
Chicken. Hail.
That's what I want to check in the
Glad
patch
to
notes.
see you.
So you take an item and you synthesize
I'm
it.
feeling that if I hammer on this,
We take actually a quiver. I'll do it now. So let's put here quiver. Take with a high item level. So let's take item level 100 or something. And I will synthesize it. Fracture, no. Influence, I don't want. Let me put unidentified here. Like this. Maybe put item level 87 or something. 87. Yeah. I don't want with influence. Do I have influence here? I mean, let me put here count. Influence. This one has influence. The fuck? How the fuck I search without the influence? I'm tired, it's late. So I want to get a quiver without any fucking influence. Let's put any non-unique too. Ah, note, sorry, yeah, I'm tired. I wanted to put note, yes. So this note and we put has influence, that's what. It's very late for me. So that's what I wanted to do. That's how we look for it. Yeah, one moment. Let's buy one. This is corrupted. Buy this one.
done.
So here I'm showcasing what I hope that will happen. So even you cannot drop synthesized items, maybe you can get to the fortification station and you will synthesize it manually here. Yeah, so you synthesize an item like this, and then you want to roll with Beast. I want to see if this is possible. Yeah, 86 is also fine. And now, whatever you get, you can use some Beast to reroll in the menagerie. So I'm hoping this is still a possibility. Yeah, we will see pretty soon. Check my quiver, by the way. Check the implicits on the quiver. I crafted, so this quiver was crafted by me. This is a craft that I did. Check the implicits. This is incredible for strength stackers. Yeah, they already said it's going away. Fuck them. So I need to make a new build guide. Check the implicits here. So yeah, it's still fine. We will use a helical ring or we use mirrored rings. And some mirror rings are actually better than a synthesized ring with +7. The biggest problem will be for mirror tier items. So when we have mirror tier items in this game, they have triple synthesized implicits. That's what makes a mirror tier item, the implicits. So this will affect mirror tier crafters. And even beast farming. You know, you had vivid vultures to reroll the synthesized implicits. Now, yeah, I think they removed them, no? Yeah, we will get the +2 pierce for the fracture. You're right. So we have an alternative even for the quiver. You can get a fracture with +2 pierce from the essence. Let me see if I can show you. So we take a penetrating arrow quiver. Let's craft one now. This one, penetrating arrow quiver. Let's take with a high item level, like 83 or higher. Let's put unidentified. Let's put any non-unique. Okay. Let me put some filters here. Without influence. Okay, and I will try to fracture it myself. We don't want it corrupted. And we don't want it fractured. Yeah. Oh, man, let me check what you have. It's fine, it's great. Man, check the implicity, it's great. So you paid a lot for it, probably. He has a percentage strength, flat strength, and maximum life. I think he wants to craft it better or something. Let me check the tiers. So you have all attributes tier 1. I would stay with this one. Even maximum life, it's tier 1. So this is a good ring here, what you have. Yeah. Tier 1 strength, tier 1 all attributes. You have maximum life, tier 1. I would stay with it like this. Okay, let me buy a couple quivers here and we will craft them. Buy 3 of them. In 3 minutes. Yeah, like in 3-5 minutes. So I will show you how to craft the quiver, yeah? It's very easy. This is a very easy craft. But this will impact a lot of builds. It's not just my build. So if you're playing a strength stacker, for example, this will impact you. So this change, it impacts a lot of builds. Yeah, we will see more in the patch notes. So this is how you will craft the quiver. You buy an essence here that will give you pierce. This one, essence of insanity.
Simple enough.
So you apply it. And this will give you projectile pierce to additional targets, yes? And then you want to fracture it. By the way, in the next league, fracturing orb will be easier with the... so we have a new crafting bench where it will give you more options with the fractures that you get. It will be easier to hit your fracture. We need to make sure we have 4 modifiers. Like this. And now we fracture and we want to fracture the pierce +2. I got it. So here with this base, you will use deafening essence of rage. Here, this one. And you roll it until you get bow attacks final additional arrow. So this guarantees tier 1 strength. And you keep rolling until you get the additional arrow. Yeah, you click here until you get additional arrow. That's how you craft it. It will take you like 100 hits. If you're lucky, you get it faster. It's a very easy craft that you can do. It's not that expensive too. So later when you make shrapnel, this is not that expensive, the craft. You need to get here additional arrow. So on average, it's like 100 hits. Let me click it here. You know, I don't want to click too fast. No, I want to read it like this. For me, it's easy. I will spot it when I get it. So yeah, you can use a regex, but I don't want to use it. You can type bow attacks for an additional arrow and you use a regex. Like this. Bow attacks. Fire an additional arrow. Let me check if it works. It will highlight like this. And now when you roll it, when it gets highlighted, you got it. So you can also do it like this so you don't read. You look for the border if you get the highlight. Oh, the patch notes are up? My boys, let's check the patch notes. Give me a second. This is a big thing. Let's watch them. Okay, let's see what we have. Give me a second. I need to refresh it. 1 moment. I need to do some clicks. Okay. Patch notes. First thing that we put is Hiero Fund. Hiero Fund. Oh, this is a nerf. Fuck, we got a big nerf here. This is because of kinetic fuselage. So because of the fucking kinetic fuselage build, they nerfed Hiero Fund Ascendancy. This is a big nerf. So instead of 5, we have 3%. I'm not happy with this one. We lost like 2 million DPS here. So this for Siege Ballista is 2 million DPS nerf. Let me check the fucking kinetic fuselage. So this is the reason it got nerfed. Let me see what they did to it. So they nerfed a little. Let me see here. It's still viable. So kinetic fuselage, it's fucking still viable. You can still play it. You know, I think I will make kinetic fuselage on another ascendancy. I fuck this skill. Here, kinetic fuselage. This one is still viable. Attack speed is not that big. You know, you can balance it. You actually don't want a lot of attack speed. Yeah, I'm a little upset. I'm a little upset. Let me check Siege Ballista. I mean, there is no reason to nerf Siege Ballista. We never had problems. But this is a big nerf for my build, man. So this node was broken. Yeah, this was the broken node. And now because we had the kinetic fuselage, a lot of people played it. It brings more attention to Hiero Fund, and that's why they nerfed it. So this is 2 million DPS lost from my Siege Ballista build. Oh. Let me check now the synthesized items. This is another nerf. The harvest has been removed, so you cannot get it with the harvest bench. Oh. Build is still viable, but it lost damage, man. It lost damage, mostly from the Hiero Fund. So the synthesized items, we could have work around them, but this is a nerf here. 2 million DPS for Siege Ballista. For Shuttle Ballista will be more, but anyway, it's still viable. And why I'm upset, the kinetic fuselage is still available. You can still make it, even with this one. Yeah. The problem with... no, I will make a kinetic fuselage build. Fuck them. Yeah, give me a second. I need to breathe a little. So it's still viable, kinetic fuselage. Even with this change. The mana cost is not a problem. The reason they tweaked my Hiero Fund is because of kinetic fuselage. Yeah, and this is a terrible another thing that happened. We can no longer get synthesized items. We have alternatives, but yeah, the Hiero Fund. Now I need to make some calculus, see exactly how much damage we lost. I'm thinking about 2 million DPS, so instead of 11 million, we're gonna do 9 million. Yeah, and I also need to make a new build guide. Because of this change, I need to make a new build guide. So I need to put a lot of effort in the following days to make a new video build guide. I will still league start with Siege Ballista, but it lost some damage here.
Come on, come on. Do it. Do it!
So this is the damage that he lost. This is a nerf for the build. Let's see for buffs. I mean, let me check Explosive Arrow. Explosive Arrow is fine. Ooh, I'm a little upset.
You're a Saki boy.
You're the Saki boy. Shut the fuck up. Is the build still viable? Yes. The problem is, what's this shit, man? Oh. Yeah, this is my reaction to the free quality. Now depends. Call on Love. Love, here it's a problem. I think the free quality that you get is just for the campaign. So in the end, let me check actually. So they talked about not needing to color your items anymore, but I think this is just for the campaign, for low item levels, no? Socketing gems, now again, let me check that one. So this is a buff. 10% quality. Okay, we got a buff. This is a big buff. This can save the build. Okay, so we actually have a big buff here. Siege Ballista on quality. It gives you a lot of attack speed, which is a lot. Let me show you the gem. No, some people on YouTube are happy actually. Look, why the fuck are you happy? So he came here on chat just to be happy of the nerf. But actually we have some buffs. Let me show you one. For Siege Ballista here we have extra quality. So this is a big buff for the build. So on the quality effect you get extra attack speed per totem. And we have a lot of totems too. So you get 10% quality from the body armor. Let me actually relog. I can show you a Siege Ballista setup. I have it here. So here is Siege Ballista fully done. We actually have a big buff too. My bad, I just put it. So here we have a big buff. Here is the Siege Ballista gem. On quality it gives you 15% attack speed with enhanced. Now you have 20% attack speed. So now you get 10% extra quality from the support gem. From the Siege Ballista gem, because it's a green socket, you get extra attack speed per totem. And it's extra damage that you do. And this will balance it out a little. Yeah, you can still put quality on the gems. So you're gonna have 20 quality. And when you socket it here, you get extra quality from the green gem, yeah? And you can also use an enhance later. So this will give you extra damage, but we lost a couple of damage from the ascendancy. This is because of the fucking kinetic fusilage. Yeah, so instead of 5 more damage per totem, you get 3% more damage per totem. So that's like 30% more damage nerf. But on the other hand, you get more attack speed from the change that they did with the color. So the build is still fine. But we lost like 2 million DPS we lost. I will still start with Siege Ballista. I need to make a new build guide too. So in the following days I need to make a new video guide too, which is terrible. Oh. Yeah, I know it's a nerf. We lost 2 million DPS. But the build is still viable. I will need to make a setup with alternatives, yeah? Tomorrow. Now let's go back to the website, see what else we have. So this is the only buff that we got. 10% quality extra for Siege Ballista, but we got a big nerf to Hiero Fan here. We lost like 2 million DPS for Siege Ballista. So instead of 5, we have 3%. The reason it's kinetic fusilage, that's why. So a lot of people played Hiero Fan and they watched the ascendancies on POE Ninja and they decided to nerf it. Siege Ballista was not touched. I know, first thing that I checked. Let me put Shrapnel Ballista. No, so see, there is no reason to nerf Siege Ballista or Shrapnel. So this is the reason why I got the nerf for Hiero Fan, the fucking kinetic fusilade. This is the reason why they nerfed my Siege Ballista. It's still viable. Yeah. How much damage lose from synthesized items? We have alternatives. So what you can do here, you can buy... let me show you. We go to Mirage. So for the rings and the belt, it's not a big issue. We have alternatives. You can put a helical ring, which is actually better than the synthesized rings, and you can get a mirrored ring too. So cheaper than a helical ring will be a mirrored ring like this. Let's say we do Siege Ballista, we put ring, and you get with more dexterity. So you have alternatives for the rings. And, there are mirrorable rings with a lot of dexterity, you can use it. Even without life, it's still fine. Yeah, so this will be what you're gonna use later. Or you can craft a helical ring for dexterity, which actually is better than percentage dexterity. What? Oh, fuck. So I was showing the helical ring here, yeah? This will be for the end game. You can even for Siege Ballista, you can get Helical with dexterity, and it will be better than percentage dexterity. Or you can buy a mirrored ring like this with a lot of dexterity. Yeah, even without life is still viable. Maybe something like this. This will be for the rings, and for the belt you can use Cyclopean Coil. This gives you 18% increased attribute, so you can use it. You can actually corrupt it, no? You can get all attributes, you get increased dexterity too. Let me check if we have any on the market. But I have a lot of work to do. In the following days, I have a lot of work to do to optimize the build again. Cannot say that I'm very happy, but the build is still playable. It's still playable. Shrapnel is still very powerful. You can still make shrapnel will do a lot of damage, but we lost a couple of damage, yeah? Let me check here with increased strength. This is later for maxing, yeah? You get all attributes. Sprungbad, boss, thank you for the sub, man. Welcome. So the build is still viable, don't worry. I will make a new build guide with all the changes. Now I need to figure it out. Yeah, we want increased attributes. So later, if you want to max it, you can try to get a corruption. You know, maybe something like this. You get all attributes and increase dexterity from the corruption, and this will be the belt later for maxing. Something like this. No, this is the replacement for the belt. No, to cause of kinetic, they buffed self-cast and don't want to play us spell totems with totems. No man, it's of kinetic fusilage. So what happened? They went with POE Ninja and they checked which are the top builds, and they seen Hierophant with kinetic fusilage, and that's why they nerfed the totem. That's a totem node. Tolak, we actually got a buff, so we have a nerf that's around 40% more damage, but we actually got a buff too with the quality effect. So we have a buff actually. So we also have a buff that will compensate. Let me see where the fuck it is. Hey. Let me put quality. Now, I'm a little upset that this one, Socketed Gems, now gain 10% quality in red, green, and blue. So, you know, quality for Siege Ballista, it's big. It gives you a lot of attack speed. Even for, yeah, and you get 10% quality, they will attack faster. So this is a buff that will compensate a little. Yeah, we have a drastic nerf, but the build is still viable. I will make a video tomorrow and I will explain this. So this extra 10% quality in green socket, it's a buff actually, but we have a big nerf too for the Hierophant. Tomorrow when I wake up, I will make a video. So instead of 5% extra damage, now we get 3% more damage. This is a nerf that happened. Yeah, I'm preparing a video tomorrow. Yeah, I've seen that. Love, I've seen the one with the crafting bench from Harvest. It's fine. We will use mirrorable rings and that's it. Now search totem, let's check. I know it, I just talked about it. The totem passive mastery option that grants critical chance. Now, I was not using this one, so this I was not using. The Shaman Dominion notable against. Oh, this is another nerf for the anointed nerf, the Shaman Dominion. It's not a big nerf, but it's still a nerf. Man, fuck them. So this is another nerf that I got. It's a small nerf, but still a nerf. We lost 4% critical multiplier and 10% critical hit chance. Let me check what else we have. Holy Flame Totem. We don't care about crit. Yeah, we don't care about crit here. Ballista Totem. This is a small nerf too. For explosive arrow, this is a small nerf too. Here, a small nerf for explosive arrow. And fuck them. We check for spell totems. They also nerf spell totems a little. Oh. Tomorrow I'll make a video about everything. Let me check Purifying Flame. I mean, I will still start with Siege Ballista, but we lost a couple of damages. I'm a little upset, yeah. I was not expecting this so many changes, yeah. This one. So this is a buff here, it has a bigger radius, a critical strike chance of 6. This is a buff, too small buff. Okay, so they buffed Purifying Flame, yeah, it's even better. I was using Purifying Flame early on. This is a buff, but again, I'm preparing a video tomorrow. Let me check Rolling Magma. Now no longer has damage of... So they nerfed Rolling Magma, but we don't care. I'm not using Rolling Magma. So instead of Rolling Magma, I was using Purifying Flame, so I don't care about Rolling Magma. This got nerfed, Rolling Magma. Oh. No, the problem with totems is because people played Kinetic Fusilage, fuck that build by the way, and it brought the attention of GGG. So totems got ruined because of fucking Kinetic Fusilage, that's why. Let me check Minion part. Look, Minion part has been reworked. Communion support. Support is the each permanent minion. Yeah, this got nerfed. Minion part is no longer a thing, was broken. Yeah, it's shit. But again, the build is still viable. Let me show you Shrapnel, for example.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Actually, I'm tempted to do something else for the first time. So I can skip Siege Ballista and I will make a setup for Explosive Arrow. So this is an option that I have. We're gonna play Explosive Arrow because the Hierophant Ascendancy gives you a lot of damage. 1 extra totem placement, speed, duration. You have extra damage per totem, which is very powerful for Explosive Arrow. And later when we farm some currency, we can transition from Explosive Arrow into Shrapnel. So we can transition directly into this build. Yeah, and Shrapnel also has a budget version without Mage Blood, without anything expensive. So no Mage Blood, no Simplex, etc. So we can stay with Explosive Arrow Ballista because it's more powerful on a Hierophant, and later we can swap directly to Shrapnel, and I will skip Siege Ballista entirely. You cannot see? Sorry. So this is another option that I have. I will do some tests in the following days. We will do some tests for Siege Ballista with the changes from the patch notes. I will try to emulate the changes and we'll see how it feels. If it will not feel great, it is what it is. I will just make an Explosive Arrow setup because it's stronger on a Hierophant from these nodes, yeah? And we can transition from Explosive Arrow Hierophant directly into Shrapnel Ballista. You don't need a Mage Block, you don't need Simplex, you know. This is another option that I can do. Shrapnel Ballista does its shit ton of damage. Yeah. So this is an option that I have, plus the setup is much easier with Explosive Arrow. I think this is what I will do. So I don't give you shit starters. If I publish a starter, it will be incredible. So what I will do, for now, until I figure things out, because we have a lot of nerfs for Siege Ballista, what I will do, we will start with Explosive Arrow, and I will do a setup on with 6 link. We go fully into Explosive Arrow with direct hit damage. The Hierophant Ascendancy gives you the most damage. Most damage possible you get from Hierophant. And we're gonna start with that, and later you still have an option to make Shrapnel. So Shrapnel Ballista, it's a monster build, very tanky, a lot of damage, but you can still make Shrapnel. So this is what I'm thinking. I think it's a good idea. So we start with Explosive Arrow with direct hit damage. On the Hierophant you do much more damage than the Ancestral Commander, for example. And after we farm currency and we transition to Shrapnel. A good thing here, you can even farm Ultimatum with Explosive Arrow on a budget. No, Shrapnel lost a couple of million DPS, but anyway we were doing too much damage. So Shrapnel does shit ton of damage. So it's still viable, Shrapnel. So I'm thinking about my league starter. I will league start with Explosive Arrow and I will tweak it. No longer Siege Ballista. I don't give you a shit build. We can do some tests tomorrow. Yeah, on stream. But now I'm tired. It's very late, you know. It's past 2 a.m. Yeah, because of kinetic fuselage, you're right. So these nerfs happened because of kinetic fuselage. Fuck that build. Really fuck that build. It's my worst nightmare. So yeah. It's a little sad because Siege Ballista was my favorite build. We're gonna league start with Explosive Arrow. Let me see if I have it here. I mean, you can still make Siege Ballista, but it will not be that great. So what I will do, I will tell you the plans for league start. We go fully into Explosive Arrow. We're gonna get a 6-link. We're gonna get better items. For example, you can get free onslaught from Daresos Defiance for the body armor. Yeah, we can push it. You can get corruption with gem levels. You can get gem levels on the amulet. We can go fully into Explosive Arrow. And that's the plan for league start. And from Explosive Arrow, we will transition later to Shrapnel Ballista. It's optional because I should do a lot of damage. We're gonna make tomorrow a setup with Explosive Arrow, fully done. So you can see exactly what we can do. No, I'm not using that one. Let's go back to the patch notes. Let me check, maybe we have other buffs. Okay. Let's put dexterity. No, we don't have. Let's put attribute. No. Look, they buffed the... Look, we have a buff actually. They increased the attributes on amulets, rings and belts. So this means you can roll higher dexterity, higher strength. Yeah? So this is a small buff that can help. You know, you roll a higher attributes on the amulets, rings and belts. Yeah. So I'm sad to tell you, I prefer not to league start with Siege Ballista. I will league start with Explosive Arrow. Anyway, on a Hierophant, you do a lot of damage because of the Ascendancy, so you're still better. The best class for direct hit damage with Explosive Arrow will be Hierophant. Actually, it simplifies the transition, so you no longer need to swap to Siege Ballista.
Come on, come on! Do it! Do it!
Yeah. Tomorrow, when I wake up, I will start the stream. First, I make a video on YouTube talking about the patch note changes. After, I will... do a full setup with Explosive Arrow to show you how powerful it is. Yeah, you can do Steel 16.5, Steel 16, you can even do bosses. It's fine, you will love it. You can even farm Ultimatum, even with Grueling Gauntlet. So Explosive Arrow, when you finalize it, you can do Grueling Gauntlet Ultimatums. Yeah, so I'm sad to tell you, I will no longer league start with Siege Ballista. I don't give you a shit build. We will league start with Explosive Arrow and we're gonna push it. So that's my plan now. And tomorrow on stream, if you drop by, you will see a full setup of Explosive Arrow. I will max it and I will show you on stream. You can do a lot of things, including 5 ways. So you can do Grueling Gauntlet Ultimatum, you can do 5 ways, it's easy for Abyss. You will love it. Yeah, in practice, I can still make Siege Ballista, but I don't want to give you a shit build. We lost like 3 million DPS, that's too much for me. So I would prefer to league start with Explosive Arrow Hierophant. It's still fine. I should not be upset. I mean, I am upset, I will not lie, but it's still fine. Don't worry, I will give you a good starter. So remember, I've been playing Path of Exile 1 for 8 years. For me, it's not a problem. I'm telling you, we go to Explosive Arrow direct hit damage. So drop by tomorrow on stream and you will see miracles. I will make the setup on stream. Explosive Arrow benefits a lot from 1 extra totem, placement speed and extra damage per totem. Also, you get a lot of release regeneration too. I'm gonna use Skirmish Quiver and Quillrain, of course. Yeah, we're gonna have 8 totems. Galio, thank you for the sub. Yeah, so what's the plan? Tomorrow when I wake up, I'll make a video on the patch notes, see exactly what it happened. I will explain for those that missed the stream. After I will start the stream and we're gonna make a full setup for Explosive Arrow. You know, with gem levels on the amulet, with corruptions, everything. And this Ascendancy is best in slot for direct hit damage. From Hierophant is still viable. Now I need to think what I will use for the special Ascendancy. I will not use Farul because I'm not scaling crit. So we will see tomorrow what other Ascendancy we can use. I think I know actually, let me see. So on Farul, with Spectre, we can use Farul with Spectre. Let me check it. So we have here a node. This one. Give me a second. This one, we can take this one. It gives you 100% increased damage. Check here with gray at the bottom. So we get 100% increased damage and some life regeneration alongside the Spectre. Yeah. So this is what I will take. We don't scale crit. So we're gonna take this one with a Spectre. It gives you 100% increased damage and extra life regeneration and cannot be stunned. This will be for explosive arrow. So let's be clear, Shrapnel Ballista is still viable. You can still play it. Yeah, so we're gonna still play Shrapnel Ballista. The problem is with Siege on Lickstar. Yeah, there are too many changes that I'm not happy of them. So that's why I will Lickstart with Explosive Arrow and we're gonna push it to the maximum. From Explosive Arrow, we will transition to Shrapnel Ballista. That's the change that I will do for my Lickstarter. Can we? No, fuck the Scion. No, we need Hierophant. So these nodes from Hierophant are very powerful, even for Explosive Arrow. You get a lot of placement speed, a lot of duration, 1 extra totem. You get a lot of life regen, mana regen, and more damage per totem. Even 3% is still great. And we have extra endurance charges. I prefer Hierophant than Scion. Yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna do it. Check the unique items in patch notes. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's check them. He has a point. So let's put here a commander, Iron Commander. Yeah? So no changes for Iron Commander. Let's check Fractal Thoughts. No changes. Let's put Garukan Flight. No changes. Let's put Hrimsoro. Let me check for Skirmish for Explosive Arrow. No changes. Quill Rain. No changes. Wilma's Requital. No changes. So the uniques are fine. Uniques are fine. Now another good thing is that the Explosive Arrow setup on a 6 link, not only that it's great, can do all the content in 3.16, 16.5, it's also cheap. It's cheap and much more easier to make than a Siege Ballista. Now my problem is I need to work on a build guide. I need to make a new build guide for Explosive Arrow and explain how to max it for maps. So Shrapnel Ballista is still viable. Siege Ballista, it's not that great anymore. You know, I don't give you a shit start. So I will make a build guide for Explosive Arrow. And I need to make a video guide and a written guide. Yeah, I don't want to Lickstart anymore with Siege Ballista because we lost like 3 million DPS. Yeah, it's still viable in theory, but it will not be that great and I don't give you a shit build. So we lost the synthesized items too. For the belt, a lot of headaches again. We had multiple problems here. They even nerfed the Anoint. So for Siege Ballista, we're using Shaman Dominion later. They nerfed it. Now it's less potent too. So we have multiple nerfs I will discuss tomorrow in a video. Yeah. So still we're gonna have a great starter. It will be better than the event build with Ancestral Commander because we play Hierophant. It will be incredible. So we have a good build to Lickstart. But again, I'm a little sad because I've been playing Siege Ballista for a long time. Like 5 years, no? So 5 years of Lickstarting with Siege Ballista and I was not expecting so many nerfs today. Yeah, don't worry, we still have a good starter. Shrapnel got nerfed but had a lot of damage, so let's be clear, Shrapnel is still viable, a lot of defense is a lot of damage. So even if you lose even 5 million DPS, even 7, you still do shit ton of damage. So Shrapnel Ballista is still perfectly viable. Does overkill damage, a lot of damage, you can do even Simulacrum, is still viable. My problem is Siege Ballista on Lickstart. Yeah, so Shrapnel Ballista, no problem, you can still make it. By the way, Shrapnel Ballista is my best build in this game. I know, but that's a small buff. That's a small buff. Yeah. So I'm still debating, should I update Siege Ballista here or we go with Explosive Arrow? And I'm tempted to go with Explosive Arrow with direct hit damage. Yeah, I will think about it tomorrow when I wake up. Why they nerfed totem builds? Because of kinetic fusilage, that's why. So this is the reason why they nerfed Hierophant. This one, kinetic fusilage. This skill nerfed Hierophant. This is the reason why they nerfed it. So for those that missed it, the biggest nerf, it's here in the Ascendancy. This one. So instead of 5% more damage, we have 3% more damage. And the reason they nerfed it is because of players that play kinetic fuselage, that's why. Yeah, I know. I already discussed the patch notes. We'll make tomorrow a video on my YouTube channel. Yeah? We'll make a video tomorrow with all the changes that happened for my build. My plan for now is to league start with Explosive Arrow, and we're gonna push it with a 6 link with corruptions, with everything. And later when you farm currency, you make my Shrapnel Ballista, which is still viable. So my Shrapnel Ballista build is still very strong, still viable. You have it here. Yeah? But regarding my starter, I will use it with Explosive Arrow. That's the change that I will do. Okay, let me check the corruptions too. Give me a second, let me check the corruptions. Look, we have new corruptions here, let's check. Mana reservation, no. So now you can get power charge in endurance and frenzy as a corruption. Oh, let me check them actually. So this is very powerful. The fact that you can get maximum charges as a corruption is very powerful. Not for my build, but in general it's powerful. Oh, so these are the corruptions. Let me see. I'm looking for my builds, let's be clear. Look, you can get Chaos Resistance Corruption. Now, when you double corrupt, now Chaos Resistance will be a good corruption. Onslaught on kill is shit. Yeah, you want on hit. Look, we have... Oh shit, this we need to check. Multiple projectiles on both. So you can get on Quill Rain. When you shoot with Frenzy for Explosive Arrow with my setup, it will give you multiple projectiles. I mean, I like this one. You can get this for... So this, you can get on Quill Rain now, multiple projectiles. Even Chain is fine. But I prefer multiple projectiles here. Add Chaos damage, this is shit. No. Check this corruption. You have a chance to explode on daggers and scepters. This is very powerful. Arrow chains 1 additional time on bows. This is also a powerful corruption, but not for my build. No, so chain is not for my build. This is powerful. Yeah, it's fine. So we still have a banger league starter. Let me see if I have any character with it, so I can show you. Actually, I have one that I can show you. So I will not league start with Siege Ballista. I will league start with my Explosive Arrow Ballista setup. If you do it on a Hierophant, that's much more damage. So in Ancestors, I made this build, and this will be the build that I will play in League. Man, where is this man? One second. Where is my Ancestors League? Oh. They removed it. So here I had the character on Ancestors, I no longer have it. And the fuck. Let me check on standard then. Maybe we have it here. So it should be level 100, the Marauder class, yeah? Let's check. No, I don't have it here. It should migrate to Mirage, not on Standard anyway. So anyway, we have a great starter. It can do all the content, is 16.5. Very cheap, it will be actually cheaper, and the Hierophant is the best class. So wait for tomorrow's video. Yeah, and we can still make Shrapnel Ballista. I think it's in tomorrow we will see my character. So Explosive Arrow with direct hit damage benefits mostly from Hierophant. We have 1 extra totem placement speed, and we have here extra damage per totem, some life regen, which is big. And for the special ascendancy, I'm gonna take Farul. There is a node that gives you 100% increased damage while you have a Spectre. So I will incorporate Spectres too. And that will be the setup with Explosive Arrow. The skill tree will be pretty much this one. Yeah, and also we're gonna use some jewels, it's fine. And now I need to go to sleep so I can wake up tomorrow and make the video on YouTube. Yeah, I've seen it. I actually heard it on stream. So about that new crafting recipes, I heard it on stream in the Ziggy D interview. Yeah. That's a system from Path of Exile 2, yeah. So again, my League starter will be able to do all the content that you see here, 16.5. Actually, it can even do tier 17. We're gonna make a full setup tomorrow and I will showcase. So it should do tier 17 easy. Yeah. So as a bonus, we can do tier 17 now with Explosive Arrow. I will showcase tomorrow on stream if you want to drop by. And you can do Maven, you can do Elder, for example, the regular Pinnacle bosses, you will be able to do them. And for Uber mode bosses, you can transition to Shrapnel later. Yeah. So actually, maybe it's for the better, because the Explosive Arrow, it's much easier to make, and it's much cheaper to make. So you have it easier to make and cheaper. My problem is I need to work on new build guides, but until then I need to go to sleep, it's very late. So yeah, we still have a banger League start. Still with totems, still a lot of damage, but we do with Explosive Arrow instead of Siege Ballista. I need to go to sleep so I can make a video tomorrow when I wake up. Yeah. So my boys, let me sleep. When I wake up, I'll make a video on YouTube. Check my YouTube channel, by the way, and you have a video tomorrow about it. See you tomorrow. Good night. It's 3 AM. It's very late, yeah? Yeah, see you tomorrow. Good night. So it's still fine. I still have a banger starter. Let's be clear. A very powerful starter. It's still new player friendly, but I need to work on a build guide, which I don't feel like doing. But I need to do it. Good night.